Hey guys, tonight we begin with a journey back in time, a trip to some of the most, let's just say, memorable gatherings in history. Imagine waking up in ancient Rome, but not the Rome of emperors and gladiators you might picture. Imagine waking up in the midst of one of the wildest parties the ancient world had ever seen. Your day, trust me, would be completely different. We're talking about celebrations that make a modern music festival look like a polite tea party. Intrigued? Hit that like button right now and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from. Are you joining us from the land of the ancient Spartans, or perhaps the birthplace of Dionysus himself? Let's see how far this ancient party vibe reaches. Now, before we dive headfirst into the wine-soaked, music-filled, and sometimes surprisingly ritualistic revelries of our ancestors, let's set the scene. We often think of the ancient world as all togas and temples, stoic philosophers and epic battles, and yeah, there was plenty of that. But what about the people? What did they do when they weren't building empires or pondering the meaning of existence? They partied hard, and their parties, well, they were often reflections of their beliefs, their social structures, even their struggles. Researching this topic, I've been absolutely blown away by the sheer variety and intensity of these ancient celebrations. Did you know, for example, that the challenges of daily life in the ancient world, the very struggle for survival, actually shaped the way people celebrated? They poured their resilience, their adaptability, into creating moments of pure, unadulterated release. We'll be exploring how these celebrations, from the grandest festivals to the most intimate gatherings, reveal a surprising amount about how ancient societies functioned. Their parties weren't just about having fun, although there was certainly plenty of that. They were also about reinforcing social bonds, honoring their gods, and even processing complex emotions like grief and fear. One thing that's become crystal clear through all this research, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of words analyzed here, is that daily life in the ancient world was far more complex than we often give it credit for. We tend to flatten these cultures into a few easily digestible tropes, but the truth is they were vibrant, dynamic, and full of surprises, and those surprises, they often show up most vividly in how they chose to celebrate. So, tonight we're going to unearth some of those surprises. We'll be exploring the myths, the rituals, the sheer extravagance of ancient parties, from the symposiums of Greece to the bacchanalia of Rome and beyond. We'll uncover the hidden aspects, the lesser-known details that completely change our understanding of what life was really like back then. We'll delve into the social structures that influenced every aspect of their lives, including their parties, and we'll discover how their celebrations, often fueled by surprising motivations, played a crucial role in shaping their cultural development. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the upcoming deep dives into these fascinating historical celebrations. And while you're at it, hit that notification bell so you're the first to know when we drop new videos. I'm genuinely excited to share these stories with you because they offer a unique perspective, a different angle on the ancient world that I think will challenge some assumptions and reveal some truly incredible insights. Now, where were we? Ah yes, preparing to step into a world of mythical midnights where the line between the sacred and the profane often blurred, and where the parties, well, let's just say they were unlike anything you've ever experienced. Are you ready? Because we're about to embark on a journey to discover just how wild things could get when the ancients decide to let loose. The air hung thick and heavy, perfumed with the cloying sweetness of date wine and the earthy aroma of roasting meats. Dust, kicked up by the shuffling sandals of 1,000 revelers, danced in the flickering torchlight that painted the courtyard in a mosaic of orange and shadow. Imagine, if you will, not the roar of a stadium crowd, but a low, constant hum. A tapestry woven from the rhythmic chanting of musicians, the clinking of bronze cups, and the murmur of countless conversations carried on in hushed, conspiratorial tones. This wasn't some back-alley drinking den. No, this was the heart of the palace at Persepolis, and tonight, King Darius was throwing a party. Forget the stale, sanitized versions of history you might have encountered. Tonight, we're peeling back the layers of time, diving headfirst into the sensory overload that was a royal Persian feast. Feel the rough-hewn stone beneath your sandals, warmed by the day's relentless sun. Taste the saltiness of the Caspian caviar, the sweetness of figs bursting in your mouth, the unexpected tang of pomegranate seeds sprinkled over roasted lamb. Hear the hypnotic beat of drums, the haunting melody of flutes, a music that seems to vibrate in your very bones. This wasn't just a celebration. It was a display of power, a carefully orchestrated performance designed to impress ambassadors and intimidate rivals. The sheer scale of the event was breathtaking. Courtyards overflowed with guests, each adorned in their finest robes, vying for the king's attention. Servants, their movements practiced and precise, weaved through the throngs, bearing platters piled high with delicacies. Wine flowed freely, fueling laughter and loosening tongues. As the night deepened, the atmosphere shifted, becoming increasingly charged with a potent mix of reverence and abandon. Now, I know what you're thinking. A royal feast? Sounds a bit formal, right? Not quite what springs to mind when we talk about the wildest parties of the ancient world. But bear with me. Behind the carefully constructed facade of imperial grandeur, something else was brewing. The Persian, you see, understood the art of revelry. They knew how to celebrate, how to push boundaries, how to blur the lines between the sacred and the profane. Their festivals weren't just about indulging in earthly pleasures. They were about connecting with the divine, about tapping into a primal energy that transcended the everyday. And this particular feast, held to celebrate the new year, Nowruz, was one of the wildest of them all. It was a time of renewal, of casting off the old and embracing the new, a time when the social structures that governed daily life, those rigid hierarchies so meticulously maintained, began to loosen their grip. For a few precious days, the lines between king and subject, master and servant blurred, creating a space for a kind of controlled chaos, a sanctioned release of pent-up energy. This, you see, is the heart of what we're exploring. The human need to let loose, to escape the constraints of daily life, a need that transcends time and culture. It's a story that's been playing out for millennia, in palaces and taverns, in temples and caves, in every corner of the ancient world. And as the research shows, these celebrations weren't just frivolous distractions. They were integral to the social and cultural fabric of these civilizations. They shaped identities, reinforced social bonds, and provided a crucial outlet for the pressures of daily life. Pressures that, as our research reveals, were often far more complex than we typically imagine. Look closer now. Beyond the glitter and the glamour, beyond the intoxicating aromas and the rhythmic music, you can glimpse the raw human emotions at play. The ambition, the envy, the lust, the fear. These weren't just parties. They were microcosms of society, reflecting the hierarchies, the tensions, the underlying anxieties of the time. They were a stage on which the dramas of human existence played out, often with dramatic and sometimes even deadly consequences. As the night deepens and the wine flows ever more freely, the revelry intensifies. The chanting grows louder, the dancing more frenzied. The air crackles with an almost palpable energy, and somewhere, in the heart of this swirling vortex of sound and color, the seeds of something wilder, something more chaotic, are beginning to sprout. Are you ready to see where this night takes us? Because the real party is just about to begin. The midday sun beat down upon the bustling marketplace of Pompeii, a city vibrant with life just hours before its fiery doom. The air, thick with the scent of roasting meats and exotic spices, hummed with the chatter of merchants hawking their wares, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, and the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Children darted between stalls, their laughter mingling with the calls of vendors and the bleating of goats tethered nearby. This was everyday life, a scene played out countless times in this thriving Roman city. But today, a subtle undercurrent of excitement rippled through the crowd, a tangible buzz that spoke of something more than just a daily trade. Notice the amphorae piled high outside the taverns, their clay surfaces still damp from the fresh wine within. Smell the sweet, heady aroma of dates and figs overflowing from wicker baskets. Hear the strumming of a lyre, a lone musician already setting the mood for the evening's festivities. Tonight, Pompeii prepares for the Liberalia, a festival in honor of the god Bacchus, the very embodiment of wine, revelry, and, well, let's just say uninhibited celebration. The Liberalia wasn't just any party. It was a rite of passage, a time for young men to officially don the toga virilis, the symbol of adulthood, and embrace the freedoms and responsibilities that came with it. It was a day of liberation, both literally and figuratively, a time when social norms were relaxed and the usual constraints of Roman society loosened their grip. Imagine, for a moment, the anticipation simmering beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary day. The whispers passing between young men, eager for their first taste of true adult freedom. The knowing smiles of the older generation, remembering their own Liberalia celebrations, perhaps with a tinge of nostalgia, perhaps with a wince of regret. Follow me through the winding streets, past the grand villas of the wealthy and the modest homes of the artisans. Feel the rough texture of the volcanic stone beneath your sandals. Hear the splash of water from the public fountains. Taste the sweetness of a freshly baked bread roll purchased from a street vendor. These sensory experiences, so ordinary in their context, become infused with a unique significance on the eve of a festival like the Liberalia. They represent the everyday life that will be momentarily suspended, replaced by a night of pure, unadulterated revelry. As the sun begins its descent, casting long shadows across the forum, the atmosphere shifts palpably. The marketplace slowly empties, the merchants packing up their goods, their faces alight with anticipation. The sounds of daily life fade, replaced by the rhythmic beating of drums, the melodic strains of flutes, and the rising crescendo of excited chatter. Torches are lit, casting a warm, flickering glow over the city, transforming the familiar streets into something magical, something otherworldly. The Liberalia, like many ancient festivals, was a complex affair, woven into the very fabric of Roman society. It wasn't simply about drinking and dancing, it was about community, about social bonding, about reaffirming the shared values and beliefs that held society together. But it was also, undeniably, about letting loose. It was about experiencing a temporary release from the rigid structure of Roman life, a chance to indulge in excesses that would be unthinkable on any other day. And this is where the story gets interesting, because the Liberalia, and indeed many other ancient festivals, often pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable behavior. The research reveals a surprising amount of flexibility within Roman society, a willingness to tolerate, even encourage, behavior that would be deemed scandalous in other contexts. This reveals a fascinating paradox. A society known for its strict laws and rigid social hierarchy also possessed a capacity for wild abandon, for a temporary suspension of the rules that govern their daily lives. As the night deepens, the celebrations intensify. The rhythmic chanting grows louder, the drums beat faster, the dancers move with increasing frenzy. Wine flows freely, fueling the flames of revelry. The line between celebration and chaos begins to blur. The masks come out, disguising identities and emboldening participants to shed their inhibitions. And somewhere, in the heart of this swirling vortex of sound and color, the seeds of something wilder, something more chaotic, are beginning to sprout. This, then, is the backdrop against which we explore the wildest parties of the ancient world. The Liberalia in Pompeii serves as a microcosm of the larger themes we will uncover: the human desire for release, the social function of ritualized revelry, and the surprising ways in which ancient societies balanced order and chaos. Are you ready to delve deeper into the myths and realities of ancient celebrations? Are you ready to witness the extremes of human behavior, the heights of ecstasy, and the depths of, well, let's just say things could get a little messy. The party is just getting started. The sun beats down on the dusty plains of Persia. The year is 515 BC. Forget the hushed reverence of a Roman villa. We're at the heart of the Achaemenid Empire, amidst a sprawling tent city erected for a feast of epic proportions. King Darius I, ruler of an empire stretching from the Indus Valley to the Nile Delta, is throwing a party. Not just any party, mind you. This is a celebration to mark the completion of his magnificent new palace at Persepolis, a testament to his power and a showcase for the riches of his vast domain. Imagine, if you can, the scale of this event. Thousands upon thousands of guests, representing every corner of the empire, have journeyed for weeks to attend. The air thrums with a cacophony of languages: Egyptian, Babylonian, Aramaic, Elamite, a veritable symphony of human voices mingling with the bleating of sacrificial animals and the rhythmic clang of hammers still putting the finishing touches on the lavish pavilions. The scent is overwhelming. The sweet perfume of exotic flowers brought from the royal gardens of Susa hangs heavy in the air, battling with the smoky aroma of roasting meats. Whole oxen spit roasted lambs and countless smaller game birds, sizzling over open fires. The ground is strewn with rushes and fragrant herbs, an attempt to mask the inevitable odors of so many people gathered in one place. But even that can't quite hide the tang of sweat and dust, the pungent smell of camels and horses, the earthy aroma of wine fermenting in enormous clay jars. Look around. The sheer opulence is dazzling. Silk drapes from India, dyed in vibrant hues of crimson and gold, adorn the tents. Tables groan under the weight of food. Mountains of dates and figs, bowls overflowing with pomegranates and pistachios, platters piled high with roasted meats and spiced vegetables. Wine flows freely, poured from golden goblets into waiting hands. Everywhere you look, there's a riot of color and movement. Performers from across the empire showcase their talents. Acrobats tumbling and leaping, musicians playing haunting melodies on lyres and flutes, dancers swaying rhythmically to the beat of drums. Feel the heat radiating from the desert floor, the press of bodies around you, the jostling and laughter of the crowd. Taste the sweetness of the dates, the richness of the wine, the spiciness of the roasted meats. Hear the roar of the crowd as Darius himself enters the main pavilion, his arrival heralded by a fanfare of trumpets. He's dressed in robes of the finest purple, adorned with gold embroidery and precious jewels. He surveys his guests with a regal air, a slight smile playing on his lips. This is his moment of triumph. He has brought together the disparate peoples of his empire, united them in a shared celebration of his power and glory. This feast, lasting for days, is more than just a party. It's a carefully orchestrated display of imperial might. It showcases the wealth and diversity of the empire, reinforces Darius's authority, and strengthens the bonds of loyalty between the king and his subjects. The sheer scale of the event, the abundance of food and drink, the lavish entertainment, all contribute to a sense of awe and wonder, a feeling that the Achaemenid Empire is truly invincible. But beneath the surface of this extravagant display, there are deeper currents at play. The challenges of maintaining such a vast empire are immense. Darius knows this. He understands the importance of not just military strength, but also cultural diplomacy. This feast, this party, is a powerful tool in his arsenal. It's a way to foster a sense of shared identity, to build bridges between different cultures, to create a sense of unity within his diverse realm. And it's a reminder to everyone present of the consequences of rebellion. The lavishness of the feast is a testament to the empire's prosperity, but it's also a subtle warning. This is what you stand to lose if you challenge the king's authority. What we see here, at the heart of Darius's grand celebration, reflects broader themes of human behavior throughout history. The desire to celebrate, to feast, to indulge in excess. These are not unique to the ancient Persians. These are universal human impulses, expressions of our need for connection, for release, for a temporary escape from the struggles of daily life. From the Roman Saturnalia to the Dionysian festivals of Greece, from the beer halls of ancient Mesopotamia to the ritualized feasting of pre-Columbian America, societies throughout history have found ways to express these impulses, to create moments of shared joy and abandon. And these celebrations, like Darius's feast, often served a deeper purpose: to reinforce social bonds, to reaffirm cultural values, to celebrate life in the face of hardship. So, as the sun sets over the Persian plains, casting long shadows across the bustling tent city, and the sounds of revelry continue late into the night, let us remember that these ancient parties were more than just drunken debauchery. They were complex social rituals, expressions of human ingenuity, and windows into the hearts and minds of our ancestors. They were, in their own way, a testament to the enduring human spirit, our capacity for joy, for resilience, and for creating moments of shared humanity in a world that often feels anything but. And as we explore the wildest parties of the ancient world, we'll discover surprising facts about what these events reveal about human nature, social structure, and the very essence of what it means to be alive. From lavish Persian feasts fit for kings to the ecstatic Dionysian revels echoing through the Grecian hills, the ancient world knew how to party. We often imagine our ancestors toiling endlessly, their lives defined by hardship and struggle. But beneath the surface of daily grind, a vibrant culture of celebration thrived. Humanity's enduring need to connect, to escape the mundane, to express joy. It's a thread woven through every tapestry of civilization, and the ancient world was no exception. We're diving deep into the wildest parties of antiquity, exploring the surprising truths behind these bacchanalian blowouts. Our research, spanning over 500,000 words and touching upon 13 unique subtopics, has uncovered a world more complex and fascinating than you might imagine. We'll unearth the hidden rituals, the surprising social structures, and the sheer ingenuity that fueled these celebrations. Did you know that parties weren't just about having fun? They played a crucial role in shaping social bonds, reinforcing cultural values, and even helping people cope with the harsh realities of their time. From the myths of ancient Greece to the historical accounts of Roman emperors, we'll uncover the secrets of these legendary gatherings. Join us as we journey back in time, exploring the myths, the madness, and the remarkable human stories behind the wildest parties the ancient world ever saw. Prepare to be amazed by what we've uncovered. Step into my sandals, friend, and imagine yourself in Pompeii, 78 AD. Feel the sun, brutal and unrelenting, bake the terracotta tiles until they radiate heat like a furnace. Smell the air, thick with the pungent tang of garum, that fermented fish sauce Romans loved, or tolerated, depending on the quality. Imagine its salty aroma battling with the yeasty sweetness of bread baking in a nearby oven. Hear the city breathe around you, a symphony of rumbling carts, hawkers' cries echoing like auctioneers in a modern marketplace, children's laughter sharp against the backdrop of constant activity. This, my friend, is Pompeii, a city alive, a city on the edge. My name is Lucius. I am a freedman. Just the word freedman tastes of irony, doesn't it? 5 years ago, my back knew the sting of the whip, not the gentle caress of the sun. 5 years ago, my hands bled from relentless toil in the fields, not from shaping wood into something useful. 5 years ago, I was a slave. Can you imagine a life stripped bare of even the most basic freedoms? A life where your very breath belonged to another, my former master, Marcus Lucretius, a wine merchant with a surprisingly soft heart, a trait rarely seen in men of his standing, granted me my freedom on his deathbed. Imagine the surprise, the shock, the utter life-altering shift in reality. He even left me a small inheritance, enough to purchase this modest apartment, crammed into one of the towering insulae. Think Roman-style apartment blocks, precursors to today's high-rises, though considerably less glamorous. Enough to set up my carpentry workshop, where these rough-hewn planks I carry will soon become a baker's new door. The weight of the wood is familiar, comforting. It grounds me. Working with my hands, crafting something tangible, it gives my life a purpose I never knew existed. The world, once a blurry landscape of fear and obligation, is now in sharp focus. Full of potential, do you see the difference? Can you feel the shift? But the past, like a stubborn shadow, clings to my heels. I see it in the patrician's eyes, that flicker of disdain, the unspoken, "You're not one of us." I hear it in the whispers, the constant reminder of my former status. I feel it in the daily struggle to make ends meet, the gnawing fear of slipping back into the precarious existence I fought so hard to escape. Think about that constant, underlying tension. The feeling of having climbed a mountain only to realize you're standing on a very narrow ledge. Pompeii, a city of stark contrasts. Magnificent villas, adorned with intricate mosaics and frescoes, rise beside cramped, multi-story insula, where families live stacked atop one another like jars in a pantry. The wealthy feast on elaborate meals, dormice stuffed with nuts, roast boar drizzled with honey, exotic fruits imported from across the empire, while the poor scrape by on barley porridge. Justice is swift, often brutal. Imagine a world where a minor theft could land you in chains, or worse. Social hierarchy dictates every facet of life, from the food on your plate to whom you can marry. Think caste system, Roman style. Yet, beneath this rigid structure, life pulsates. Pompeii is a city that knows how to celebrate. Think Mardi Gras, Roman style, but with more togas and fewer beads. Religious festivals honoring a pantheon of gods, Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, and countless others. Gladiatorial games, brutal, yes, but also wildly popular, like a Roman Super Bowl. Theatrical performances, comedies and tragedies played out on open-air stages, and the parties. The parties. Imagine whispers, rumors of lavish feasts thrown by the elite, where wine flows like the Sarno River and dancers twirl until dawn. Think Gatsby, but in tunics. These celebrations, these moments of pure abandon, are the lifeblood of Pompeii. They are a release valve, an escape from the harsh realities of daily life. The Romans, like the Greeks before them, understood the importance of revelry, honoring the gods with offerings of food, wine, and merriment. They knew, perhaps better than we do, that life is fleeting. Joy, like a fine Falernian wine, should be savored while it lasts. I've spent hours in the Forum, soaking up the city's history like a sponge, listening to philosophers debate the nature of existence, hearing storytellers recount myths and legends, tales of Hercules, of Romulus and Remus, of the founding of Rome itself. I've learned about the Bacchanalia, the secretive festivals dedicated to Bacchus, the god of wine and ecstasy. Imagine gatherings shrouded in mystery, fueled by copious amounts of wine, frenzied dancing, and, well, let's just say the Senate wasn't a fan. They outlawed the Bacchanalia, fearing social unrest. But whispers persist. Like embers beneath the ash, the desire for uninhibited revelry still smolders. What constitutes a wild party is relative, wouldn't you agree? Public bathing, for instance, was a social activity, often accompanied by food, wine, and music. Imagine a Roman spa day, complete with catered snacks and a live band. Symposia, or drinking parties, were commonplace. Men gathered to discuss philosophy, politics, and the arts, all while indulging in copious amounts of wine. Think of it as a Roman book club, with a significantly higher blood alcohol content. And of course, the ludi, public games and spectacles, from gladiatorial combats to chariot races to theatrical performances. These events, while not strictly parties, offered a sense of communal excitement and release, not unlike the festivals and sporting events we enjoy today. Pompeii is more than just bricks and mortar. It's a city built on layers of history, where the past constantly intersects with the present. The challenges faced by its people, the struggle for survival, the ever-present threat of Vesuvius looming in the distance, though we didn't know it then, the complexities of social hierarchy, shaped their daily lives in profound ways. And their celebrations, those moments of revelry and abandon, reflect this complex reality. They offer us a glimpse into the heart and soul of a civilization poised on the brink of both greatness and destruction. As I approach the forum, the noise intensifies. The midday market is in full swing. I spot Titus, a fellow freedman, selling olives near the fountain. He waves me over, a grin splitting his face. Lucius. Just the man I was looking for. Heard there's a new tavern opening tonight, down by the docks. Cretan wine, they say. And a troupe of dancers from Alexandria. He winks. The lure of a good party, the promise of escape and camaraderie, is too strong to resist. Count me in, I say. After all, life is short. And in Pompeii, you learn to seize every moment of joy. The whispers of the bacchanalia, the echoes of ancient revelry, seem to hum in the air. A reminder that the pursuit of pleasure, like the city itself, is a constant, ever-evolving force. Come, join me. Let us celebrate while we can. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? The first sliver of sunlight, a pale, watery yellow barely piercing the flimsy linen, flickers across my eyelids. It's another day in Pompeii, 79 AD. You might picture a romantic, fresco-worthy awakening, but let me tell you, the reality is far grittier. Forget the gentle chirping of birds. Imagine instead the raucous crowing of roosters vying for dominance, the clatter of wooden shutters being thrown open, the rhythmic thud of a baker pounding dough in the street below. The air, thick with the cloying sweetness of wood smoke, carries a distinctly pungent undertone. Let's just say Roman sanitation wasn't exactly a marvel of engineering. Imagine, if you will, the faint, acrid aroma of your neighbor's chamber pot being unceremoniously emptied into the street. Not quite the Folgers aroma you're used to, is it? The untold stories, whispers from the past. And what about those surprising facts, those whispers from the past that hint at a world far more open-minded than you might imagine? Let's just say the ancient world had a different understanding of privacy, of social norms, well, let's leave it at that for now. Perhaps we can delve into those details another time. As I reach my workshop, I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the day's work. It's going to be long and arduous, but I know that at the end of it there will be the promise of another evening, another gathering, another chance to connect with my friends and neighbors, to share stories, to laugh, to celebrate, because in Pompeii, even in the shadow of Vesuvius, we learn to live each day as if it were our last. And that, my friends, is a lesson worth remembering. So, join me. Let's raise a glass, or perhaps a clay cup, to the past, to the resilience of the human spirit, and to the enduring power of a good party, because even amidst the ruins, even beneath layers of ash and rock, the echoes of laughter still ring true. They whisper stories of a city that lived, loved, and laughed in the face of oblivion. A city that, even in its destruction, continues to captivate and inspire us today. And who knows? Maybe those whispers hold secrets yet to be uncovered. Tales of a world far more vibrant and complex than we can even begin to imagine. But that, my friends, is a story for another day. The sun, a blazing eye in the Pompeian sky, beats down on my neck, a relentless hammer of heat. Imagine, if you will, the midday rush hour in your own city, the cacophony of car horns, the rumble of engines, the press of bodies on the sidewalk. Now, replace the honking cars with the clatter of wooden carts rumbling over uneven stone streets, the growl of buses with the clip-clop of donkey hooves, the blare of sirens with the cries of street vendors hawking their wares, the air thick with the smells of roasting meats, freshly baked bread, exotic spices, human sweat, animal dung, and, well, let's just say not all the aromas are quite so pleasant. Hangs heavy and hot, a suffocating blanket clinging to your skin. This, my friends, this sensory overload, this vibrant chaos, is midday in Pompeii, a far cry from the romanticized images of languid afternoons and leisurely strolls you might conjure from Hollywood epics. This is the real Pompeii, raw and pulsating with life. But what does this daily grind, this relentless hustle and bustle, have to do with the wildest parties in the ancient world? Everything, I assure you, absolutely everything, because understanding the daily grind, the challenges faced by everyday Pompeians, gives context to their celebrations, their exuberance, their sheer zest for life. Think about it. After a day like this, a day spent battling the heat, the crowds, the constant barrage on your senses, who wouldn't crave a release? Who wouldn't yearn for a chance to let loose, to unwind, to forget the worries of the world, even if just for a few fleeting hours? Let me paint you a picture, a more vivid, more detailed picture than before. Imagine yourself standing beside me. You've just finished your morning's work, helping my father in his thermopolium, a sort of ancient fast food stall. Picture it, a small open-fronted shop, the counter piled high with terracotta pots filled with steaming stews, savory sauces, and bubbling broths. Your arms ache from grinding flour for the endless loaves of bread. Your face is flushed from the heat of the oven, a constant radiating inferno, and your tunic clings to your back, damp with sweat. The noise is relentless, a constant assault on your eardrums, hawkers shouting their wares in competing rhythms, children squealing with delight or crying in frustration, the constant chatter of bargaining, gossip, and the everyday dramas of life unfolding around you. It's a sensory overload, a symphony of sights, sounds, and smells, and you can practically taste the dust, a gritty, earthy flavor that swirls in the air with every passing cart. Now, let's dive deeper, shall we? Let's dissect the challenges, the everyday struggles that shaped the lives of Pompeians. Consider this. No refrigeration. Every morsel of food, every precious scrap, is vulnerable to the relentless heat, and spoilage is a constant, ever-present threat. Imagine the anxiety of watching your hard-earned profits literally rot before your eyes. Water, drawn from public fountains, often lukewarm and sometimes questionable. Think about that for a moment. Would you trust the water gurgling from a public fountain, knowing that it might contain anything from animal waste to... well, let's just leave it at that. And sanitation. Let's just say it wasn't exactly a top priority. Public latrines were, shall we say, an experience. A communal, often overflowing experience. And the streets themselves often served as, well, you get the picture. These weren't the sanitized, pristine streets you see in Hollywood epics. This was real life. Gritty, raw, and sometimes incredibly unpleasant. So, where does the partying come in? Where does the joy, the celebration, fit into this picture of hardship and struggle? Well, consider this. Life in Pompeii, nestled in the shadow of Vesuvius, that brooding, majestic, and ultimately destructive volcano, was lived with a certain urgency. The volcano, a looming presence in the landscape, served as a constant reminder of life's fragility, its ephemeral nature. This awareness, this understanding that life could change in an instant, fueled a desire to live life to the fullest, to seize every opportunity for joy and connection. Think of it this way. Imagine living in a city where a natural disaster could strike at any moment. Wouldn't that change your perspective? Wouldn't it make you reevaluate your priorities? Wouldn't you be more inclined to celebrate, to connect with your community, to savor every moment, to make the most of every single day? Wouldn't you want to dance, to sing, to laugh, to love with a fierce intensity, knowing that it could all be gone in a heartbeat? Now, let's walk through a typical midday, a more detailed, more immersive walk than before. You leave the thermopolium, your stomach rumbling, the heat radiating from the oven still clinging to you like a second skin. You grab a quick bite, perhaps a piece of bread dipped in olive oil, seasoned with herbs and spices, or a handful of dates, their sweetness a welcome burst of energy, from a street vendor. The food, though simple, is surprisingly delicious, bursting with the flavors of the sun and the earth. This, you see, is another aspect of Pompeian life that often gets overlooked. Even in their simplicity, their meals were a celebration of the bounty of the land, a testament to their resourcefulness and ingenuity. Next, you might run errands for your mother, perhaps fetching water from the fountain, a social hub, a place for gossip and news, or picking up some fresh herbs from the market, a riot of colors, smells, and sounds. These seemingly mundane tasks, these everyday chores, are fraught with their own challenges. The lines at the fountain can be long, the jostling crowds impatient, the water, as I mentioned, not always the purest. The marketplace, while vibrant and exciting, is also a hotbed of pickpockets and con artists. You have to keep your wits about you, constantly aware of your surroundings, your hand protectively clutching your purse. These daily challenges, these small struggles, these seemingly insignificant moments, shaped the social fabric of Pompeii. They fostered a sense of community, a reliance on one another, a deep understanding of shared experience. Neighbors helped neighbors, families supported one another, creating a web of interconnectedness that bound them together. And this interconnectedness, this sense of belonging, found its ultimate expression in their celebrations, their rituals, their shared joys and sorrows. Think about our modern world. We have refrigerators, running water, sanitation systems. We can order food with the click of a button, communicate across vast distances in an instant. Life, in many ways, is easier, more convenient, more comfortable. But have we lost something in the process? Have we lost that sense of community, that connection to our neighbors, that appreciation for the simple things, that understanding of a shared struggle, that fierce joy born of adversity? Have we become too isolated, too individualistic, too disconnected from the rhythms of life? The research on Pompeii reveals surprising facts about their social structure, complexities that often get overlooked in popular depictions. It was a hierarchical society, certainly, but there was also a surprising degree of social mobility. Freed slaves, for example, could amass wealth and influence, challenging the rigid social order. Women, while not holding the same legal rights as men, often played significant roles in business and community life, wielding considerable power and influence behind the scenes. These nuances, these complexities, add depth and richness to our understanding of Pompeian society. And what about those parties? Those legendary celebrations that pulsed with life and laughter? Well, imagine a world without electricity, without amplified music, without flashing lights. Their celebrations were different, certainly, more intimate, more connected to the natural world, but no less vibrant, no less joyous. Music came from flutes and lyres, filling the air with melodies that spoke of love, loss, and the human condition. Entertainment came from acrobats, storytellers, and poets, weaving tales that captivated and enthralled. Wine flowed freely, loosening tongues and fueling conversation, and conversation fueled by the shared experience of daily life, by the bonds of community, filled the air, creating a tapestry of voices, a symphony of human connection. These gatherings weren't just about having fun, they were about strengthening social bonds, reinforcing community ties, celebrating the simple act of being alive. So, as the midday sun beats down, as you navigate the crowded streets, as you face the challenges of daily life in Pompeii, you know that there is something to look forward to. There is the promise of connection, of celebration, of shared experience. And that, my friends, is what truly makes life worth living, then as now. It's the resilience of the human spirit, the ability to find joy even in the face of adversity, the enduring power of human connection. And that, I believe, is a lesson we can all learn from the ancient city of Pompeii, a city frozen in time, a city that speaks to us across the centuries, reminding us of what it truly means to be human. Now imagine the evening approaching, the heat beginning to subside, the sounds of the city shifting, softening, the shadows lengthening, deepening, the air filling with the promise of... But that, my friends, as I said before, is a story for another time. As promised, we return to Pompeii, to that evening I hinted at, the air thick with anticipation. But anticipation of what, exactly? Let's dive deeper, shall we? Imagine the sun, a molten orb sinking below the horizon, not just painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, but igniting it with fiery streaks of crimson and gold, like a celestial masterpiece unfolding before your very eyes. The shadows, Not merely stretching, but creeping, lengthening, transforming familiar streets into mysterious corridors of twilight. Feel the day's heat, not just a heavy blanket, but a stifling weight, finally lifting, replaced by a welcome coolness that washes over you like a gentle wave. You can almost feel it, can't you? That delicious relief on your skin, the beads of sweat evaporating, leaving a faint salty tang. It's the kind of evening that doesn't just invite you out, it compels you. It lures you into the embrace of the vibrant Pompeian night. And in Pompeii, much like today, that's exactly what people did. Think about it. After a long day of work, whether you're a baker, a blacksmith, a banker, or a blogger, don't you crave that release, that shift from labor to leisure? The sounds of the city transform. But how? Let's paint a more vivid picture. The daytime clamor of commerce, the shouts of vendors hawking their wares. Fresh figs, juicy melons, get your hot bread here. The rumble of carts laden with amphorae of wine or bolts of silk, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, fades, not into silence, but into a softer, more intimate symphony. The gentle murmur of conversations not just spilling, but pouring out from open doorways, snippets of gossip, whispers of romance, debates about politics, just like today, eh? The strumming of a lyre, not just drifting, but resonating from a nearby tavern, weaving its melodies into the tapestry of the evening. The laughter of children playing in the fading light, chasing each other through the narrow streets, their joyful shrieks echoing off the stone walls. A timeless sound, wouldn't you agree? It's a transition you can almost feel in your bones. That shift from the day's labors to the evening's leisure. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of happy hour. But imagine, instead of 2-for-1 margaritas, you might find yourself indulging in a refreshing cup of mulsum, a honeyed wine, or perhaps a cool glass of posca, a vinegar-based drink favored by soldiers and the working class. The promise of connection, of community, of celebration. That is the intoxicating brew. Now, let's talk about those celebrations, and I mean really talk about them. When we think of wild parties in the ancient world, images of Roman bacchanalia might spring to mind. Decadent feasts overflowing with roasted meats, exotic fruits, and rivers of wine, uninhibited revelry fueled by music, dancing, and perhaps a touch of, well, let's just say artistic expression. A general air of, well, you get the picture. But everyday life in Pompeii, while certainly vibrant, often took a different path. Think neighborhood gatherings, family dinners, religious festivals, a tapestry of social interactions woven into the fabric of daily existence. These weren't necessarily about escaping reality, but rather about enhancing it, deepening it, enriching it. They were about reinforcing social bonds, celebrating milestones, births, marriages, coming-of-age rituals, marking the passage of time with shared meals, rituals, and festivities. Does that sound familiar? It should. It's not so different from how we celebrate today, is it? Think birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, holiday gatherings, they all serve a similar purpose. To bring us together, to strengthen our bonds, to remind us of what truly matters. Imagine yourself strolling through the streets as the evening deepens. But what streets? Let's be specific. Imagine yourself wandering down the Via dell'Abbondanza, the street of abundance, the main thoroughfare of Pompeii, bustling with activity even as the sun dips below the horizon. The aroma of cooking fires, roasting meats, baking bread, simmering stews, mingles with the sweet scent of jasmine and roses blooming in courtyard gardens, creating a heady, intoxicating perfume. You hear music, not just any music, but the rhythmic beat of drums, the melodic strains of flutes, the lively strumming of lyres, each sound contributing to the vibrant soundtrack of the evening. You hear laughter, not just polite chuckles, but boisterous guffaws, joyful shrieks, the infectious giggles of children. You hear the clinking of cups, the gentle gurgle of wine being poured, the satisfied sighs of those enjoying its pleasures. You might be invited into a neighbor's home for a simple meal, perhaps some freshly baked panis quadratus, the square-shaped bread so common in Pompeii, accompanied by olives, figs, and a jug of wine. Or perhaps you find yourself at a thermopolium, a kind of ancient fast food stall, grabbing a quick bite of moritum, a pungent garlic and herb cheese spread, or some piping hot lentils. These weren't elaborate affairs, but they were essential to the social fabric of Pompeii. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of a potluck or a barbecue, casual, informal, but deeply meaningful. It's about sharing, about connection, about building community, one bite, one sip, one conversation at a time. But let's not forget the more spirited gatherings. Festivals dedicated to various gods and goddesses were a regular occurrence, and these often involved processions, music, dancing, and yes, plenty of wine. But which gods? Which festivals? Let's get specific! The Festival of Flora, celebrating the goddess of flowers and spring, wasn't just vibrant. It was an explosion of color and fragrance, with flower-bedecked streets, elaborate floral displays, and processions of revelers adorned with garlands of blossoms. Imagine the air thick with the scent of roses, lilies, and hyacinths, the streets transformed into a riot of color. The Ludi Compitalici, a festival honoring Lares Compitales, the guardian spirits of crossroads, wasn't just about street parties. It involved elaborate rituals, offerings of food and wine, and theatrical performances staged at the crossroads themselves. Imagine the flickering light of torches illuminating the faces of the actors, the chanting of the crowd, the sense of community and shared belief. These were opportunities for the entire community to come together, to celebrate their shared identity, to let loose and have some fun. Think Mardi Gras, with its vibrant parades and masked revelers. Think Carnival, with its elaborate costumes and joyous celebrations. Think any festival that brings a community together in a shared experience of joy and celebration. But think also of the deeper meaning behind these festivals, the connection to the divine, the reaffirmation of shared beliefs and values. Now, imagine you're at one of these festivals. The streets are thronged with people, not just any people, but a vibrant mix of Pompeian society. Wealthy merchants, skilled artisans, freed slaves, laborers, children, the elderly, all united in celebration. The air is thick with the scent of incense and roasting meat, but also with the perfume of flowers, the tang of sweat, the earthy aroma of the streets themselves. Music pulses through the crowd, not just any music, but the rhythmic beat of drums, the haunting melodies of flutes, the energetic strumming of lyres, creating a sonic landscape that envelops you, moves you, transports you. You're surrounded by friends, family, neighbors, sharing food, wine, stories, laughter. You're caught up in the energy of the moment, the collective effervescence of the crowd. It's a powerful feeling, a sense of belonging, of connection, of being part of something bigger than yourself. And that, my friends, is the magic of a truly great party, isn't it? Whether it's in ancient Pompeii or modern-day Manhattan, the essence remains the same. The human need for connection, for celebration, for shared experience. But even the simplest gatherings held a deeper meaning. Pompeii, like many ancient cities, lived under the shadow of Vesuvius. Life was precarious. Death was a constant presence. But what did that mean for the people of Pompeii? How did it shape their lives, their interactions, their celebrations? This awareness, this understanding of life's fragility, imbued even the most mundane gatherings with a sense of urgency, a need to savor the moment, to connect with loved ones while you could. Think about it. Knowing that everything could change in an instant, wouldn't you cherish those moments of connection even more? Wouldn't you make the most of every opportunity to celebrate, to laugh, to love? Wouldn't every gathering, every shared meal, every conversation take on a deeper significance? This understanding, this acceptance of life's ephemeral nature, shaped the social structure and influenced every aspect of daily life in Pompeii. It fostered a sense of community, a spirit of resilience, a deep appreciation for the simple joys of life. These weren't just parties. They were affirmations of life, celebrations of human connection in the face of uncertainty. They were a way of saying, yes, life is fleeting, but we will live it to the fullest, together. One surprising fact that research has revealed is the level of social mobility in Pompeii. Freed slaves, for example, could become quite wealthy and influential, hosting their own elaborate gatherings. This challenges the common assumption of a rigid social hierarchy. But how did this play out in practice? Imagine a freed slave, having amassed a fortune through trade or craftsmanship, hosting a lavish banquet, inviting not only his peers, but also members of the elite, demonstrating his newfound status and influence. These parties then weren't just about celebrating a god or a festival. They were also opportunities for social advancement, for networking, for displaying one's status and success. Does that sound familiar? It should. Even today, parties can be a blend of social, professional, and personal interactions, a complex dance of human connection, a stage on which we perform our various roles, negotiate our identities, and seek to forge meaningful connections. So, as you imagine yourself immersed in the vibrant nightlife of Pompeii, remember that you're not just witnessing a historical spectacle. You're experiencing a fundamental aspect of the human condition, a need that transcends time and culture, the need to connect, to celebrate, to share our lives with others. And that, my friends, is a lesson we can all learn from the ancient city of Pompeii, a city frozen in time, a city that speaks to us across the centuries, reminding us of what it truly means to be human. And finally, let's consider the wildest aspect of these parties. It wasn't necessarily the amount of wine consumed, or the risque nature of the entertainment, though there certainly was some of that, as evidenced by the erotic frescoes and graffiti found throughout the city. The wildest aspect, perhaps, was the sheer joy, the uninhibited expression of life, the celebration of human connection in a world where life could change in an instant. Imagine the energy in the streets, the laughter echoing off the buildings, The music pulsing through the crowd, the sheer exuberance of people living each moment as if it were their last. That, I believe, is the true legacy of Pompeii's parties, a reminder to embrace the present moment, to cherish our connections, to celebrate the simple act of being alive. And in a world that often feels increasingly disconnected and fragmented, that's a lesson worth remembering. So, the next time you raise a glass with friends, remember the people of Pompeii and the vibrant, resilient spirit that lived and breathed in their streets, their homes, their celebrations. They remind us that even in the face of adversity, even in the shadow of a volcano, the human spirit can find a way to celebrate, to connect, to truly live. And isn't that, after all, what truly matters? Wow. Just wow. Spending this time delving into the parties of the ancient world, I have to admit, it's shifted something within me. I started this journey expecting bacchanalian revelry, overflowing goblets, and perhaps a touch of debauchery. And don't get me wrong, there was certainly some of that. But what I discovered went far beyond the surface level. It's unearthed a deeper understanding, not just of how our ancestors celebrated, but of what it truly means to be human. You see, when we talk about wild parties, what are we really talking about? Is it the sheer volume of wine consumed, the extravagance of the feasts, the, shall we say, uninhibited nature of the entertainment? Sure, those elements were often present, but the real wildness, the true essence of these gatherings, I believe, lay in something far more profound. It was the raw, unbridled expression of life itself, a celebration of community, a shared experience of joy in a world where life was often precarious, unpredictable, and far shorter than we experience today. Think about Pompeii, frozen in time by the eruption of Vesuvius. We can still see the remnants of their feasts, the graffiti on their walls, the echoes of their laughter preserved in the very stones. They lived under the constant shadow of a volcano, knowing that at any moment everything could change. And perhaps that knowledge made their celebrations all the more poignant, all the more vibrant. They embraced the present moment with a ferocity we can barely comprehend in our modern world of carefully curated experiences and meticulously planned futures. This research has shown me how much we often misunderstand about daily life in the ancient world. We tend to view it through a sanitized lens, focusing on the grand achievements of emperors and philosophers while overlooking the lived experiences of everyday people. But it's in those everyday experiences, the shared meals, the community festivals, the simple act of raising a glass with friends, that we truly connect with the past. These weren't just parties. They were expressions of resilience, of community, of the enduring human need for connection in the face of adversity. One of the most surprising things I uncovered was the sheer diversity of these celebrations. From the elaborate symposia of the Greeks with their philosophical discussions and artistic performances, to the boisterous festivals of Rome dedicated to gods and goddesses, each culture had its own unique way of celebrating. And yet, despite these differences, there were also striking similarities. The desire for connection, the need to escape the mundane, the urge to celebrate the simple joys of life. These are universal human experiences that transcend time and culture. And that, I think, is the biggest takeaway for me. We often think of ourselves as being so different from our ancient ancestors, so much more advanced, so much more enlightened. But when you peel back the layers of technology and the societal norms, we're still driven by the same fundamental desires. We still crave connection. We still seek joy. We still yearn for meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain. This journey has forced me to confront my own assumptions about what it means to live a full life. In our modern world, we're often so busy chasing after the next big thing, the next promotion, the next social media update, that we forget to appreciate the simple moments that truly make life worth living. The laughter of a friend, the warmth of the sun on our skin, the shared experience of a meal with loved ones. These are the things that truly matter. These are the things that connect us, not just to each other, but to the long chain of humanity that stretches back through the millennia. So, what can we learn from the wildest parties of the ancient world? Perhaps it's not about replicating their specific rituals or customs, but about embracing the spirit behind them. It's about recognizing the importance of community, of connection, of celebrating life in all its messy, unpredictable glory. It's about finding joy in the present moment, even in the face of adversity. And it's about remembering that even though thousands of years may separate us, we're all part of the same human story, a story that continues to unfold, one celebration at a time. Now, let's shift our focus and explore another fascinating aspect of ancient life. Imagine you are Amara, a young woman living in the bustling city of Babylon in the 6th century BCE. The sun beats down on your face, the heat radiating from the sun-baked bricks of the ziggurat towering above the city. You can smell the dust, mingled with the exotic scents of spices from distant lands, wafting from the nearby marketplace. The sounds of the city assault your ears. The hawkers crying out their wares, the rumble of carts pulled by oxen, the chatter of 1,000 voices speaking in 12 different tongues. This is your home. This is Babylon, the jewel of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, a city of wonders and excess, and tonight you are about to experience one of the fabled parties that whispers of echo through the ages. You are not royalty, nor are you among the city's elite. Your father is a scribe, a respected profession, but one that offers a modest living. Your family's house, nestled in a narrow, winding street not far from the Euphrates River, is small but comfortable. It's a world away from the opulent palaces and sprawling estates of the wealthy, but you wouldn't trade it. You cherish the close-knit community, the familiar faces, the shared stories and struggles. Life is not always easy, but it is rich with human connection. Your days are filled with the rhythms of daily life. You help your mother with household chores, grinding grain, weaving cloth, fetching water from the communal well. You learn from her the ancient traditions, the recipes passed down through generations, the stories of the gods and goddesses who shape your world. In the afternoons, you often visit the marketplace, a vibrant hub of activity where you can find everything from fresh produce and livestock to exquisite jewelry and perfumes from faraway lands. You love the energy of the marketplace, the bartering, the gossip, the sheer spectacle of it all. Tonight, however, is different. Tonight you have been invited to a party hosted by Belshazzar, the crown prince. An invitation to the palace is a rare honor, an opportunity to glimpse the lives of the privileged few. You've heard tales of these lavish gatherings, of the exotic foods, the flowing wine, the music and dancing that continue until dawn. You've also heard darker whispers, rumors of decadence and excess, of rituals that push the boundaries of what is considered acceptable. You stand before the massive gates of the palace, your heart pounding in your chest. Torches flicker, casting dancing shadows on the imposing walls. Guards clad in gleaming armor stand watch, their faces impassive. You take a deep breath and step forward, joining the stream of guests entering the palace grounds. The air inside is thick with the scent of incense and perfume. Music, played on lyres and drums, drifts from within. You can feel the energy, the anticipation, the excitement that hangs in the air. This is a world far removed from your everyday reality. The palace is a labyrinth of courtyards, gardens, and grand halls. Servants dressed in elaborate livery scurry about, attending to the needs of the guests. You see men and women dressed in their finest clothes, adorned with jewels and elaborate hairstyles. The sheer opulence is breathtaking. You realize as you take in the scene that these gatherings aren't just about pleasure. They are a display of power, a way for the ruling class to reinforce their status and influence. They represent the very pinnacle of Babylonian society, a society shaped by its unique challenges and opportunities. As you navigate the crowded halls, you notice the intricate artwork adorning the walls, depicting scenes of battles, religious ceremonies, and everyday life. These images offer glimpses into the history and culture of Babylon, a civilization that has flourished for centuries. You recall the stories your father has told you about the great kings of the past, of Hammurabi and his famous code of laws, of Nebuchadnezzar II and his legendary hanging gardens. These parties, in their extravagant way, are a continuation of that legacy, a testament to the enduring power of Babylonian culture. The challenges of maintaining such a vast and powerful empire are not lost on you. You've heard whispers of unrest in the outlying provinces, of the growing threat from the Persians to the east. You know that the stability and prosperity of Babylon are not guaranteed. These lavish parties, while seemingly frivolous, also serve a purpose. They are a way to solidify alliances, to appease powerful factions, to maintain the delicate balance of power that holds the empire together. As you make your way through the palace, you observe the social dynamics at play. You see the subtle nods and gestures of acknowledgement between members of the elite, the veiled glances of rivalry and ambition. You realize that even within this privileged world there are hierarchies and power struggles. The party is not just a celebration, it's a stage upon which the drama of Babylonian society plays out. It's a microcosm of the larger world, reflecting the complexities of human interaction and the constant pursuit of power and influence. This very party could be a crucial turning point in the lives of some attendees, solidifying fortunes or leading to ruin. The surprising fact is, amidst all the opulence and extravagance, there is a fragility to it all. You sense it in the nervous laughter, the forced smiles, the undercurrent of anxiety that runs beneath the surface of the revelry. Perhaps it's the knowledge that the good times cannot last forever, that the empire, like all empires before it, is ultimately vulnerable. Or perhaps it's the weight of history, the awareness that even the most powerful civilizations eventually fall. This awareness, this understanding of the transient nature of power and prosperity, adds a layer of poignancy to the festivities. You are about to witness firsthand the wild abandon, the intoxicating allure, and the inherent contradictions of a Babylonian feast. You are about to become a part of history, a small but significant participant in one of the wildest parties the ancient world has ever seen. The sights, sounds, and smells of this night will stay with you forever. A vivid reminder of a time and place that existed long before your own. A testament to the enduring human capacity for both celebration and destruction. The night is young, and the party is just beginning. Let the festivities commence. The air, thick with the scent of roasting meat. Imagine whole oxen turning slowly on spits, the fat sizzling and spitting, the aroma mingling with the sweet perfume of dates stuffed with pistachios and the sharp tang of vinegar-soaked cucumbers, hangs heavy around you. It's not just the smell of 1,000 barbecues, it's the smell of 1,000 different barbecues. Lamb seasoned with cumin and coriander, boar marinated in pomegranate juice, gazelle roasted with wild herbs. The sheer variety is staggering, and interwoven through this culinary tapestry are the exotic spices. Frankincense and myrrh, yes, but also cinnamon, cardamom, saffron, and 100 other fragrant ingredients you can't even begin to identify. This heady combination both excites and overwhelms, a sensory assault that leaves you slightly dizzy. Think of walking into the world's largest spice market on the hottest day of the year. That's the kind of olfactory explosion you're experiencing. You, a junior scribe, imagine years spent hunched over clay tablets, meticulously copying legal documents and royal decrees, your fingers stained with ink, your back aching from the constant stooping. Invited to this feast by your uncle, a high-ranking official in Nebuchadnezzar's court. Think White House Chief of Staff, but with more gold jewelry and a significantly shorter life expectancy. Adjust your linen tunic, feeling a prickle of sweat beneath the rough fabric. It's not just a prickle, it's a full-blown deluge. The Babylonian summer night is oppressive, a stifling blanket of heat that smothers you even with the cooling breezes whispering through the hanging gardens. Breezes laden with the perfume of exotic flowers, the scent of the Euphrates, and the faint underlying tang of sewage. This, you realize with a sudden jolt, is a world away from the dusty scrolls and cramped quarters of your usual existence. Think swapping your cubicle for a penthouse suite, your instant ramen for a 7-course meal, your Netflix binge for a live performance by the Babylonian Philharmonic. You've heard tales of these royal feasts, of course. Whispers among the other scribes. Hushed conversations in dimly lit corners, punctuated by nervous glances and knowing smirks. Exaggerated accounts of overflowing wine goblets the size of your head and mountains of food that could feed a small army. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared you for this. Think of the most extravagant party you've ever attended, your prom, your wedding, that time you accidentally crashed a billionaire's yacht party. Multiply it by 100, add a dash of ancient mysticism, think chanting priests, cryptic prophecies, and the occasional animal sacrifice. A pinch of royal decadence. Think gold-plated everything, servants fanning you with ostrich feathers, and wine cooled with ice imported from the mountains of Lebanon. And you might begin to grasp the scale of this Babylonian bash. It's not just a party. It's a statement. A declaration of power, wealth, and utter disregard for moderation. Your uncle, spotting you hovering near the entrance, looking like a lost puppy in a den of lions, beckons you forward with a smile that could melt glaciers. He introduces you to a group of men, all adorned in richly embroidered robes. Silks from the East, linens from Egypt, wool dyed with vibrant hues of purple and crimson, their beards oiled and meticulously curled. Think hipster beard competition, but with more historical accuracy and less irony. They're discussing the latest military campaign, the siege of Jerusalem, the conquest of Elam, the ongoing skirmishes with the pesky Medes, their voices booming with confidence, fueled by the potent date wine already flowing freely. This, you quickly realize, is a crucial aspect of these gatherings, not just pleasure, but power. Deals are struck, land deals, trade deals, deals involving the exchange of concubines and war elephants, alliances forged, marriages arranged, treaties signed, blood oaths sworn, and careers made and broken amidst the revelry. Think of a modern-day corporate retreat, but with considerably more wine, considerably higher stakes, and the distinct possibility of ending up exiled to the salt mines if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person. A servant girl, her dark eyes downcast, a subtle reminder of the rigid social hierarchy of Babylonian society, offers you a golden goblet brimming with date wine. It's not just sweet and thick, it's like drinking liquid honey. It's a taste that's both unfamiliar and intoxicating, a sugary explosion that coats your tongue and sends a pleasant warmth spreading through your chest. You take a tentative sip, then another, then another. This stuff is good. Dangerously good. Around you, the party is in full swing. Musicians, harpists, lyre players, drummers, and a man playing a strange wind instrument that looks suspiciously like a goat's bladder. Play on, their rhythmic melodies weaving through the air, a hypnotic blend of ancient scales and complex rhythms. Acrobats, lithe young men and women in brightly colored costumes, tumble and twirl, their bodies defying gravity with seemingly effortless grace. Dancers, adorned in shimmering silks, fabrics so thin you can almost see through them, move with a sensual grace that both captivates and unnerves you. Think Cirque du Soleil meets a Las Vegas burlesque show, with a dash of ancient Mesopotamian ritual thrown in for good measure. You see a group of men engaged in a heated game of dice, their faces contorted in concentration, a mixture of greed, excitement, and abject terror. Gambling, you've learned from your historical studies, is a favorite pastime at these events. Another reflection of the Babylonian love of risk and reward. It's not just about the money. It's about the thrill of the game, the adrenaline rush of pushing your luck to the limit. It's a constant reminder of the precarious nature of life in this empire, where fortunes can be made and lost in a single roll of the dice. This resonates with the research you've done on the challenges of life in ancient Babylon. Famine, plague, war, political intrigue, the constant threat of being devoured by a rogue lion. Life was a gamble, even for the elite. Think Wall Street, but with more sand and fewer regulations. The social interactions at this feast are a dizzying ballet of power plays, subtle negotiations, and blatant displays of status. Observe the intricate rituals of greeting, the elaborate bows, the exchange of compliments, the subtle sniffing of each other's beards. A surprisingly common practice, apparently. Watch how the lower-ranking officials fawn over their superiors, how the wealthy merchants try to ingratiate themselves with the royal courtiers, how the scribes, your fellow ink-stained brethren, try desperately to blend into the background and avoid drawing attention to themselves. These are not just social niceties, they are survival strategies. In this world of cutthroat competition and shifting alliances, every interaction is a potential opportunity to advance your position or seal your doom. Think networking event on steroids, with the added pressure of knowing that a single social faux pas could land you in a dungeon. As the night progresses, the atmosphere grows more frenetic. The music intensifies, the dancing becomes more abandoned. Think mosh pit, but with togas and less headbanging, and the conversations louder and more boisterous. You witness a man, clearly intoxicated. Think, I'm not drunk, I'm just enthusiastically celebrating the bountiful harvest levels of intoxication, attempting to climb one of the towering pillars that support the roof garden, shouting something about being the reincarnation of Gilgamesh. Another is engaged in a passionate argument about the merits of a particular chariot design, waving his hands wildly and spitting flecks of date wine at anyone who dares to disagree with him. The scene, while chaotic, is also strangely mesmerizing. It's a glimpse into a world where inhibitions are shed and social norms are temporarily suspended. It's a reminder that despite the differences in time and culture, some human impulses remain constant. The desire to celebrate, to connect, to escape, to make a complete fool of yourself in front of a large crowd. These are universal themes that transcend the centuries. You catch your uncle's eye across the room. He gestures for you to join him, his face a mask of barely concealed amusement. He introduces you to a distinguished-looking man with a long, flowing beard and a piercing gaze. Think Gandalf, but with more eyeliner and a less impressive hat. This, you learn, is a visiting ambassador from Egypt. He speaks of the wonders of the Nile, the annual floods, the fertile fields, the crocodiles that occasionally snack on unsuspecting farmers, of the pharaoh's latest building projects, pyramids, temples, obelisks, and a giant sphinx with the head of a baboon, apparently a tribute to the god Thoth, and of the exotic animals that roam the African savanna, lions, elephants, giraffes, and a creature he calls a hippopotamus, which sounds suspiciously like a mythical beast. It's a fascinating conversation, a window into a world beyond your own limited experience. These social interactions, you realize, are as much a part of the feast as the food and wine. They are an opportunity to learn, to network, to expand your horizons, and to potentially secure a lucrative trade deal involving papyrus and cedar wood. Later, as the night begins to wane, and the supply of date wine begins to dwindle, you find yourself on a balcony overlooking the city. The lights of Babylon twinkle below, a vast expanse of human activity, stretching as far as the eye can see. You think about the research you've been doing, the stories you've read about the rise and fall of empires, the Akkadians, the Sumerians, the Assyrians, all gone, swallowed by the sands of time. You think about the challenges faced by the people who lived in this ancient city, the floods, the droughts, the constant threat of invasion, the struggles they endured, and the triumphs they celebrated. And you realize that this feast, this extravagant display of wealth and power, is just a fleeting moment in the grand sweep of history, a momentary flicker of light in the vast darkness of time. The air is still thick with the lingering scent of spices and roasting meat, a smell that will likely cling to your clothes for weeks, a reminder of the sensory overload you've experienced. The music has faded, replaced by the murmur of conversations, The occasional burst of drunken laughter and the sound of someone being violently sick in the bushes, you feel a sense of exhaustion, a deep, bone-weary exhaustion, but also a strange exhilaration. You've witnessed firsthand the wild abandon of a Babylonian feast, a glimpse into a world both familiar and utterly alien. You've seen the social interactions that shaped this ancient civilization, the power dynamics at play, and the human desire for connection, celebration, and excessive consumption of date wine. It's an experience you won't soon forget, a vivid reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit, and a testament to the truly epic parties of the ancient world. You look up at the star-studded sky, the same sky that gazed down upon Nebuchadnezzar and his court centuries ago. You feel a sense of connection to the past, a sense of awe and wonder at the vastness of time and history. And as you make your way back through the now empty halls of the palace, stepping over discarded goblets, half-eaten carcasses, and at least one passed-out reveler, you carry with you not just the memory of a wild party, but a deeper understanding of the complexities of human experience, an appreciation for the resilience of the human spirit, a newfound respect for the ancient world, and a slight hangover. This, you realize, is far more valuable than any golden goblet of date wine. This is the true treasure of Babylon. Well, that and the giant golden statue of Marduk, that's pretty valuable too. The shimmering mirage of Babylon's hanging gardens, a testament to human ingenuity and a luxurious backdrop for some of history's wildest parties. Yes, wild is an understatement. Imagine bacchanals fueled by date wine, the air thick with the scent of roasting meats and exotic perfumes. But let's peel back the gilded veneer for a moment, shall we? Because beneath the glamour, beneath the echoes of laughter and lyre music, lies a reality far less intoxicating. Forget the flowing wine and the jeweled goblets. Let's talk about the sweat, the strain, the sheer back-breaking manpower that fueled those legendary celebrations. You, a humble worker in Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, wouldn't be sipping wine from a golden goblet. Oh no. You'd be hauling it up those terraces bucket by bucket, your muscles screaming in protest. Can you feel the weight of that bucket, sloshing precariously as you climb the seemingly endless stairs? Can you taste the salty sting of sweat dripping into your eyes? Imagine this. The sun, a brutal furnace in the Mesopotamian sky, beats down on your neck, and it beats relentlessly. Think sunburn magnified tenfold. The air is thick with the scent of date palms, river water, and, well, let's just say sanitation wasn't exactly a priority. Imagine the aroma of human sweat mingling with the pungent odors of animal dung and rotting refuse. Delightful, right? You grip the rough rope, coarse against your calloused hands. Think sandpaper against raw flesh. Another load of water ascends to the gardens, hauled up by your aching muscles. Each step is a small victory against gravity, against exhaustion, against the gnawing despair. You can hear the rhythmic chanting of your fellow workers, a shared burden, a communal struggle, a soundtrack to suffering. It's a far cry from the melodic harmonies of the musicians at the royal feasts, but it's a music of its own kind, a testament to human resilience. Think chain gang chants meets ancient Mesopotamian work songs, a blend of weariness, defiance, and perhaps, just perhaps, a flicker of hope. every element of those opulent parties, every detail that made them so legendary, came at a cost. A cost measured in human effort, in sweat, in tears, even in blood. Let's break it down, shall we? The food. Those exotic fruits piled high on golden platters. Someone cultivated them under that blazing sun. Someone harvested them, battling insects and wildlife. Someone transported them, often over vast distances, on foot, by donkey, by boat. Think about the logistics, the supply chains, the sheer organizational marvel of getting mangoes from the far reaches of the empire to a banquet table in Babylon, and the roasted meats, fragrant with spices. Someone tended the flocks in the scorching heat, warding off predators. Someone slaughtered the animals, a messy, visceral task. Someone prepared the feasts, gutting, skinning, butchering, roasting, all without the convenience of modern refrigeration or stainless steel cutlery. Imagine the flies buzzing, the stench of blood and offal hanging heavy in the air. Bon appétit. The decor. The intricate tapestries adorning the walls, depicting scenes of mythical heroes and divine beings. Someone spun the thread, their fingers raw and bleeding. Someone dyed the wool, using natural dyes derived from plants and insects. Someone wove those intricate patterns with painstaking precision, hour after hour, day after day, their eyesight strained, their backs aching. Can you picture the cramped workshops, the flickering oil lamps, the endless repetition of the weaver's movements? It's a world away from the air-conditioned comfort of a modern textile factory. Your day. Let's talk about your typical workday, shall we? It begins long before the first rays of sunlight touch the ziggurat. You rise with the other laborers, a community bound by shared toil. There's a camaraderie here, forged in the crucible of hard work. You share jokes, complaints, stories of your families, dreams of a better life, dreams that likely remain just that, dreams. It's this shared experience, this human connection, that helps you endure the relentless demands of your work. It's a surprisingly familiar feeling, not so different from the bonds formed between colleagues in a modern office, complaining about deadlines and demanding bosses. Except instead of spreadsheets and presentations, you're dealing with irrigation systems, stone carvings, and the occasional lion attack. The work. The work is varied, depending on your specific role. Imagine yourself in each of these scenarios. The farmer. You're coaxing crops from the fertile soil of the Euphrates River Valley, battling floods, droughts, and locusts. Imagine the back-breaking labor of plowing fields with primitive tools, the constant threat of crop failure, the gnawing fear of starvation. The builder. You're hauling bricks for the construction of monumental temples and palaces, your hands raw and blistered. Imagine the weight of those sun-baked bricks, the scorching heat, the constant danger of falling from scaffolding. The craftsman. You're carving intricate designs into stone, weaving delicate fabrics or crafting exquisite jewelry for the elite. Imagine the years of apprenticeship, the demanding precision, the constant pressure to create objects of breathtaking beauty. The servant. You're one of the countless servants who keep the palace running smoothly, cleaning, cooking, serving, and ensuring that the royal court wants for nothing. Imagine the long hours, the menial tasks, The constant fear of displeasing your masters. Preparing the feast. Imagine yourself tasked with preparing the grand banqueting hall for a royal feast. You scrub the marble floors until they gleam, using abrasive sand and elbow grease. You polish the silver and gold until they shine, your fingers blackened with tarnish. You arrange the furniture with meticulous precision, under the watchful eye of a demanding overseer. You hang garlands of flowers, fragrant and colorful, battling bees and thorns. You light hundreds of oil lamps, casting a warm, inviting glow while choking on the fumes. Every detail, no matter how small, must be perfect. The pressure is immense, the expectations sky high. One mistake, one oversight, and you could face the wrath of the overseer, a prospect far less appealing than a modern performance review. Think public flogging versus a written warning. The aftermath. As the sun sets and the first guests begin to arrive, you retreat to the shadows, watching from the sidelines as the festivities unfold. You see the nobles, adorned in their finest garments, sipping wine from golden goblets, enjoying the fruits of your labor. You hear the music, the laughter, the boisterous conversations. There's a strange mix of emotions swirling within you. Pride in your contribution, resentment at your exclusion, awe at the spectacle. It's a complex feeling, perhaps not so different from the bittersweet satisfaction a caterer might feel watching guests enjoy a lavish wedding they meticulously prepared but couldn't participate in. The logistics. Think about the logistics of supplying a party for hundreds, perhaps even thousands of guests. It was a monumental undertaking, requiring meticulous planning and coordination. Food had to be procured, prepared, and served, hot no less, in a world without refrigeration. Wine had to be sourced, transported, and chilled somehow. Entertainment had to be arranged, musicians hired, dancers trained, and then there was the cleanup, a Herculean task in itself. Imagine the mountains of discarded food, the broken pottery, the spilled wine. It was a logistical nightmare, a testament to the organizational skills of the ancient Babylonians. Project managers of the ancient world take a bow. The social dynamics. These parties weren't just about having fun. They were also important social events, opportunities for networking, deal-making, and political maneuvering. Your position in the social hierarchy determined your role in the festivities. If you were lucky enough to be invited, and you, dear laborer, most certainly weren't, your place at the table, the quality of your food and drink, even the conversations you were allowed to participate in, were all dictated by your social standing. It was a world of rigid social structures, a far cry from the supposedly more egalitarian social gatherings of today. The human element. But despite the hardships and the social inequalities, there was also a sense of a community, of shared experience that bound these ancient revelers together. They celebrated their triumphs, mourned their losses, and found solace in the company of others. Just like us, they sought connection, meaning, and a sense of belonging. And just like us, they found it in the shared experience, albeit on vastly different levels, of a good party. So the next time you hear about the wild parties of the ancient world, remember the untold stories of the people who made them possible. Remember the sweat, the toil, the ingenuity, and the resilience that fuel those legendary celebrations. It's a story that connects us to the past, reminding us that even amidst the most extravagant displays of wealth and power, the human spirit endures. The human spirit, that remarkable, resilient thing, capable of both creating breathtaking beauty and enduring unimaginable hardship. And that perhaps is the greatest marvel of Babylon. Right, so where were we? Ah yes, Akitu, the Babylonian bash to end all bashes. Let me paint you a more vivid picture, one that'll transport you straight to the heart of ancient Mesopotamia. Imagine this. You're not just seeing the sunrise, you're feeling it. That first kiss of warmth on your skin, chasing away the desert chill, the mud brick houses, not just ochre, but a tapestry of earthy hues from dusty rose to burnt sienna, each reflecting the light in its own unique way. Smell the air, thick with the scent of wood smoke from 1,000 hearths, mingling with the aroma of roasting meats and the sweet perfume of date palms. Hear the city awaken, the bleating of sheep, the clatter of carts, the murmur of 1,000 voices rising in a crescendo of anticipation. This isn't just a hum. It's the heartbeat of a city coming alive, a collective inhale before the 12-day exhale of pure, unadulterated revelry. Let's dive deeper into this riot of ritual, shall we? It wasn't just a bit of organized chaos, it was a carefully orchestrated performance, a symphony of symbolic acts, each with its own profound meaning. Think of it as a 12-act play, a divine drama unfolding on the grand stage of Babylon. Act 1. Purification, a citywide spiritual detox. Remember that spring cleaning analogy? Let's break it down. It wasn't just about sweeping the dust bunnies out from under the bed. It was about purging the spiritual dust bunnies, the anxieties, the regrets, the lingering bad luck from the previous year. House cleansing. Imagine meticulously scrubbing every nook and cranny of your home, not just with water, but with infusions of sacred herbs, chanting purification prayers as you go. Think sage smudging, but Mesopotamian style. 2. Street sprinkling. Picture priests, not just sprinkling water, but performing elaborate rituals, invoking the power of the gods to banish evil spirits from the city. Think holy water meets exorcism. 3. Personal purification. Ritual baths in the Euphrates, scented with fragrant oils and herbs, were not just about getting clean. They were about washing away the sins and impurities of the past year. Think baptism, but with a focus on renewal and rebirth. 4. Burning incense. The pungent aroma of cedar, myrrh, and frankincense filled the air, creating a palpable sense of sacredness. Imagine the atmosphere of a cathedral, but outdoors, under the vast Mesopotamian sky. 5. Confession rituals. People would confess their transgressions, seeking forgiveness and absolution from the gods. Think confession booth, but with a direct line to the divine. 6. Symbolic offerings. Small tokens, representing the burdens of the past, were cast into the river, carried away by the current. Think symbolic burning of regrets, but with the Euphrates as your incinerator. 7. Communal prayers. The entire city would join in communal prayers, beseeching the gods for blessings in the new year. Think mass prayer, but with a palpable sense of collective hope and anticipation. Act 2. The procession, a divine parade. Forget Mardi Gras. This was something else entirely. Imagine colossal statues of Marduk, Ishtar, and the other gods adorned with gold and precious jewels, their eyes blazing with divine power. 1. The platforms. These weren't just floats. They were mobile temples, carried on the shoulders of dozens of sweating priests, their muscles straining under the weight of the divine. Think palanquin, but supersized and sacred. 2. The music. Drums pounded a primal rhythm, flutes trilled melodies that seemed to echo from another realm, and cymbals clashed in a cacophony of sound. Imagine a concert of ancient instruments, amplified by the sheer energy of the crowd. 3. The crowds. A sea of faces, craning their necks, pushing and shoving to get a glimpse of the gods. Imagine a rock concert mosh pit, but with a spiritual fervor you wouldn't believe. 4. The incense. Clouds of fragrant smoke swirled around the statues, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Imagine walking through a cloud of perfume, but with a mystical, otherworldly quality. 5. The chanting. Priests and worshippers alike chanted prayers and hymns, their voices rising in a chorus of devotion. Imagine a gospel choir, but with lyrics dedicated to ancient Mesopotamian deities. 6. The offering. Flowers, fruits, and other gifts were thrown at the feet of the statues, a tangible expression of devotion and gratitude. Imagine tossing confetti, but with a deeper, more spiritual significance. 7. The sacred route. The procession followed a prescribed route through the city, each location imbued with symbolic meaning. Think pilgrimage, but with every step infused with sacred significance. Act 3. The humiliation of the king, a symbolic power shift. This wasn't just a slap on the wrist. This was a ritualized humbling, a stark reminder that even the king, the earthly representative of the gods, was ultimately subject to their power. Imagine. 1. The stripping of regalia. The king, stripped of his crown and royal robes, stood before the high priest, a symbol of his vulnerability. Think dethroning, but temporary and symbolic. 2. The slap. The high priest would strike the king across the face, a symbolic act of humiliation. Imagine a slap heard round the world, a moment of dramatic tension that resonated throughout the kingdom. 3. The tears. The king was expected to weep, a sign of his submission to the divine will. Imagine a public display of vulnerability, a powerful reminder of the fragility of human power. 4. The reinstatement. Once the king had demonstrated his humility, he would be reinstated, his power renewed by the gods. Think coronation, but with a preceding act of humbling, emphasizing the cyclical nature of power. 5. The significance. This ritual reinforced the idea that true power resided with the gods, not with earthly rulers. Imagine a political statement, enacted through ritual, reminding everyone of the divine order. 6. Variations. The specifics of this ritual may have varied over time and across different regions. Imagine different directors interpreting the same scene, each adding their own unique flair. 7. The impact. This public display of humility would have had a profound impact on the people, reinforcing their belief in the power of the gods. Imagine a televised presidential address, but with a much higher degree of spiritual significance. And this is just the first 3 days. We haven't even gotten to the feasting, the storytelling, the games, and the, well, let's just say the less family-friendly aspects of the celebrations. We'll delve into those in more detail later. Stay tuned. This is just a taste of the rich tapestry that was Akitu. We'll explore the feasting, the storytelling, the games, and the other rituals in even greater detail, peeling back the layers of history to reveal the beating heart of this ancient celebration. So grab your imaginary date wine, buckle up, and prepare to be transported back in time to the wildest party in ancient Mesopotamia. You won't want to miss it, trust me. You think your New Year's Eve is wild. You haven't seen anything yet. But more on that later. For now, let that image of the king getting slapped sink in. It's a powerful image, isn't it? What do you think it meant to the people who witnessed it? What would it mean to you if you saw your leader humbled in such a way today? Just something to ponder. We'll pick up this thread soon. So, we've talked about the king getting slapped, the symbolic rebirth of the world, and the rituals of purification, but what does it all mean? What did it feel like to be a part of this ancient celebration? Imagine, if you will, standing in that crowd thousands of years ago, the air thick with incense, the ground trembling beneath the weight of so many feet. You've been fasting, praying, reflecting on the past year. You've seen the king, the embodiment of your world, humbled before the gods. You've heard the priests chanting, the music swirling, the cries of lamentation, and the shouts of joy intermingling in a cacophony of sound. It's overwhelming, isn't it? Terrifying and exhilarating all at once. For me, a humble scribe in the court of Hammurabi, Akitu wasn't just a festival. It was a lifeline. Life in ancient Babylon, even for someone relatively privileged like myself, was precarious. Disease, famine, war, these were constant threats. The research shows just how challenging daily life was. The constant struggle for resources, the rigid social hierarchies, the ever-present fear of the unknown. Akitu offered a moment of respite, a chance to collectively exhale and reaffirm our faith in a world that often felt chaotic and unjust. Witnessing the king's humiliation, for instance, wasn't about mockery or disrespect. It was a powerful reminder that even the most powerful among us are subject to a higher authority. It was a leveling of the playing field, a symbolic act that reinforced the idea that we are all, king and commoner alike, dependent on the gods for our survival. Think about that. A society built on the understanding of shared vulnerability. It's a profound concept, isn't it? How different our world might be today if we embrace such a principle. And the feasting. After days of fasting, the sheer abundance of food was almost intoxicating. Meat, dates, figs, wine, it was a sensory overload. But it wasn't just about indulging in earthly pleasures. It was about celebrating the bounty of the land, expressing gratitude for the gods' provision. It was a communal act of thanksgiving, a shared experience that strengthened the bonds between us. Imagine the laughter, the conversations, the stories shared around those overflowing tables. It's a stark contrast to our often isolated modern celebrations, isn't it? The storytelling, too, played a vital role. The epic of creation, the tales of the gods and their exploits. These narratives weren't just entertainment. They were our history. our mythology, our collective memory. They explained the world around us, gave meaning to our lives, and connected us to our ancestors. They reminded us of who we were and where we came from. In a world without written records accessible to the masses, these oral traditions were essential for preserving cultural knowledge and transmitting values from one generation to the next. It's a powerful testament to the human need for narrative, for making sense of our experiences through stories. But Akitu wasn't all solemnity and reverence. There were games, music, dancing, a vibrant expression of joy and release. Imagine the energy, the excitement, the sheer exuberance of those celebrations. It was a chance to let loose, to forget the hardships of daily life, and to simply revel in the moment. And yes, there were aspects of the festival that were less than respectable. Let's just say that the combination of wine, music, and the general atmosphere of liberation sometimes led to behaviors that wouldn't be considered appropriate in polite company today. But even these excesses, I believe, served a purpose. They were a temporary release valve, a sanctioned period of transgression that ultimately reinforced the social order by allowing for a controlled expression of primal instincts. The impact of Akitu on my life and on the lives of everyone who participated was profound. It wasn't just a week-long party. It was a spiritual and emotional reset. It was a chance to connect with our community, to reaffirm our faith, to celebrate life's blessings, and to confront our mortality. It was a reminder that even in a world filled with uncertainty and hardship, there is still reason for hope, for joy, for connection. It's a lesson that resonates even today, thousands of years later. As we delve deeper into the specifics of Akitu's rituals and traditions, I invite you to keep this perspective in mind. Try to imagine yourself not just as an observer, but as a participant. Feel the weight of history, the power of ritual, the shared humanity that binds us across time and cultures. Because ultimately, that's what Akitu, and indeed all ancient celebrations, are about. The enduring human need for connection, for meaning, for celebration in the face of adversity. And now, let us move on to explore the heart of Akitu, the symbolic marriage between the king and the goddess Inanna, a ritual that embodied the promise of fertility, prosperity, and the renewal of life itself. And now, dear readers, buckle up your Mesopotamian sandals, because we're about to dive headfirst into the symbolic marriage between the king and the goddess Inanna, a ritual so juicy, so packed with symbolism, it makes a modern royal wedding look like a trip to the DMV. Imagine, if you will, the anticipation, the sheer spectacle of it all. This wasn't just a political maneuver, it was a cosmic love story, a divine drama played out on the earthly stage. Think of it this way. You've got your average king, right? Probably stressed about taxes, border disputes, and the latest chariot model. Suddenly, he's thrust into the role of the god Dumuzi, Inanna's consort. Talk about a promotion. He's not just marrying the most powerful goddess in the pantheon, he's embodying the life force of the land itself. This isn't your run-of-the-mill arranged marriage, it's a sacred duty, a cosmic performance with the fate of the entire kingdom hanging in the balance. The ritual itself was a meticulously choreographed affair, a multi-day extravaganza that combined religious ceremony, political theater, and good old-fashioned partying. Picture this, processions winding through the streets of Babylon, priests chanting ancient hymns, the air thick with incense and the aroma of roasted meats, because what's a good festival without a barbecue? The king, adorned in elaborate robes and symbolic jewelry, think bling times 1,000, would be led to the Inanna's magnificent temple. Can you imagine the sheer scale of this place? Ziggurats reaching towards the heavens, courtyards teeming with people, the energy practically crackling in the air. Inside the temple's sacred chamber, the Holy of Holies, the symbolic marriage took place. The details are, shall we say, a bit hazy, lost to the mists of time. But scholarly speculation abounds. Some believe it involved a symbolic enactment of the divine union, a ritual drama performed before the assembled elite. Others suggest a more intimate interpretation. Let's just say the king wasn't exactly filing paperwork that night. The implications of this sacred union were profound. By symbolically marrying Inanna, the king ensured the fertility of the land, the prosperity of the kingdom, and the continued favor of the gods. It was a renewal of the cosmic order, a reaffirmation of the sacred bond between the divine and the human. Think of it as the ultimate power couple, except instead of launching a lifestyle brand, they were ensuring the survival of a civilization. But, like any good drama, there's a twist. This divine marriage wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Remember Dumuzi, the god the king was impersonating? Well, he had a bit of a complicated relationship with Inanna. Let's just say their love story wasn't exactly a fairy tale. In fact, Dumuzi ends up spending a significant portion of the year in the underworld, a stand-in for the harsh realities of the dry season. This aspect of the myth reflects the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth, a theme that resonates deeply with the agricultural rhythms of Mesopotamia. So, while the Akitu festival celebrated renewal and prosperity, it also acknowledged the inevitability of decline and hardship. It was a reminder that life, like the Mesopotamian seasons, is a constant cycle of abundance and scarcity, joy and sorrow. This duality is reflected in the festival's rituals, which encompass both joyous celebration and somber reflection. Now, let's fast forward a few millennia. Can you see any parallels between Akitu and our modern celebrations? Think about it. New Year's Eve, with its festive atmosphere and resolutions for a better future, echoes the spirit of renewal embodied by Akitu. Even Valentine's Day, with its emphasis on love and fertility, albeit in a slightly more commercialized form, shares a common thread with the sacred marriage of the king and Inanna. So, the next time you're raising a glass to the new year, or exchanging chocolates with your sweetheart, take a moment to think about the ancient Mesopotamians, celebrating Akitu thousands of years ago. They may not have had fireworks or heart-shaped candies, but they understood the fundamental human need for connection, for meaning, for celebration in the face of adversity. And that, my friends, is a lesson that transcends time and culture. Now, wasn't that worth braving the ancient Mesopotamian heat for? I told you it would be juicy. Stay tuned for the next installment where we'll explore the, wait for it, ritual humiliation of the king. Don't miss it. Imagine yourself, just imagine, as Amara. Feel the sun, that relentless Babylonian sun, beating down on your face. It's the 6th century BCE, and Babylon, this teeming metropolis, pulses around you. The very air vibrates with life. Close your eyes for a moment and picture it. Mud brick buildings, baked to a dusty rose hue, rising on every side. Can you feel the warmth radiating off them? It's like stepping into a giant kiln, only instead of pottery, it's history being fired. You're not royalty, no pampered princess or mystical priestess. You're Amara, the weaver, a simple weaver. Think about that. Your hands, roughened by the constant friction of the loom, creating beauty from plain threads. You're an artist in your own right, crafting intricate patterns, each a story waiting to be unfolded. But more on that later. First, let's explore this world. Your world, this Babylon. Imagine the marketplace, a chaotic symphony of sights, sounds, and smells. Think of the richest, most exotic spices, cumin, coriander, cinnamon, their aromas swirling and dancing in the air, a fragrant ballet. Now, imagine those scents mingling with, well, let's just say the less glamorous realities of ancient urban life. Donkey dung, unwashed bodies. It's a sensory overload, isn't it? A bit like Times Square on a hot summer day, only with more donkeys and fewer flashing billboards. The sounds. Oh, the sounds. A donkey brays, its mournful cry echoing off the mud brick walls. Merchants haggle, their voices rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence, a verbal duel. Children shriek with laughter, their games spilling out from the narrow alleys, a reminder of life's simpler joys. And then, cutting through the din, the rhythmic chanting of priests in the nearby temple of Marduk, a constant reminder of the gods who govern your world. Can you hear it all? Can you feel the pulse of this ancient city thrumming beneath your feet? Feel the rough linen of your tunic against your skin? It's simple, practical, but it's yours. Feel the weight of the clay water jug on your shoulder. The cool, damp clay, a welcome contrast to the scorching sun. This is your life. This is Babylon. Vibrant, chaotic, alive, and on the verge of the biggest party you've ever known. A party to end all parties. Now, about that weaving. Imagine your days, structured by the relentless cycle of the sun. You rise before dawn, while the city still slumbers, the air cool and crisp, a brief respite from the daytime heat. You help your mother prepare breakfast, barley bread, dates, perhaps a little goat cheese if the gods are smiling. Think about that. Barley bread, day after day. No avocado toast for you, Amara. But there's a certain comfort in the familiar, isn't there? After breakfast, the courtyard comes alive. Your father and brothers, skilled carpenters, begin their day, crafting everything from intricate furniture to religious icons. Imagine the scent of sawdust mingling with the spices from the marketplace. And then, you take your place at your loom. The rhythmic clatter of the shuttle becomes your constant companion, a soundtrack to your day. You weave not just cloth, but stories. Think of the tales woven into each thread. Tales of gods and heroes, of Ishtar's descent into the underworld, of Gilgamesh's epic quest for immortality. It's a living history, passed down through generations of women, a tangible connection to the past. Your grandmother. Your grandmother. She's a walking, talking library of Babylonian lore. Her stories of the old gods, the ancient kings, the legendary feasts of the past, they fill your evenings with wonder. Imagine sitting by the flickering oil lamp, listening to her tales of revelry and abandon, of feasts that lasted for days, where wine flowed like the Euphrates and music filled the air. These stories have fueled your dreams, haven't they? They've made you yearn for a glimpse into the past, a taste of that legendary extravagance. Life in Babylon isn't easy. Imagine the scorching summers, the relentless heat beating down on you, turning the city into a furnace. And the winters, though short, can be surprisingly cold, a biting chill that seeps into your bones. Disease is a constant threat, a shadow lurking in every alley. And then there's the ever-present fear of famine, the gnawing anxiety that comes with relying on the unpredictable whims of the Tigris and Euphrates. But the people of Babylon are resilient. They've learned to adapt, to find joy in the simplest things. A shared meal, a story told around a flickering lamp, the camaraderie of the marketplace. Think about that. Finding joy in the face of adversity. It's a lesson we could all learn, isn't it? Babylonian society is structured, hierarchical. The king sits at the top, like a CEO, followed by the priests, the merchants, the artisans, and finally, the farmers and laborers. Your family falls somewhere in the middle, respected for their skills, but not wealthy or powerful. This social structure dictates everything. The clothes you wear, the food you eat, the opportunities available to you. It's like a complex corporate ladder, only instead of climbing to the corner office, you're aiming for a slightly better spot in the afterlife. But now, the city is abuzz with a new kind of excitement. The king's victory over the Elamites. It's the talk of every marketplace, every alley, every home. Whispers and rumors fly like locusts, each more extravagant than the last. A grand celebration is planned, a feast to honor the king's triumph. Imagine the finest wines, delicacies from every corner of the empire, musicians and dancers summoned from distant lands. It's going to be epic. Think Super Bowl halftime show meets ancient Mesopotamian religious festival. This feast is more than just a party. It's a testament to human resilience, a celebration of survival. It's a chance to escape the mundane realities of daily life, to indulge in the pleasures of the senses, to connect with your community, and to celebrate the triumphs of your people. It's a reminder that even in the face of adversity, even in the midst of hardship, life can be beautiful. And you, Amara, the weaver, are about to experience a night that will be etched in your memory forever. A night that will become a part of the rich tapestry of Babylonian history. So, close your eyes again. Imagine yourself there, amidst the throngs of revelers, surrounded by music, laughter, and the intoxicating aroma of roasted meats and sweet wines. Imagine the vibrant colors, the mesmerizing rhythms, the dazzling spectacle. This is your story, Amara. This is Babylon, and this is just the beginning. The low hum, that primal pulse you feel vibrating in your chest, isn't just sound. It's the heartbeat of Babylon. Imagine a bass drum the size of a house, resonating through the very earth, a rhythm that syncs with your own. It's the collective anticipation of thousands, the shared breath before a plunge into the sacred. The Akitu Festival, Babylon's New Year's celebration, is more than just a party. It's a spiritual rebirth, a cosmic reset button, a Coachella for the soul, yes, but with the weight of an entire civilization resting on its success. Are you ready to dive in? Forget confetti and champagne. This is about purification, about stripping away the old year and preparing for the new. Imagine yourself, Amara, standing on the edge of this spiritual maelstrom. You've spent days in ritual preparation. Think sensory deprivation tank meets ancient spa day. Submerged in cool water, fragrant with herbs, cedar, hyssop, maybe even a touch of saffron, you've scrubbed away not just dirt, but the spiritual grime of the past year. Fasting, a practice echoed in countless cultures across millennia, from Ramadan to Lent, has honed your senses, making you acutely aware of the world around you. The robe you've woven, thread by painstaking thread, isn't just clothing, it's a prayer manifested, a wearable talisman imbued with your hopes for the coming year. Each knot, each stitch, carries a whispered plea for prosperity, health, and maybe even a little divine intervention in matters of the heart. Picture it. Deep indigo dyed with woad, shimmering with embroidered symbols, the 8-pointed star of Ishtar perhaps, or the crescent moon of Sin. Now picture this. The throngs. Not just a crowd, but a river of humanity flowing towards the Esagila, Marduk's grand temple. Can you hear the shuffle of sandals on the stone streets? The murmur of voices, 1,000 individual anxieties and aspirations blending into a single hum. It's the energy before a Rolling Stones concert, magnified 1,000 times by centuries of tradition and the weight of divine expectation, the Esagila. Imagine Times Square on New Year's Eve, only instead of flashing billboards, you have towering ziggurats scraping the sky, their brickwork catching the torchlight, casting dancing shadows that seem to whisper ancient secrets. Every inch of the temple walls is covered in intricate carvings. Think mythical beasts locked in eternal combat, lion-headed eagles, serpentine dragons, human-faced bulls, each a symbol of cosmic forces, a reminder of the delicate balance between order and chaos. Let's talk about the priests. Forget your somber Sunday best. These guys are decked out in robes that would make a peacock blush. Vibrant reds, deep blues, shimmering golds. Their chanting, rising and falling like the tides, isn't just noise. It's a sonic tapestry, weaving together prayers, incantations, and divine pronouncements. The air thickens with the smoke of burning offerings, cedarwood, frankincense, myrrh. The scent is intoxicating, transporting you to a realm beyond the mundane. Close your eyes, Amara, let the rhythm wash over you. This isn't just a ceremony, it's a sensory overload, a spiritual rave, a direct line to the divine. But what's the point of all this, you ask? Is it just a giant, ancient pep rally? Hardly. The Akitu festival is a reaffirmation of cosmic order, a reminder of Marduk's victory over Tiamat, the primordial chaos monster. This creation myth, reenacted every year, isn't just a story. It's the bedrock of Babylonian society. It dictates everything, from the planting of crops to the grandest celebrations. This spiritual underpinning is what allows for the abandon and revelry of the festival's wilder aspects. It's a release valve, a period of intense spiritual connection followed by equally intense earthly celebration. Think of it as a cosmic pressure cooker. The rituals build the pressure, and the celebrations release it. You, Amara, are not a passive observer. You're an active participant. You carry offerings of dates and barley, the fruits of the land, a symbol of your connection to the earth and its cycles. Your voice joins the chorus of worshippers, a single thread in a vast tapestry of sound. You feel a connection, not just to the divine, but to the community around you. Everyone, from the highest priest to the humblest farmer, is united in this shared experience. It's a powerful reminder of the social fabric that holds Babylonian society together. Think of the Hajj, the annual Islamic pilgrimage to Mecca, where millions gather, united by their shared faith. Or even a modern music festival, where strangers bond over a shared love of music. The Akitu festival is like that, but amplified by the weight of shared history, shared beliefs, and shared destiny. The festival unfolds over days, a whirlwind of rituals, feasts, and processions. Picture the reenactment of Marduk's creation myth, a dramatic spectacle of costumed actors, elaborate props, and maybe even some pyrotechnics. Think ancient special effects. Then there's the symbolic marriage of the king to the goddess Ishtar, a ritual ensuring the fertility of the land, a divine power couple guaranteeing a bountiful harvest. And don't forget the procession of the gods through the streets of Babylon, their statues carried on elaborate platforms adorned with gold and jewels. Imagine a Mardi Gras parade, but instead of floats, you have divine effigies, and instead of beads, priests scatter sacred herbs and pronounce blessings. As the days progress, the atmosphere shifts. The solemn rituals give way to joyful celebrations. Music fills the air, drums, lyres, flutes, a rhythmic pulse that gets under your skin and into your bones. People dance and sing, their bodies swaying to the music. Wine flows freely, loosening tongues and inhibitions. The streets transform into a vibrant tapestry of color and sound, a kaleidoscope of human experience. It's a release, a catharsis after the intensity of the religious ceremonies. Think Carnival in Rio, a vibrant explosion of music, dance, and celebration. You, Amara, are swept up in the revelry. You dance with your friends and neighbors, share food and drink, laugh and joke. You feel a sense of liberation, a freedom from everyday worries and anxieties. The festival is a time to let go, to indulge in the pleasures of life, to connect with your community. It's a reminder that even in the face of hardship, life can be beautiful and joy can be found in shared experiences. Think Burning Man, a temporary community built on shared values and experience. These weren't just hedonistic gatherings. They were expressions of shared identity, rituals that reinforced social bonds and cultural values. They were a way to celebrate life, to acknowledge the hardships of existence, and to find solace in the company of others. Think of Glastonbury, a modern pilgrimage for music lovers. The Akitu festival, like many ancient celebrations, was deeply intertwined with the agricultural cycle. It marked the beginning of the new year, a time of renewal and rebirth. It was a celebration of the life-giving power of the earth, a recognition of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The wild celebrations were a way to release pent-up energy, to express gratitude for the bounty of the land, and to pray for a prosperous year ahead. This connection to the natural world is something that is often lost in modern-day celebrations. Do we even remember why we celebrate New Year's? As the festival comes to a close, You, Amara, feel a sense of both exhaustion and exhilaration. You've been through a transformative experience, a journey of the spirit and the senses. You've connected with your community, reaffirmed your faith, and celebrated the triumphs of your people. You've experienced the wildest party Babylon has to offer, a celebration that is both deeply spiritual and intensely human. And as you return to your daily life, you carry with you the memories of this extraordinary experience, a reminder of the power of ritual, community, and celebration. You've witnessed firsthand how the spiritual practices of the Babylonians shaped every aspect of their lives, from their daily routines to their wildest parties. And in this, you understand a fundamental truth about human nature. Our need to connect, to celebrate, and to find meaning in the world around us, a need that transcends time and culture. The echoes of the Akitu festival, the heartbeat of Babylon, resonate within you. A reminder that even in the midst of chaos, there is always room for joy, connection, and the enduring power of the human spirit. The pounding in your skull isn't just from the dregs of that potent date wine, the kind that makes your vision blur and your tongue feel like a wool rug. No. This is the thud of reality crashing back down. Imagine the worst hangover you've ever had. Multiply it tenfold, and add the existential dread of knowing you have to go back to work after a week-long vacation. That's the post-Akitu feeling. The Akitu festival, a week-long explosion of religious zeal and unrestrained merrymaking, think Mardi Gras, Burning Man, and Coachella all rolled into one, is over, finished, kaput. Remember those echoing chants of the priests? Gone. The cloying sweetness of burning incense, thick enough to choke a goat, dissipated. The savory taste of roasted lamb, still clinging to your fingers like a greasy memory, replaced by the familiar, less than exotic smells of your mud brick house, goat dung, stale barley bread, and the faint whiff of your children's. Well, let's just say they haven't discovered the joys of indoor plumbing yet. The bleating of your family's goats, once a comforting sound, now grates on your nerves like a Sumerian lute played badly. And the insistent demands of your children. Oh, the demands. They never end. Abba, Abba, tell us again about the giant dragon. Imma, Imma, I want more honey cakes. You're back. Back in your cramped, dusty dwelling, the grandeur of Marduk's procession a distant, shimmering mirage. It's like stepping out of a time machine. 1 minute you're crowd surfing in ancient Babylon. The next you're scrubbing dried date paste off your youngest's tunic. The transition, jarring, doesn't even begin to cover it. It's like stepping out of a pulsating, neon-lit nightclub into the quiet hush of a deserted library on a Sunday morning. Your ears are still ringing with the echoes of 1,000 voices. Your body still vibrates with the energy of the festival, the shared ecstasy of a city united in celebration. But now you're confronted with the mundane, the tedious, the utterly soul-crushing realities of daily life in ancient Mesopotamia. Let's break it down, shall we? First, the goats. They need milking. Now. Their udders are swollen like overripe pomegranates, and their bleating is becoming increasingly frantic. You can practically feel the judgment in their beady little eyes. Then, the children. They're ravenous. A week of festival food, honey cakes, roasted meats, dates stuffed with nuts, has spoiled their appetites for the usual barley porridge. You try to explain that honey cakes don't just magically appear on demand, but they're not buying it. And finally, your spouse. Let's just say they're not exactly thrilled with the state of the house after your week-long absence. "Where's the sickle?" they ask, their voice dripping with a mixture of exasperation and suspicion. "And why does it smell like beer and... is that coal on your tunic?" The gods may have been appeased, the king's reign reaffirmed. Again, seriously, how many times does this guy need reaffirming? But the weeds in your barley field, oh, they're thriving. They're having a party of their own, a weed rave, fueled by sunshine and neglect. They're laughing at you, mocking you. You can almost hear them whispering, "Look at the hungover farmer. He thinks he can defeat us? We'll choke his barley, we'll strangle his crops, we'll dance on his grave." Okay, maybe I'm projecting a little. You try to explain the experience to your family, the sheer scale of the festivities. Imagine trying to describe the Super Bowl to someone who's never seen a television. The awe-inspiring sight of the ziggurat bathed in torchlight. Picture the Empire State Building, but made of mud bricks and lit by 1,000 flickering flames. The emotional intensity of the reenactment of Marduk's victory over Tiamat. Think Star Wars, but with more beards and less CGI. You describe the symbolic humiliation of the king before the high priest, a ritual meant to ensure humility and divine favor. A concept as alien to your family as, well, aliens. It's like trying to explain quantum physics to a toddler. They listen politely, nodding their heads, but you can see the blankness in their eyes, the glazed-over stare of incomprehension. Your children, bless their simple hearts, are captivated by your tales of the elaborate costumes, the boisterous street performers juggling flaming torches, and the sheer abundance of food. They don't care about the symbolic significance of Marduk slaying Tiamat. They want to know if the dragon breathed real fire. They don't care about the king's ritual humiliation. They want to know if he got any honey cakes. It's the same with explaining any complex event to a child. You focus on the bright colors, the loud music, the free candy, not the historical and cultural significance. It's like trying to explain the stock market to a 5-year-old. You'd probably just say, "It's where money goes to have babies." Your spouse, however, is more pragmatic, less impressed by spectacle, more concerned with the practicalities. The festival has depleted the family's stores of food and drink. The larder is bare, the wine jars empty. The work that was neglected during the week-long celebration now piles up like a Mesopotamian Mount Everest, demanding immediate attention. The goats need tending, the fields need weeding, the children need, well, everything. Your spouse reminds you, not so gently, that the Akitu festival, while important for the city and the kingdom, doesn't exempt you from your daily responsibilities. It's a reminder of the duality of ancient life, the constant interplay between the sacred and the profane. Just as modern families might struggle to balance the excitement of a holiday with the demands of work and school, so too did the Babylonians navigate the transition from festival frenzy to everyday routine. But within this mundane reality, something lingers. The memory of the festival, the shared experience, the sense of belonging. It's not just the hangover, although that's certainly a part of it. It's a deeper connection, a spiritual resonance. You find yourself humming the melodies of the hymns, the rhythmic chants echoing in your mind as you milk the goats, who are still giving you the stink eye. You recall the vibrant colors of the costumes, the deep blues and reds, the shimmering golds as you mend the holes in your children's tunics, caused, no doubt, by their enthusiastic participation in the festival revelry. The taste of the festival bread, rich with honey and spices, lingers on your palate as you eat your bland barley porridge and try not to gag. These sensory memories become interwoven with the fabric of your daily life. The Akitu Festival isn't just a week-long event. It's a thread woven into the tapestry of your year, a source of strength and inspiration in the face of hardship. Think about it. Don't you still cherish the memories of that amazing vacation you took last year? Don't those memories help you get through the drudgery of your daily routine? It's the same principle. The Babylonians carried the spirit of the Akitu festival with them, a reminder of the joy, the community, the connection to something larger than themselves. The Akitu festival also served as a powerful reminder of the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. The reenactment of Marduk's victory over Tiamat, the chaotic primordial sea monster, wasn't just a cool story. It was a powerful symbol of the triumph of order over chaos, the renewal of the world, and the promise of a bountiful harvest. This connection to the agricultural cycle resonated deeply with the Babylonians, especially farmers like yourself, whose livelihood depended on the rhythms of nature. Think about modern harvest festivals like Thanksgiving or Lammas. They're a continuation of that ancient human need to mark the turning of the seasons, acknowledge the power of nature, and express gratitude for its bounty. The Akitu festival wasn't just about religious rituals and symbolic reenactments, it was also a major social event. Imagine a week where all the rules are temporarily suspended, where social hierarchies are blurred and everyone, from the king to the lowliest slave, participates in the shared experience of celebration. That's the Akitu festival. It was a social equalizer, a safety valve, a chance for the entire community to come together and blow off some steam. Think about modern festivals like Carnival or Dia de los Muertos, where social barriers are temporarily lowered and people from all walks of life come together in celebration. It's a powerful concept, one that resonates just as strongly today as it did thousands of years ago. As the days turn into weeks, and the weeks into months, the vivid memories of the Akitu festival begin to fade. The hangover finally recedes, the smell of incense dissipates completely, and your children finally stop asking about the dragon, though they're already starting to anticipate next year's festival. But the lessons you've learned, the connections you've made, and the spiritual renewal you've experienced remain. The festival has reminded you of the importance of community, the power of ritual, and the enduring human need for connection and celebration. These are lessons that transcend time and culture, lessons that resonate just as strongly today as they did thousands of years ago in ancient Babylon. The wildest party in the ancient world wasn't just about revelry and excess. It was about reaffirming the bonds that hold a society together, celebrating the cycles of life and finding meaning in a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable. You carry this understanding with you back into the rhythms of your daily life, a reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit. Now, if you'll excuse me, I hear my goats calling, and those weeds aren't going to pull themselves. The dust, a fine ochre powder, coats everything, your sandals, your tunic, even your eyelashes. It's the dust of 1,000 trampled feet, the dust of a city exhaling after a week-long held breath. The faint, sweet melody of a lyre, played somewhere in the receding distance, is swallowed by the growing cacophony of the city waking up. The bleating of goats, the cries of vendors, the rumble of carts. The air, heavy with the lingering perfume of roasted meat and spilled date wine, now clashes with the crisp, earthy scent of morning dew. The Akitu festival, Babylon's most extravagant party, is officially over. You, my friend, are utterly and completely spent. Your body aches, a deep, throbbing ache that radiates from the soles of your worn thin sandals all the way up to the crown of your head. Your head, oh that head. It throbs with the faint, persistent rhythm of drums, a ghostly echo of the relentless percussion that has filled your ears for 7 days and nights. But it's more, so much more, than mere physical exhaustion. It's a soul-deep weariness, the kind that settles in your bones after immersing yourself in a week of intense ritual and revelry. Think of that post-holiday slump, that feeling of emptiness after the Christmas lights come down, but amplified tenfold. Are you starting to get the picture? Let's rewind. Let's dissect this experience layer by layer, sensation by sensation. Imagine yourself, a simple farmer, plucked from the predictable rhythms of your rural life and thrust into the heart of this urban maelstrom. The city, a sensory assault. For 7 days you've navigated a city overflowing, no, drowning, in people. Imagine Times Square on New Year's Eve, but instead of a few hours, it's a week. The streets, normally bustling with merchants and traders, are now an impassable, writhing mass of humanity. Think mosh pit, but with toddlers and grandmothers. The air, thick with the cloying sweetness of incense, the pungent tang of sweat, and the exotic perfume of spices. Cinnamon, cardamom, frankincense, assaults your nostrils. Each breath is a journey through 1,000 different lives, 1,000 different stories. Sound. Every corner, every alleyway, pulses with the beat of drums. Large, booming drums that vibrate in your chest. Smaller, quicker drums that skitter across your nerves. The clash of cymbals, the mournful wail of flutes, the chanting of priests. It's a symphony of chaos, a constant barrage of sound that leaves your ears ringing even in the brief moment of silence. Imagine attending a heavy metal concert, followed immediately by a Gregorian chant performance, followed by a street performer banging on a trash can. That's the Akitu soundtrack. Sight. The sheer visual spectacle is overwhelming. Imagine vibrant processions, priests in elaborate robes, their faces painted with intricate designs, carrying statues of the gods, adorned with gold and jewels. Imagine theatrical performances depicting the epic battles of Marduk and Tiamat, complete with elaborate costumes, pyrotechnics, early versions of course involving lots of fire and smoke, and dramatic narration. Imagine the symbolic humiliation and then triumphant reinstatement of the king, a ritual designed to reaffirm his divine mandate. A bit like a presidential inauguration crossed with a reality TV show. Touch. The press of bodies, the constant jostling, the accidental brushes against strangers. It's a physical intimacy that can be both exhilarating and unsettling. Imagine being crammed into a subway car during rush hour, but for days on end. The textures are equally varied. The rough wool of your tunic, the smooth coolness of a clay cup, the sticky sweetness of dates pressed into your hand by a street vendor. Taste. The communal feasts are a whirlwind of flavors. Imagine roasted lamb, seasoned with exotic spices, the sweetness of dates and figs, the tang of fermented beverages. You've tasted things you've never encountered before, flavors that explode on your tongue, a welcome change from the simple fare of your village. But after 7 days of feasting, even the most delectable treats begin to lose their appeal. Sleep, or lack thereof. You've barely slept, snatching short naps wherever you could find a bit of shade, under a market stall, against a temple wall, even curled up in a doorway. The constant noise and activity have frayed your nerves, leaving you perpetually on edge. Imagine trying to sleep at a music festival, surrounded by drunken revelers and blaring music. It's not exactly restful. The darker side of revelry. But the Akitu festival isn't all fun and games. You've witnessed firsthand the darker side of this week-long celebration. Violence. You saw a fight break out over a spilled jug of beer, a minor disagreement that quickly escalated into a full-blown brawl, leaving several people injured, their faces bloodied and bruised. Think bar fight, ancient Mesopotamian style. You saw a young woman collapse from heat stroke, her face pale and clammy, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sheer density of the crowd makes any kind of emergency a logistical nightmare. Imagine trying to navigate a medical emergency at a packed concert. Debauchery. You heard whispers of illicit liaisons taking place under the cover of darkness, secret rituals that pushed the boundaries of acceptable behavior. The festival, designed to reaffirm religious devotion, also provides a convenient cover for all sorts of less than pious activities. Think Mardi Gras, but with a darker, more mystical edge. Social inequality. The festival, designed to reinforce social cohesion, also throws the inequalities of Babylonian society into stark relief. You see the opulent lifestyles of the elites, their fine clothes, their lavish feasts, their entourages of servants. You see the hard-scrabble existence of the common people, their worn clothes, their meager meals, their constant struggle for survival. It's like attending a gala where the 1% flaunt their wealth while the rest of us make do with the scraps. The spiritual roller coaster. You've participated in the rituals, offered sacrifices to the gods. A lamb, a handful of grain, a whispered prayer. You've listened to the pronouncements of the priests, their voices booming across the crowded square. Their words echoing the ancient myths and legends, but you're not sure what to make of it all. Doubt versus awe. You feel a sense of awe and wonder at the power of the divine, the sheer scale of the rituals, the collective fervor of the crowd, but you also feel a nagging doubt, a quiet skepticism that whispers in the back of your mind. Do the gods truly care about your offerings? Will they hear your prayers? It's like attending a religious service, feeling the emotional swell of the hymns, but also questioning the veracity of the doctrines. The efficacy of ritual. The festival, designed to reaffirm your faith, has also sown seeds of uncertainty in your heart. You see the priests, their elaborate rituals, their pronouncements of divine favor. But you also see the human element, the political maneuvering, the social posturing. Are these rituals truly a conduit to the divine, or are they simply a way to control the masses, to maintain the status quo? The aftermath, a journey homeward. Now, as you trudge back to your village, the vibrant chaos of the festival receding in the distance like a fading dream, you carry these complex emotions with you. The physical exhaustion will eventually fade, the memories will blur, and you'll return to the familiar rhythms of your rural life. But the experience has changed you. Perspective shift. You've seen a different world, a world of spectacle and excess, of religious fervor and social inequality. You've glimpsed the intricate workings of a vast and complex society, and it has left you with a new perspective on your own life, your own place in the world. It's like returning from a long journey, seeing your home with fresh eyes, appreciating the simple things you once took for granted. Lingering questions. The festival, designed to provide answers, has instead left you with more questions. Questions about faith, about society, about your own identity. These questions may linger for weeks, months, even years, shaping your thoughts, your beliefs, your actions. The cycle continues. You return to your fields, to the relentless cycle of planting, weeding, harvesting, and praying for rain. Life goes on, but you carry the memories of the Akitu festival with you, a reminder of the vibrant chaos, the spiritual doubts, the human connections, the sheer sensory overload of that week-long escape from the mundane. And as you toil in your fields, under the vast, indifferent sky, you wonder, will you return next year? Will you once again immerse yourself in the whirlwind of the Akitu festival, seeking answers, seeking connection, seeking a momentary escape from the predictable realities of your life? Only time will tell. The dust has settled. The echoes of the chanting, the clamor of the crowds, the intoxicating scent of incense and roasting meat, all fading now, replaced by the familiar chirping of crickets and the rustle of barley in the wind. I'm back in my village, back to the rhythm of the seasons, the sun on my neck, the earth beneath my fingernails. Back to the predictable, the mundane, the safe. But something is different. I am different. The Akitu festival. It was unlike anything I could have imagined. I've heard tales, of course. Every year, whispers would ripple through the village as the chosen few prepared for their pilgrimage to Babylon. Stories of grand processions, elaborate rituals, and feasts fit for the gods themselves. But to witness it firsthand, it's as if I've stepped into another world, a world of such dizzying spectacle and overwhelming sensory input that I'm still trying to make sense of it all. The sheer scale of the city alone. Babylon, they call it the Gate of the Gods, and it truly felt like it. Towering walls, magnificent temples, bustling marketplaces, a concentration of humanity unlike anything I'd ever encountered. I felt so small, so insignificant amidst the throngs of people, each one with their own story, their own hopes and fears, drawn to this place for reasons I can only begin to guess. The rituals themselves, they were both awe-inspiring and unsettling. The reenactment of Marduk's victory over Tiamat, the chaos monster. It was a powerful reminder of the forces of order and disorder that govern our world. But witnessing the king, stripped of his royal regalia, humbled before the priest, that was something unexpected. It made me question the very nature of power, the delicate balance between ruler and ruled. And the feasting. I have never seen such abundance. Mountains of food, rivers of wine, enough to feed an army. It was a stark contrast to the meager meals I'm accustomed to. I partook, of course. How could I not? But even amidst the revelry, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Such excess, such extravagance. While back home, my family and neighbors toiled tirelessly just to put food on the table. It made me think about the inequalities of our world, the vast chasm between the haves and the have-nots. This festival, they say, is meant to reaffirm the cosmic order, to ensure a bountiful harvest and continued prosperity. But for me, it has sown seeds of doubt. I've seen the cracks in the facade, the fragility of this carefully constructed order. I've seen the desperation in the eyes of some of the celebrants, a hunger for something more than just earthly pleasures. Scholars, I've heard, talk about the social structure of these ancient festivals, how they reinforce the existing hierarchies. They analyze the rituals, dissecting their symbolic meaning. They talk about human adaptability and resilience. And while I understand their learned perspectives, it's different when you've lived it. When you've felt the ground tremble beneath your feet during the processions, when you've tasted the sweetness of the sacrificial offerings, when you've smelled the fear and the excitement in the air. I've returned home with more questions than answers. Questions about the nature of the gods, about the meaning of life, about my own place in this vast and complex world. I look at my fields, at the familiar landscape of my village, and I see it with new eyes. The simplicity of my life, once a source of quiet contentment, now feels constricting. The endless cycle of planting and harvesting, once a comforting routine, now seems almost pointless. But perhaps that's the true power of the Akitu festival. Not to provide answers, but to awaken questions, to shake us out of our complacency, to force us to confront the uncomfortable truths about ourselves and the world around us. I don't know if I'll return to Babylon next year. Part of me longs for the excitement, the spectacle, the sheer intensity of the experience. Another part of me dreads it, fearing the unsettling questions it will inevitably raise. But one thing is certain, the Akitu festival has left its mark on me. It has changed the way I see the world, the way I see myself. And that, perhaps, is the greatest revelation of all. And what about the other pilgrims, those who journeyed alongside me? What did they take away from this experience? Let's hear from one of them, a merchant from a distant land, who witnessed the festival through a very different lens. And what about the other pilgrims, those who journeyed alongside me? What did they take away from this experience? Let's hear from one of them, a merchant from a distant land, who witnessed the festival through a very different lens. Imagine, if you will, a wiry fellow named Shamash Bani, his skin tanned the color of dried dates from years traversing sun-baked trade routes. He hails from Dilmun, a land whispered to be an earthly paradise, an island brimming with fragrant gardens and precious stones. Think Bahrain, but with even more mystique. He wasn't here for spiritual enlightenment. Oh no, Shamash Bani was a pragmatist, a man of commerce. He saw the Akitu festival not as a religious experience, but as a colossal trade fair, a bustling marketplace brimming with opportunity. Can you picture it? The sheer scale of it would dwarf even your most extravagant Black Friday sale. Hundreds of booths crammed together, hawking everything from intricately woven carpets, dyed with colors so vibrant they'd make a peacock blush, to amulets promising protection from the evil eye. Because let's face it, even in ancient Babylon, someone was always trying to sell you something you didn't need. Shamash Bani, ever the shrewd businessman, saw the influx of pilgrims as a captive audience, their pockets jingling with shekels. He'd meticulously planned his inventory, bringing goods he knew would appeal to the diverse crowd. Think of it like a modern-day Comic-Con, but instead of limited edition figurines, he was peddling frankincense from Punt. Imagine the air thick with its exotic aroma. Lapis lazuli beads from the far-off mountains of Afghanistan, a dazzling blue that rivals the deepest ocean, and even, whisper it, love potions guaranteed to ignite even the coldest heart, though their efficacy, I suspect, was somewhat exaggerated. He'd regale anyone who'd listen with tales of his travels, embellishing them with each telling, adding a dash of fantastical creatures and near-death encounters to enhance his ware's allure. He even claimed to have bartered with a sphinx for a particularly rare piece of obsidian, a claim I took with a hefty grain of salt, about the size of a Babylonian brick. Let me give you an example. A woman, clearly weary from the days-long rituals, approached his stall. Shamash Bani, sensing an opportunity, immediately launched into his sales pitch. "My dear lady," he'd begin, his voice dripping with honeyed persuasion, "behold this exquisite amulet, forged under the light of a full moon, imbued with the power of Ishtar herself. It will protect you from all manner of misfortune. Think of it as an ancient insurance policy, but far more stylish." He'd then lower his voice conspiratorially, "And just between you and me, it's also said to attract good fortune in matters of the heart." Whether she believed him or not, the sale was made. Another shekel added to Shamash Bani's ever-growing purse. But even Shamash Bani, the pragmatic merchant, couldn't remain entirely untouched by the festival's magic. He confessed to me, over a cup of watered-down beer, Babylonian craft brewing wasn't quite up to modern standards, let me tell you, that witnessing the procession of Marduk's statue had given him pause. The sheer fervor of the crowd, the palpable sense of shared belief, even the rhythmic chanting, it had all gotten under his skin. He admitted, almost sheepishly, that for a brief moment he'd felt a flicker of something akin to reverence. Now, imagine you're a farmer from the rural outskirts of Babylon. You've toiled in the fields your entire life, your hands calloused and weathered, your back perpetually aching. The Akitu festival represents a much-needed respite, a chance to escape the monotony of daily life and connect with something larger than yourself. You've brought your family along, your wife and children wide-eyed with wonder at the spectacle unfolding before them. They marvel at the acrobats tumbling through the air, the musicians playing their haunting melodies, and the vibrant costumes of the priests and priestesses. For them, the festival is pure magic, a glimpse into a world beyond their everyday reality. For you, the farmer, the festival also carries a deeper significance. It's a reaffirmation of the natural cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The ritual reenactment of Marduk's victory over Tiamat, the primordial chaos monster, symbolizes the triumph of order over chaos, the promise of a bountiful harvest, and the continuation of life itself. It's a reminder that even in the face of hardship and uncertainty, there is hope for renewal. This is why, even today, we resonate with these ancient stories, the fight against chaos, the promise of renewal. Think about your favorite books and movies. How many revolve around this very theme? And what about the scribes meticulously documenting every aspect of the festival? They saw it as a living history, a vital link to the past, a way to preserve the traditions and beliefs of their ancestors for future generations. Think of them as the original bloggers, live tweeting the Akitu festival, but with clay tablets instead of smartphones. They carefully recorded every ritual, every prayer, every offering, ensuring that the story of the Akitu festival would live on even long after the last echo of the chanting had faded away. So, you see, the Akitu festival wasn't a monolithic experience. It was a kaleidoscope of perspectives, a tapestry woven from the hopes, fears, and dreams of thousands of individuals. And that perhaps is the true magic of this ancient celebration, its ability to connect with us across millennia, reminding us that even though the world has changed in countless ways, the fundamental human experiences of joy, sorrow, hope, and wonder remain timeless. And who knows, maybe next year you'll join the pilgrimage to Babylon and experience the magic of the Akitu festival for yourself. Just be prepared for the crowds, the heat, and the occasional over-enthusiastic merchant trying to sell you a love potion. You have been warned. The rough basalt beneath your sandals, Lucretia, tells a story. Each worn groove, each polished surface whispers of countless feet that have trod these same stones before you. Legionaries in their heavy caligae, patricians in their elegant slippers, slaves shuffling in bare feet. Feel the heat radiating upwards, absorbed from the relentless Pompeii sun. Imagine the vibrant mosaic of life unfolding around you in the marketplace. It's a sensory overload, isn't it? Imagine the cacophony of the marketplace explodes around you. Not just a hum, Lucretia, but a roaring torrent of sound. Fishmongers bellow the freshness of their catch, their voices hoarse from shouting. A tinker hammers rhythmically on a dented pot, the metallic clang ringing through the air. Children squeal and dart between the stalls, their laughter punctuated by the sharp reprimands of their mothers. Can you hear it? Can you practically taste the salt spray from the fish stalls, mingling with the sweet perfume of dates and figs? That sulphurous tang clinging to the back of your throat. That's Vesuvius, a constant looming presence. It's more than just a mountain. It's a god, a sleeping giant, a source of both fertile soil and terrifying potential. Think about it. How would you feel living in the shadow of such power? Some dismiss it as a mere mountain, while others whisper of its fiery breath and the wrath it holds within. Which are you, Lucretia? Skeptic or believer? You clutch your pala, not just against wandering eyes, but against the press of bodies, the sticky fingers of street urchins, the occasional splash of something unidentifiable from a passing cart. This is Pompeii, vibrant and teeming with life. But life here is a double-edged sword. You, Lucretia, know this better than most. Let's unpack your past. Servitude. Imagine the stifling routine, the endless demands, the suffocating weight of another's will imposed upon your own. Serving Domitia wasn't just about pouring wine and arranging her hair. It was a constant performance, a tightrope walk of anticipating her moods, deciphering her cryptic pronouncements, and navigating the treacherous currents of her household. Think of the endless variations on this theme, soothing her tantrums, placating her jealousy of younger rivals, covering up her indiscretions. Each day a new challenge, a new test of your resilience. What strategies did you develop, Lucretia? What masks did you wear? And then, freedom. A gift, a burden, a terrifying leap into the unknown. That modest sum of money, what did it represent? Security? Opportunity? A chance to finally breathe? Imagine the weight of that responsibility, the fear of squandering this hard-won independence. Would you invest it wisely, Lucretia, or would you splurge on a taste of the luxuries you were denied for so long? Your thermopolium. Picture it. A small, bustling stall, strategically placed near the forum. The aroma of your cooking, lentils simmering with herbs and spices, chickpeas roasted to golden perfection, barley stew thick and hearty, draws in the hungry crowds. Imagine the variations on your menu. Perhaps a special spiced sausage on market days, a refreshing fruit salad in the summer heat, a rich honeyed cake for a special occasion. You're not just serving food, you're serving a slice of life. Think about the conversations you overhear, the stories you collect, the secrets whispered across your counter, a gladiator boasting of his latest victory, a worried mother seeking a cure for her ailing child, a lovesick youth composing a poem for his beloved. Your thermopolium becomes a microcosm of Pompeii, a stage upon which the human drama unfolds. But let's talk about parties, Lucretia. You've seen glimpses, heard whispers. Think of the Saturnalia, the week of glorious chaos where the social order is inverted. Imagine the thrill of seeing your former masters serving you, the intoxicating freedom of wearing a mask and shedding your usual inhibitions. Did you participate in the revelry, Lucretia? Did you allow yourself to dream of a world where the lines of power were forever blurred? Then there are the whispers of the Bacchanalia, the secret rites dedicated to Bacchus, the god of wine and ecstasy. Imagine the clandestine meetings, the intoxicating rhythms of drums and flutes, the frenzy of the dance, the shedding of all restraint. These are the parties that historians debate, the rituals shrouded in mystery and fueled by rumor. Were they truly orgies of unrestrained debauchery, or were they something more profound? A spiritual quest for connection with the divine. What do you believe, Lucretia? Consider the symposia of the Greeks, those intellectual gatherings fueled by wine and philosophical debate. Imagine reclining on couches, surrounded by learned men, discussing the nature of beauty, justice, and the good life. Would you have been intimidated, Lucretia, or would you have joined the conversation, your sharp wit honed by years of observation and survival? And what of the imperial banquets, those displays of unimaginable wealth and power? Imagine the spectacle, tables laden with exotic delicacies, peacock tongues and stuffed dormice, mountains of glistening fruit and pastries, entertainers of every kind, musicians, acrobats, dancers, even gladiators fighting to the death for the amusement of the emperor and his guests. Would you be awed by such opulence, Lucretia, or would you be disgusted by the waste and excess? But always remember, Lucretia, the shadow of Vesuvius looms. The earth tremors, a subtle warning. The sulfurous smell intensifies. The parties continue, oblivious to the impending doom. This is the precariousness of life in Pompeii, the constant awareness of the forces beyond your control. So, as you stand there, Lucretia, in the bustling marketplace, the aromas of your cooking mingling with the scents of Pompeii, remember this. Life is a celebration, a fleeting moment of joy and connection in the face of an uncertain future. Embrace it, savor it, and never forget the stories that shape you, the stories that connect you to the past and to the generations yet to come. The eruption is coming, Lucretia. What will you do? How will you face the end? What will be your legacy? Lucretia, imagine again that sunrise over Pompeii. Not the romanticized, filtered Instagram version, but the raw, unedited reality. The sun, a fiery eye peering over Vesuvius, paints the sky in hues of blood orange and ash gray, but its warmth doesn't reach you yet. The chill of the pre-dawn clings to your skin like a damp tunic. Can you feel it, Lucretia? That slight shiver? The goosebumps prickling your arms? Forget the chirping birds. Your morning alarm is the raucous symphony of the marketplace. Vendors, their voices already hoarse from shouting, hawk their wares. Fresh figs, juicy olives, get your bread here. Each cry is a competition, a desperate attempt to capture the attention of the early risers. Can you hear them, Lucretia? The overlapping shouts, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the rumble of cartwheels on the uneven cobblestones. And the smell, Lucretia, oh, the smell. It's a complex cocktail that assaults your nostrils. The yeasty aroma of baking bread mingles with the pungent tang of fish sauce. Garum, they call it, the ketchup of the Roman world. Add to that the sickly sweet scent of overripe fruit, the earthy musk of livestock, and the ever-present undercurrent of human sweat and sewage. Can you smell it, Lucretia? It is the authentic aroma of a Roman city, a far cry from the sanitized, air-freshened world we inhabit today. Your stomach rumbles, a harsh reminder of the meager breakfast awaiting you. Let's explore your options, Lucretia. Perhaps a piece of stale bread, hard as a rock, softened slightly by a drizzle of olive oil. Or maybe a handful of figs, gleaned from yesterday's market, their skins already bruised and beginning to ferment. Think about those lavish feasts you've heard whispered about, Lucretia. The ones hosted by the elite in their opulent villas. Mountains of roasted meats, glistening with fat. Platters piled high with imported dates and figs, plump and bursting with sweetness. Imagine the exotic spices, Lucretia, cinnamon from the east, peppercorns worth their weight in gold. Can you taste them? The rich, complex flavors, the explosion of sensations on your tongue. This, Lucretia, is the stark reality of economic disparity in Pompeii. It's the precursor to the modern-day gap between the 1% and everyone else. Think of the billionaires, Lucretia, jetting off to their private islands, while millions struggle to put food on the table. The parallels are striking, aren't they? Let's break down the economics of food in Pompeii, Lucretia. For the elite, food was a symbol of status, a way to display their wealth and power. Think of the elaborate banquets, Lucretia, the multi-course meals that stretched for hours. Each dish was a carefully orchestrated performance designed to impress and overwhelm the guests. The sheer variety of foods, boar, pheasant, dormice, oysters, snails, spoke volumes about the host's connections and resources. For you, Lucretia, food is a different story. It's not about pleasure, but about survival. Every denarius counts. Every purchase is a carefully calculated decision. A loaf of bread, a few onions, a handful of lentils. These are the staples of your diet. Meat is a rare luxury, a special treat reserved for festivals or celebrations. Can you feel the gnawing hunger, Lucretia, the constant preoccupation with securing enough food to feed your family? Now, step out into the marketplace with me, Lucretia. The cacophony of sounds washes over you. Vendors shout their prices, their voices competing with the squeals of children, the braying of donkeys, the clatter of pottery. It's a sensory overload, Lucretia. Can you feel the press of bodies around you? The jostling and shoving as people try to make their way through the crowded stalls? You clutch your meager denarii tightly, calculating how far it will stretch. Let's break down your shopping list, Lucretia. A loaf of bread. That's 2 sestertii. A bunch of onions. 1 sestertius. A small piece of salted fish. 3 sestertii. You haggle with the vendors, Lucretia, squeezing every last drop of value from your coins. Every sestertius counts. It's a dance of survival, a constant negotiation. Think of the modern-day equivalent, Lucretia. Clipping coupons, comparing prices, searching for the best deals. The struggle to make ends meet is a timeless human experience. Let's talk about those lavish parties, Lucretia. The ones that seem like a fantasy, a myth whispered from another world. Imagine the logistics, the sheer manpower required to organize such an event. Let's break it down, step by step. First, the food. It had to be sourced, transported, prepared. Think of the farmers, the fishermen, the hunters, the butchers, the bakers, all working tirelessly to supply the ingredients for the feast. Then, the entertainment. Musicians, dancers, acrobats, all hired to amuse the guests. And the venue, Lucretia. It had to be decorated, furnished, cleaned. Think of the slaves, Lucretia, the invisible hands that fueled the engine of these extravagant celebrations. They prepared the feasts, poured the wine, cleaned up the aftermath. Their labor, their very lives were commodities, traded and exploited to maintain the opulent lifestyle of the elite. Where was their joy, their celebration? Their reality was a stark counterpoint to the revelry they facilitated. Imagine being them, Lucretia, working tirelessly while others indulge. Can you feel the resentment simmering within you? Even the seemingly frivolous aspects of these parties, Lucretia, had economic implications. Let's consider the perfumes and cosmetics used by the guests. These were luxury items, imported from distant lands. Think of the merchants, the sailors, the caravan drivers, all involved in the trade of these precious goods. The flowers adorning the tables, the musicians providing the entertainment, all represented economic activity, the flow of money, the creation and distribution of goods and services. These parties, while seemingly detached from the everyday realities of most Romans, were in fact intricately woven into the fabric of the Roman economy. Now, consider the social impact of these extravagant displays of wealth. Did they inspire envy, resentment? Did they fuel social unrest? Or were they simply accepted as a part of the natural order? Think of the modern-day equivalent. The lavish lifestyles of celebrities and the mixed reactions they provoke. The parallels are striking, aren't they? Some are inspired, some are envious, and some are simply indifferent. Human nature, Lucretia, hasn't changed much in 2,000 years. You, Lucretia, continue your journey home, your basket laden with your meager purchases. You pass a group of young men, their tunics stained with wine, their laughter echoing through the narrow streets. They are clearly still recovering from last night's revelries, a world away from your daily struggles. Can you feel that pang of resentment, Lucretia? That flicker of anger? It is a familiar emotion, isn't it? The feeling of injustice, the sense that the system is rigged against you. Remember the research, Lucretia. The archaeological discoveries that reveal the surprising complexity of daily life in Pompeii. The challenges faced by ordinary people. The resilience they displayed in the face of adversity. Your story, Lucretia, is their story. A story of survival, of resourcefulness, of making the most of what you have. It's a story that resonates across the centuries. A reminder that even in the midst of extravagance and excess, the basic human needs remain the same. As you prepare your simple meal, the aroma of lentils filling your small home, you think about the rumors of Vesuvius's impending eruption. The tremors, the sulphurous smell. Are they real or just old wives' tales? But even if the volcano does erupt, Lucretia, life will go on in some form or another. The rich will find a way to survive, to rebuild their fortunes. But what about you, Lucretia? What about the ordinary people, the ones who live on the margins? Their stories, often overlooked in the grand narratives of history, are the ones that truly matter. They are the stories that reveal the human cost of extravagance, the hidden realities behind the glittering facade of the Roman Empire. And they are the stories, Lucretia, that we must strive to understand, to remember, to honor. Your story, Lucretia, is our story, and it's a story worth telling. The flickering oil lamp, its flame dancing in a silent ballet against the encroaching darkness, throws elongated, distorted shadows across the rough-hewn table. You, Lucretia, sit hunched over a worn clay mortar, the pestle a familiar weight in your hand. Cumin and coriander, their pungent aroma a temporary reprieve from the ever-present sulphurous stench. Release their fragrance as you grind them with practiced ease. Tonight's meal will be simple. Lentil stew, perhaps with a crust of bread if you're fortunate. But even this humble fare is a blessing, a small comfort in these uncertain times. That sulphur, it clings to the air like a shroud, a constant, acrid reminder of Vesuvius's brooding presence. Imagine, Lucretia, looking up at the volcano. It slopes a deceptive tapestry of green vineyards and dark, volcanic rock. A silent, slumbering giant, it dominates the horizon, a constant presence in your life, a potent symbol of the unpredictable forces that govern your world. Do you feel a sense of awe, fear, perhaps a strange mixture of both? The whispers have intensified lately, the rumors of impending doom spreading like wildfire through the city. You try to dismiss them as idle gossip, the product of overactive imaginations. But the tremors, those subtle shudders that ripple through the ground beneath your feet, they're hard to ignore. They're a physical manifestation of the volcano's power, a tangible reminder of the precariousness of your existence. But even more disquieting than the volcano's rumblings are the rumblings of political discontent that echo through every corner of Pompeii. You, Lucretia, are not immune to these currents of power. Like countless others in this bustling Roman city, You are a pawn in a game played by men consumed by ambition, men who crave glory and influence. Think of it, Lucretia, like the political landscape of today, the relentless campaigning, the clandestine backroom deals, the never-ending pursuit of power. It's a timeless tale, isn't it? A story as old as civilization itself. Except instead of televised debates and social media campaigns, you have chariot races and gladiatorial combats, dazzling spectacles designed to distract the masses, to keep them entertained while the true power plays unfold behind closed doors, in the dimly lit corners of opulent villas. Let's delve deeper into this world of Pompeian politics, shall we? Consider the upcoming municipal elections. Posters, plastered on every available surface, proclaim the virtues of the various candidates. Their faces, frozen in expressions of artificial sincerity, stare down at you from every wall. Their slogans, crafted with the precision of a skilled rhetorician, promise prosperity, stability, and a glorious future for Pompeii. You hear their speeches in the forum, their voices amplified by the natural acoustics of the space, their words filled with grand pronouncements and empty promises. Does this sound familiar, Lucretia? Does it remind you of the carefully crafted images, the slick slogans, the relentless pursuit of votes that characterize modern-day election cycles? But beneath the facade of democratic process lies a system riddled with corruption and patronage. You, Lucretia, understand this all too well. Your husband Marcus, a skilled but humble carpenter, relies on the patronage of Valerius, a wealthy merchant, for work. Valerius, a prominent supporter of Gaius Julius Polybius, one of the leading candidates, expects loyalty in return for his patronage. He expects your husband's vote and yours as well. It's a subtle form of coercion, a gentle but firm reminder of who holds the reins of power in Pompeii. Do you feel the weight of this expectation, Lucretia? The pressure to conform, to comply with the wishes of those who control your family's livelihood? You have little choice but to acquiesce. Your family's survival depends on it. This, Lucretia, is the harsh reality of political influence in Pompeii, a reality not so different from the pressures faced by ordinary people in many parts of the world today. These political machinations permeate even the most private aspects of your life. The lavish parties thrown by Pompeii's elite are not merely social gatherings. They are carefully orchestrated displays of power and influence, meticulously designed to reinforce existing hierarchies and solidify alliances. Imagine yourself at one such event, Lucretia. You are ushered into a grand atrium, the air thick with the scent of exotic perfumes, roasted meats, and aged wine. Mosaics depicting mythological scenes adorn the floors, their vibrant colors a testament to the artistry of Pompeian craftsmen. Music, played on lyres and flutes, drifts from a nearby courtyard, where slaves, their bodies glistening with sweat, dance for the amusement of their masters. You see the wealthiest citizens of Pompeii, adorned in their finest togas, their fingers heavy with rings, engaging in animated conversations. Are they discussing philosophy? Art? Perhaps. But more likely, they are forging alliances, whispering secrets, and solidifying their positions within the intricate web of Pompeian politics. These parties, Lucretia, are not about pleasure, they are about power. They're about maintaining the status quo, about ensuring the continued dominance of the elite. Think of it like a modern-day corporate gala, where deals are struck and connections are made under the guise of celebration. The wine flows freely, the laughter rings out, but beneath the surface, a complex game of power is being played. Just as in ancient Pompeii, these gatherings are not merely social events, they are essential tools for navigating the intricate web of political and economic influence. Do you recognize the parallels, Lucretia, the timeless nature of these power dynamics? The political landscape of Pompeii also shapes the very fabric of your daily life. The price of grain, the availability of water, the safety of your streets, all are subject to the whims of those in power. A new tax levied by the city council can mean the difference between a full stomach and an empty one for your family. A corrupt official, motivated by greed, can turn a blind eye to criminal activity in exchange for a bribe, leaving your neighborhood vulnerable to theft and violence. These are the realities of living under a system where power is concentrated in the hands of a few, a system where the needs of the many are often sacrificed for the benefit of the privileged few. Consider, for instance, the recent construction of the new aqueduct. While lauded by the city's elite as a marvel of engineering, a testament to Roman ingenuity, it primarily benefits the opulent villas on the outskirts of the city, leaving many of the poorer neighborhoods like yours with inadequate water supplies. You might have to wait hours in line at the public fountain, your clay pitcher heavy in your hand, while the wealthy enjoy the convenience of running water in their homes. This, Lucretia, is a stark example of how political decisions can exacerbate existing inequalities, mirroring the challenges faced by marginalized communities around the world today, who often bear the brunt of environmental injustice and unequal access to resources. Does this injustice resonate with you, Lucretia? Do you feel the sting of inequality? Even seemingly innocuous activities like attending the theater are imbued with political significance. The plays performed are not merely entertainment, they are often veiled commentaries on current events, subtly criticizing or praising those in power. The audience, too, plays a role, their cheers and jeers reflecting the prevailing political sentiments. Imagine yourself in the crowded amphitheater, Lucretia, surrounded by your fellow citizens, caught up in the drama unfolding on stage. You feel the surge of collective emotion, the shared sense of outrage or approval. The theater becomes a microcosm of the city itself, a space where political tensions are played out and public opinion is shaped. Think of the plays of Plautus and Terence, their comedies often laced with social commentary, their characters reflecting the foibles and hypocrisies of Roman society. Do you see the parallels, Lucretia, between the theater of your time and the role of media and entertainment in modern society? From news broadcasts to social media platforms, we are constantly bombarded with information and opinions that shape our understanding of the world around us. Just as in ancient Pompeii, these mediums can be used to manipulate public perception and influence political discourse. You, Lucretia, like so many others in Pompeii, live in the shadow of the volcano, both literally and figuratively. The rumblings of Vesuvius serve as a constant reminder of the forces beyond your control, the capricious nature of fate. The machinations of the political elite,
their relentless pursuit of power demonstrate the vulnerability of even the most stable of societies. Yet you persevere. You find solace in the simple rituals of daily life, the grinding of herbs, the sharing of a meager meal with your family, the quiet moments of reflection under the flickering lamplight. These are the things that sustain you, Lucretia, the things that give meaning to your life in the midst of chaos and uncertainty. You might offer a prayer to Vesta, the goddess of the hearth and home, for protection and prosperity. You might tell stories to your children, passing down the myths and legends of your people, keeping their cultural heritage alive. You might find comfort in the companionship of your neighbors, sharing stories and laughter in the bustling marketplace. These are the threads that weave together the tapestry of your life, Lucretia, the threads that connect you to your community, to your history, to your humanity. Your story, Lucretia, is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, we can find strength in the most unexpected places. And it's in these seemingly mundane details of your life, woven into the grand tapestry of Roman history, that we find the most profound truths about the human experience, truths that resonate across the centuries. The air, thick and heavy, hangs around you like a wool cloak soaked in wine. Imagine the aroma of roasting lamb, seasoned with wild herbs and crackling over an open flame, mingling with the sweet, pungent scent of fermenting grapes. This isn't the sterile, air-conditioned atmosphere of a modern barbecue. This is a Dionysian festival, a celebration that assaults your senses and plunges you headfirst into the raw, untamed heart of ancient revelry. Think of the richest, most intoxicating smells you've ever encountered. Amplify them tenfold, and you're getting close. The rhythmic pulse of drums, not the polished, synthesized beats of a DJ, but the rawhide stretched taut over wood, pounded by human hands, thumps against your chest. It vibrates through the very ground beneath your sandals. A primal heartbeat that connects you to something ancient and powerful. Close your eyes and feel it. The low, resonant thump that seems to emanate from the earth itself. Can you feel it in your bones? This isn't just background music. It's a visceral force that moves you, compels you, possesses you. Compare it to the bass at a rock concert. The driving rhythm that makes you want to move, to dance, to lose yourself in the music. But here it's deeper, more primal, connected to something beyond mere entertainment. Laughter, unrestrained and infectious, rises above the din. Shouts, fueled by wine and exhilaration, echo through the night. The clash of cymbals, not the carefully orchestrated crescendos of a symphony, but the raw, unpolished clang of bronze on bronze, punctuates the air. It's a cacophony, a sensory overload, a far cry from the carefully curated experiences of a modern music festival. Have you ever been to a concert where the sound is so loud it almost hurts? This is like that, but instead of pain, there's a strange, exhilarating thrill. You, Aurelia, a young woman caught in this swirling vortex of sound and scent, adjust the simple linen chiton clinging to your sweat-slicked skin. The heat from the bonfire, not the controlled flames of a gas grill, but the roaring inferno of burning logs crackles against your face. Imagine the flickering orange light painting the faces of the revelers around you, transforming them into dancing shadows, mythical creatures, gods and goddesses in human form. This isn't the sterile glow of LED lights. This is primal firelight, the same light that has illuminated human gatherings for millennia. Let's break down the elements of this experience, shall we? First, the clothing. Your chiton, a simple rectangle of linen draped and pinned, is far from the elaborate costumes of a modern masquerade ball. It's functional, allowing for freedom of movement, and in this heat anything more would be unbearable. Think about it. No sequins, no feathers, no elaborate headpieces, just simple, breathable fabric. It's a reminder that this celebration isn't about outward appearances, it's about something deeper, something more primal. Then there's the wine. Imagine taking a sip of the wine offered to you by a laughing satyr, or at least a man dressed as one, his horns fashioned from twisted vines. Is he truly a mythical being, a creature of the wild, or simply a man caught up in the spirit of the festival? The line between the human and the divine is blurred here, just as it is in so many ancient myths and legends. The wine itself is rough, almost sour, a far cry from the polished vintages you might find at a modern wine tasting. It's fermented from wild grapes, unfiltered, unrefined. It's a taste of the earth, a reminder of the raw, untamed power of nature. Think about the most natural, unprocessed food you've ever eaten. This wine is like that, a direct connection to the source. Now consider the music. The drums, the cymbals, the chanting voices. These are not the carefully arranged melodies of a modern orchestra. They are primal rhythms passed down through generations, designed to induce a trance-like state, to connect the revelers to something larger than themselves. Think about the repetitive beats of techno music, the hypnotic rhythms that can transport you to another world. This is similar, but even more ancient, more deeply rooted in human experience. The music isn't just something to listen to, it's something to feel, something to be consumed by. The Dionysian festivals, you quickly learn, are about more than just hedonistic pleasure. They are a ritual, a release valve for the pressures of daily life. Imagine living in a world without electricity, without modern medicine, without the conveniences we take for granted. Survival is a constant struggle. Famine, disease, and war are ever-present threats. These moments of collective ecstasy offer a vital escape, a chance to forget, to transcend, to connect with something larger than oneself. Think about the various forms this release can take. There are the Maenads, the devoted followers of Dionysus, caught in a state of divine madness. Their hair is unbound, their faces flushed, their movements wild and uninhibited. They dance with an abandon that would be considered scandalous in their everyday lives. This is a temporary suspension of societal norms, a glimpse into a world where women can shed the constraints of their rigidly defined gender roles and embrace a raw, untamed power. Compare this to the mosh pit at a heavy metal concert, the ecstatic dancing at a rave, the uninhibited joy of a carnival parade. These are all modern echoes of that ancient need for release, for transgression, for a temporary escape from the confines of everyday life. Then there are the rituals. You witness a ritual sacrifice, a goat offered to the god of wine. The act is both brutal and sacred, a stark reminder of the cyclical nature of life and death. This isn't the sanitized, packaged experience of modern entertainment. This is a raw, visceral encounter with the realities of existence. Think about how we sanitize death in our modern culture, how we hide it away, how we avoid talking about it. Here, death is not something to be feared or avoided. It's an integral part of the cycle of life, something to be acknowledged, even celebrated. The sacrifice is a symbolic act, a way of connecting with the divine, of acknowledging the power of nature, of recognizing the precariousness of human existence. As dawn approaches, the revelry begins to subside. The fires die down, the drums fall silent, and the exhausted revelers collapse in heaps, their faces smeared with wine and sweat. The air is thick with the scent of burnt offerings and the lingering aroma of wine. You, Aurelia, feel a strange mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. You've witnessed something primal, something ancient, something that has resonated through human cultures for millennia. These ancient revelries, though vastly different from our modern celebrations, speak to a fundamental human need. The need to connect, to transcend, to experience something larger than ourselves. Think about the modern music festival, the rave, the ecstatic dance party. These too offer a glimpse into that primal need for release, for connection, for transcendence. They are echoes of those ancient revelries, a testament to the enduring power of ritual and the human desire to escape, even if only for a few hours, the constraints of everyday life. The specifics may have changed, the gods may be different, but the underlying impulse remains the same: to connect, to celebrate, to lose ourselves in the moment, and to find in the shared experience of ecstasy a fleeting glimpse of something profound. Your experience, Aurelia, offers us a window into the heart of these ancient celebrations, a reminder that the human need for connection, for joy, for transcendence, is as timeless as it is universal. It's a reminder that even in the face of hardship, even in a world fraught with danger and uncertainty, there is always room for joy, for connection, for the ecstatic release of the human spirit. So the next time you find yourself at a concert, a festival, or even just a lively party, take a moment to connect with that ancient impulse, that primal need to celebrate, to connect, to transcend. You might just be surprised at what you discover. You speak of connection, of transcendence, of a primal need to escape the mundane. And you, my unseen audience, you nod along, recognizing these echoes in your own lives. But what if I told you that the wild parties of the ancient world weren't just about escaping the everyday? What if they were, in fact, deeply intertwined with it, shaping social structures, influencing cultural development, even impacting the very survival of those who partook? My journey through the bacchanalia of Rome, the symposia of Greece, the elaborate feasts of ancient Egypt has left me not just with a collection of salacious stories, though there are plenty of those, believe me. It's left me with a profound understanding of the complexities of human nature, of the intricate dance between chaos and order, between individual desire and societal needs. The research, the sheer volume of words analyzed, over 500,000, has unearthed a tapestry of human experience far richer than any single narrative could convey. Take, for instance, the Roman bacchanalia. We often imagine these as orgies of unrestrained hedonism, and certainly there was an element of that. But these rituals also played a vital role in reinforcing social bonds within the community, particularly among women who were largely excluded from other forms of public life. The surprising fact is that these gatherings, often vilified by Roman authorities, were in a way a form of social rebellion, a space where established norms could be challenged, even if temporarily. Or consider the symposia of ancient Greece. These weren't just drunken revelries, though wine flowed freely. They were carefully orchestrated social events where philosophical debates, political alliances, and even business deals were forged amidst the music and merriment. The resilience required to navigate these social complexities, to maintain one's standing while indulging in the pleasures of the symposium, is a testament to the sophisticated social fabric of the time. And what of the grand feasts of the pharaohs? These weren't simply displays of opulent excess. They were carefully choreographed rituals designed to reinforce the pharaoh's divine authority, to demonstrate the prosperity of the kingdom, and to ensure the continued favor of the gods. The challenges of organizing such elaborate events, the logistics involved in procuring and preparing the food, the meticulous attention to detail in every aspect of the ceremony, these reveal a level of societal organization that is truly remarkable. What I've discovered in delving into these ancient celebrations is that the line between the sacred and the profane, between the ritualistic and the recreational, was often blurred. These weren't just parties, they were microcosms of the societies that created them, reflecting their values, their anxieties, their aspirations. They were a crucible where social hierarchies were both reinforced and challenged, where individual identities were forged and tested, where the human spirit, in all its messy, contradictory glory, was allowed to soar. Think about it. The challenges they faced in daily life, the constant struggle for survival, the precariousness of existence. These realities shaped the way they celebrated. Their parties weren't just an escape from these hardships, they were a way of processing them, of finding meaning and connection in the face of adversity. The surprising insights gleaned from the research reveal a depth and complexity to their daily routines, a nuanced understanding of the social structures that govern their lives, far beyond the simplistic narratives we often encounter. And here's where it gets really interesting. This isn't just ancient history. These same impulses, these same needs, resonate within us today. We may not worship the same gods, we may not partake in the same rituals, but the underlying desire for connection, for transcendence, for a moment of escape from the mundane, that's a universal human experience. Look at our modern festivals, our concerts, our parties. They too are spaces where we come together, where we forge bonds, where we explore the boundaries of our identities, where we seek, even if only for a fleeting moment, a glimpse of something larger than ourselves. So, what can we learn from the wild parties of the ancient world? Perhaps it's this. That celebration in its many forms is not a frivolous indulgence, but a vital part of the human experience. It's a way of connecting with our past, of understanding our present, and of shaping our future. It's a reminder that even in the face of hardship, even in a world filled with uncertainty, the human spirit will always find a way to celebrate, to connect, to transcend. And now, as we move on to hear another perspective, another voice from the past, let us carry with us this understanding, this appreciation for the enduring power of the human spirit to find joy even in the most unexpected places. And so, my friends, fellow time travelers, revelers in the echoes of history, we stand at a crossroads. We've dipped our toes into the intoxicating brew of ancient revelry, tasted the spiced wine of Roman feasts, heard the raucous laughter of Celtic gatherings, and felt the rhythmic pulse of Dionysian dances. But have we truly grasped the significance? Have we truly understood the enduring legacy of these seemingly frivolous pursuits? I think not. We've barely scratched the surface of the Bacchanalian iceberg, my friends. So let's dive deeper, shall we? Buckle up, because this time machine is about to take a sharp turn into the realm of the truly unexpected. Let's talk about the nitty-gritty, the practicalities of these ancient shindigs, because let's face it, throwing a rager in the ancient world wasn't as simple as ordering a pizza and cranking up the Spotify playlist. Imagine for a moment you're a Roman patrician planning a Saturnalia feast. No caterers, no Amazon Prime for decorations, no pre-made party favors. You're starting from scratch. First, you'd have to source your ingredients. Think bustling marketplaces, haggling with vendors over plump geese, fragrant spices from distant lands, and the freshest figs. Then the preparations, slaves bustling in the kitchen, grinding herbs, mixing sauces, roasting meats over open fires. The aroma, imagine it, a heady mix of wood smoke, roasting meat, and exotic spices permeating the entire villa. And the decorations, garlands of evergreen boughs, intricately woven wreaths, flickering oil lamps casting dancing shadows on the walls, every detail meticulously planned, every element designed to create an atmosphere of joyous abandon. Now shift gears. Picture yourself in ancient Greece preparing for a Dionysian festival. Forget the villa, we're talking open-air celebrations, wild processions through vineyards, the rhythmic thrum of drums and flutes echoing through the hills. The costumes? Animal skins, masks crafted to resemble satyrs and maenads, ivy wreaths adorning heads crowned with ecstatic laughter. The drinks? Wine, of course, flowing freely, fueling the frenzied dances, the ecstatic chants, the blurring of boundaries between the human and the divine. Can you feel it? The raw energy, the primal connection to nature, the intoxicating sense of liberation. But here's the kicker, the thing that often gets lost in the sanitized retellings of history. These celebrations weren't just about having fun. They were deeply intertwined with the social, religious, and political fabric of these ancient societies. The Saturnalia, for instance, wasn't just a midwinter party. It was a temporary inversion of the social order, a time when slaves and masters feasted together, when the rigid hierarchies of Roman society were momentarily dissolved. Think about the implications of that. A brief glimpse into a world of equality, a taste of freedom, a reminder that the social order, however entrenched, is not immutable. Similarly, the Dionysian festivals weren't just drunken revelries, they were rituals of renewal, of connection to the natural world, of exploring the darker, more primal aspects of human existence. They were a way of acknowledging the cyclical nature of life, the ebb and flow of creation and destruction, the inherent duality of human nature. And what about the music? Imagine the hypnotic rhythms, the haunting melodies, the ecstatic chants that filled the air during these ancient celebrations. Music wasn't just background noise, it was an integral part of the experience, a conduit to the divine, a catalyst for altered states of consciousness. Think about the power of music today. How it can move us to tears, transport us to another time and place, connect us to something larger than ourselves. Now imagine that amplified tenfold in a world without the distractions of modern life, where music was a direct link to the sacred. So, next time you find yourself at a party, take a moment to consider the echoes of the past. Look around at the dancing figures, the clinking glasses, the shared laughter, and see in them the faint remnants of ancient rituals, the enduring human need for connection, for celebration, for transcendence. Because, my friends, the party hasn't stopped. It's just evolved. It's taken on new forms, new expressions, but the underlying impulse, the desire to connect, to celebrate, to transcend, remains the same. It's woven into the very fabric of our being, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to find joy, even in the face of adversity, even in the darkest of times. And as we continue our journey through the annals of history, let us carry with us this understanding, this appreciation for the enduring legacy of the party, the celebration, the human need to connect, to revel, to simply be. Because, as the ancients knew so well, life is too short not to dance, to sing, to raise a glass, and to celebrate the fleeting, precious gift of existence. Now, who wants another story? I've got a good one about a Sumerian king and a talking donkey. Imagine yourself as Lysandra, 20 summers young, heart beating in time with the pulse of Athens, 4th century BCE. Can you feel the sun, Helios's blazing chariot wheel, scorching the white marble streets? The glare bounces off the polished stone, a blinding white fire. You raise a hand, instinctively shielding your eyes, but the heat still radiates, warming your skin like a lover's embrace. Close your eyes for a moment. Breathe in. The air is thick, a heady mix of roasting meats, lamb perhaps, or sizzling pork sausages from the nearby agora, mingling with the delicate, intoxicating perfume of jasmine blossoms. Every woman, it seems, wears a garland, a fragrant crown woven from these tiny white stars. Open your eyes. The city explodes with life. A cacophony assaults your ears. The rhythmic clatter of sandals on the stone, a percussive beat accompanying the city's dance. The hawkers, their voices raspy from shouting, advertising their wares. Fresh figs, sweet honey, finest pottery from Corinth. The distant bleating of sheep, a mournful chorus herded towards the market's chaotic embrace, and the ever-present hum of conversation, the lively chatter of 1,000 voices, a symphony of Athenian life. It's overwhelming, isn't it? Like trying to drink from a fire hose of sensory input. Your home, a modest 2-story dwelling nestled amongst a row of similar houses, offers sanctuary from the bustling streets. Think of it. Walls painted in vibrant frescoes, narratives unfolding in color, heroes grappling with monstrous hydras, their scales shimmering like emeralds, gods and goddesses feasting on Olympus, nectar flowing like liquid gold, ambrosia piled high on silver platters, and Athena ever present, her gray eyes watching over her city, a silent guardian painted on every other doorway. Inside, the coolness of the shaded courtyard welcomes you like a long-awaited friend. A small fountain, its water trickling over smooth, worn stones, sings a gentle melody, a counterpoint to the street's chaotic rhythm. Can you smell it? The faint aroma of incense burning in the household shrine dedicated to Hestia, goddess of the hearth, a comforting, ever-present fragrance that permeates every corner of your home. It's a smell of peace, of belonging, of family. Let's walk through a typical day, shall we? You rise with the sun, no sleeping in for Athenian ladies, and help your mother prepare the morning meal. Imagine warm barley bread still steaming from the oven, plump olives glistening with oil, sweet figs, their sticky juice dripping down your chin. Simple, yes, but satisfying. Then the loom in the corner calls to you. Your skillful hands, trained since childhood, weave intricate patterns into colorful fabrics. Saffron yellow, deep indigo, vibrant crimson. This craft, passed down through generations, connects you to a lineage of strong women, their stories woven into the very fabric you create. Think about that. The weight of tradition, the pride of creation held within your hands. Afternoons are for socializing. Picture yourself with other women, fetching water from the public fountain, the cool water splashing against your skin, a welcome relief from the afternoon heat. Gossip flows as freely as the water, stories exchanged, secrets whispered, laughter echoing in the air. Or perhaps you're at the market, haggling with vendors, your sharp wit as effective as any drachma. Imagine the vibrant colors of the stalls piled high with exotic spices, gleaming jewelry and bolts of brightly colored cloth. It's a sensory feast, a social hub, a microcosm of Athenian life. Evenings are for family. Stories and songs fill the air, illuminated by the flickering lamplight. Imagine the warmth of the fire, the comforting presence of your family gathered around the hearth. Perhaps you join your neighbors in the courtyard, celebrating a festival. The Anthesteria, with its flower-crowned revelers and free-flowing wine, or the Panathenaia, with its grand procession honoring Athena. These communal gatherings, these shared experiences, are the glue that binds your community together. But let's not romanticize things too much. As a woman in ancient Athens, your life is circumscribed by limitations, boundaries drawn by men. You can't participate in politics, a world reserved solely for the male elite. Your primary role is that of wife and mother, your domain the household. Frustrating, isn't it? to be excluded, silenced, confined. Imagine the yearning for something more, the chafing against societal constraints. Yet, within these confines, you find moments of joy, flashes of freedom. The vibrant social life, the religious festivals, these offer escape, connection, a taste of something beyond the domestic sphere. Think of the Dionysia, the festival dedicated to the god of wine and theater. The city transforms into a giant stage, masked performers enacting tragedies and comedies, their voices echoing through the streets. The air crackles with energy, the crowd roaring with laughter or weeping with sorrow. It's a collective catharsis, a shared emotional experience that transcends social barriers. And what of those whispers you've heard? The wilder festivities, the symposia held by the wealthy men. Imagine reclining on couches, wine flowing freely, music filling the air. Philosophical debates mingle with bawdy jokes, the clanging of cymbals punctuating the rhythm of conversation. These glimpses into the male world, into the hidden realms of pleasure and excess, spark a curiosity within you, a desire to understand the full spectrum of human experience. It's like looking through a keyhole, catching tantalizing glimpses of a world you're forbidden to enter. Think of the extravagant banquets of Persian kings, stories passed down through generations. Mountains of food, roasted peacocks, spiced meats, exotic fruits, rivers of wine, and dancers from distant lands, their movements a mesmerizing blend of grace and sensuality. Or consider the Roman Saturnalia, a festival of inversion where slaves became masters, social hierarchies toppled, and the city erupted in a week-long carnival of feasting and merrymaking. Can you imagine the sheer chaos, the liberating thrill of defying social norms? It's a glimpse into a world turned upside down, a temporary escape from the rigid structures of everyday life. These stories, these echoes of ancient revelries, reveal a fundamental truth about human nature, our need for connection, for expression, for escape, the hardships of daily life, the constant threat of war, the ever-present specter of disease, made moments of joy and release even more precious, more intensely experienced. Just like today, with our modern stresses and anxieties, we seek solace in celebration, in connection, in moments of shared experience. Whether it's a music festival, a sporting event, or a simple gathering with friends, we yearn for those moments of collective effervescence, those bursts of shared joy that remind us of our shared humanity. Your research, your delving into ancient texts and archaeological discoveries reveals a world far more complex than you initially imagined. What might seem like simple revelry often held deeper cultural significance, reflecting social hierarchies, religious beliefs, and political power dynamics. It's a reminder that even the wildest parties, the most ecstatic celebrations, are shaped by the forces of history, culture, and power. And as you delve deeper into these stories, you find yourself increasingly drawn into the past, eager to experience, to feel, to truly understand the heart and soul of these ancient revelries. You become not just an observer, but a participant, your imagination transporting you across time and space, allowing you to witness firsthand the vibrant tapestry of human experience. Alright, let's dive deeper into the wild, unpredictable, and often downright dangerous world of ancient partying. Fasten your seatbelts because it's going to be a bumpy ride. Forget your air-conditioned club, your perfectly curated playlist, your readily available bottled water. We're going back in time, and trust me, you're going to want to pack a few extra togas and a serious dose of courage. The Roman convivium, more than just a dinner party. Imagine you're not just a slave sweating over the braziers, you're a specific slave, a Caldarius, responsible for maintaining the perfect temperature in the triclinium, the dining room. The heat radiating from the charcoal braziers is oppressive. It's not just warm, it's a suffocating blanket of dry heat that clings to you like a second skin. You can feel beads of sweat trickling down your back, stinging your eyes as they mix with the smoke. Think about holding your face inches away from a barbecue grill, the radiant heat searing your skin. Now multiply that by 10 and hold it there for hours. Fun, right? Step 2. Scenario 1. The spilled wine incident. A guest, already several goblets deep, gestures wildly while recounting a particularly thrilling chariot race. His arm catches a wine jug, sending crimson liquid cascading across the mosaic floor. Your heart leaps into your throat. Not only do you have to clean up the mess, but you also risk the wrath of the tricliniarch, the master of ceremonies, who demands absolute perfection. Think about the pressure of serving a Michelin star chef while blindfolded. That's close. Scenario 2. The fickle flames. The brazier in the corner starts to sputter and die, casting an unwelcome shadow over the festivities. Panic grips you. A dimly lit triclinium is a social faux pas of epic proportions. You frantically fan the embers, praying to Vulcan, the god of fire, to rekindle the flames before the guests notice. Imagine trying to restart a campfire with a damp newspaper in the middle of a thunderstorm. That's the level of stress you're dealing with. Sensory overload. The air is a chaotic symphony of smells. The roasted boar, seasoned with exotic spices from distant lands, mingles with the cloying sweetness of dates and figs stuffed with nuts. Perfumes, both subtle and overpowering, waft from the guests, mixing with the unmistakable tang of sweat and the increasingly pungent aroma of spilled wine. It's a sensory overload that assaults your nostrils, a far cry from the carefully curated scent of a modern party. Dionysian frenzy, a ritual of ecstasy and exhaustion. Forget the rave. This isn't just about music and dancing, it's about connecting with something primal, something ancient and powerful. You're not just dancing, you're channeling Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and madness. The rhythmic pulse. Imagine drums made from animal skins, their deep resonant thuds echoing through the night. Flutes weave intricate melodies, their high-pitched notes piercing the darkness. The rhythm is infectious, hypnotic, driving you to move, to sway, to lose yourself in the collective frenzy. Think about the most intense drum circle you've ever experienced, amplified by 1,000 and infused with a sense of divine madness. The physical toll. You're not just dancing for a few hours, you're dancing for days, fueled by wine and the sheer force of collective energy. Your muscles scream in protest, your throat is parched, your head spins. dehydration becomes a real threat. Imagine running a marathon in the desert, fueled only by sugary drinks and the cheers of the crowd. That's the level of physical endurance required. Variations on a theme. These festivals weren't uniform. Some involved elaborate processions carrying statues of Dionysus through the countryside. Others featured theatrical performances reenacting myths and legends. Some even involved ritual animal sacrifice, a stark reminder of the raw, untamed nature of these celebrations. Mesopotamian harvest festivals, a triumph of logistics. Picture this. The scorching Mesopotamian sun beating down on you, the air shimmering with heat. You're part of a team tasked with feeding thousands of people celebrating a successful harvest. There's no refrigeration, no food trucks, no catering service. It's you, your ingenuity, and the unforgiving desert. Water. Water everywhere and not a drop to drink safely. Providing clean water was a monumental task. Imagine transporting water in clay jars for miles under the blazing sun. Keeping it cool was a constant struggle. Techniques like burying jars in the ground or wrapping them in wet cloths were employed, a testament to their resourcefulness. Food preservation challenges. Meat spoils quickly in the heat. Salting, drying, and smoking were essential preservation methods. Imagine the logistical nightmare of coordinating these efforts for a massive crowd. Think about preparing a Thanksgiving dinner for your entire extended family, but without a refrigerator or oven. That's the scale of the challenge. Subtopic: the role of beer. Beer, a staple of Mesopotamian life, played a crucial role in these celebrations. It was a safe alternative to potentially contaminated water and a source of much-needed carbohydrates. Imagine the sheer volume of beer required to quench the thirst of thousands of revelers. The logistics of brewing and distributing this liquid gold were mind-boggling. Celtic forest gatherings, dancing with darkness. The forest at night is a different world. The darkness is absolute, swallowing the familiar landscape and transforming it into something mysterious and unsettling. You're surrounded by the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the hooting of owls, the crackling of the bonfire. Navigating the unknown. Imagine trying to find your way through a crowded party in complete darkness, relying only on your other senses. The ground is uneven, littered with roots and rocks. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. It's a disorienting yet thrilling experience, a test of your senses and your courage. The element of surprise. A sudden downpour can transform the celebratory ground into a muddy swamp. A gust of wind can send embers flying, igniting dry leaves and creating a momentary inferno. The unpredictability of nature adds a layer of excitement and danger to the proceedings. Think about attending an outdoor concert when a thunderstorm rolls in. Now remove all safety protocols and imagine yourself surrounded by dense forest. Mythological context. Celtic mythology is filled with stories of spirits and creatures that inhabit the forests. These gatherings weren't just about celebrating, they were about connecting with the unseen forces that dwelled in the shadows, acknowledging their presence and seeking their favor. Imagine attending a party where you believe you might encounter fairies, werewolves, or other supernatural beings. It adds a whole new dimension to the experience. The Saturnalia and Midsummer in Egypt, a tale of two seasons. The environment wasn't just a backdrop, it was a driving force behind the very structure and meaning of these celebrations. Saturnalia, embracing the darkness. The short days and cold weather of winter influenced the nature of the Saturnalia. Indoor gatherings, feasting, and gift-giving were central to the festivities. Imagine a week-long holiday where social norms were inverted, slaves were temporarily granted freedoms, and gambling was encouraged. It was a time of release, a temporary escape from the harsh realities of winter. Midsummer in Egypt, celebrating the life-giving Nile. Contrast this with a midsummer celebration in ancient Egypt. The abundance of sunlight and the long days encouraged outdoor activities, processions, and rituals connected to the Nile's life-giving waters. Imagine elaborate ceremonies honoring the gods and goddesses who controlled the river's flow, ensuring the fertility of the land. These celebrations were a testament to the power of nature and the vital role it played in their lives. Danger as a constant companion. Forget security guards and designated safe spaces. In the ancient world, danger was a constant companion, a lurking presence that added a thrilling edge to every celebration. Wildlife encounters. Imagine attending a festival in a region known for its venomous snakes or predatory animals. The constant awareness of potential danger would have added a layer of tension and excitement to the proceedings. Think about camping in the wilderness, surrounded by the sounds of unseen creatures. That's the level of awareness required. Disease and illness. Without modern sanitation and medical care, the risk of illness was ever present. Food poisoning, infections, and contagious diseases could spread rapidly through a crowd. Imagine attending a party where a simple cut could lead to a life-threatening infection. It puts a whole new spin on the concept of party fouls. The power of shared experience. These challenges, these struggles, these close encounters with the natural world, they weren't just inconveniences, they were integral parts of the experience, shaping the rituals, the traditions, and the very essence of what it meant to celebrate. They forged a sense of community, a shared identity born from overcoming hardship together. Think about how different this is from our carefully curated, climate-controlled modern parties. Have we lost something in our quest for comfort and control? Perhaps. But by understanding the challenges faced by our ancient counterparts, we can gain a deeper appreciation for their ingenuity, their resilience, and their profound connection to the natural world. Their parties weren't just about escaping reality, they were about embracing it, in all its messy, unpredictable glory. And in that embrace they found a connection to something larger than themselves, a connection to the rhythms of nature, the power of community, and the enduring spirit of celebration. So next time you're at a party, take a moment to appreciate the roof over your head, the clean water in your glass, and the absence of venomous snakes. And perhaps, just perhaps, you can glimpse a flicker of that ancient spirit, a reminder of the power and resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity.
Let's crank up the time machine, shall we? Buckle up, because we're about to dive headfirst into a world of revelry that would make your average Friday night look like a board meeting. Forget lukewarm beer and awkward small talk. We're talking about the wild parties of the ancient world, where the bass dropped harder than a Roman legionary's sandal and the special effects were courtesy of Mother Nature herself. Imagine, if you will, not just the throb of a drum, but the texture of it. The rough, taut animal hide beneath your fingertips as you pound out a rhythm that resonates deep in your bones. Feel the vibrations travel up your arms, pulsing in time with your heartbeat, connecting you to something ancient, something primal. This isn't a pre-programmed beat blasting from a speaker. This is you, creating the soundtrack to an experience unlike any other. Think about the craftsmanship involved, carefully selecting the wood for the frame, stretching and curing the hide, experimenting with different tensions to achieve the perfect resonance. This, my friends, is technology in its purest form, and the music wasn't limited to drums. Picture the haunting melody of a flute carved from bone, its notes weaving through the night air, mimicking the cries of nocturnal birds, or the vibrant twang of a lyre, its strings plucked by a skilled musician telling tales of heroes and gods. Can you hear the layers of sound, the interplay of instruments, the raw, untamed energy of human voices raised in song? Close your eyes and listen. Now, let's talk ambiance. Forget your strobe lights and fog machines. These gatherings were illuminated by the flickering dance of firelight, casting long, dramatic shadows that played tricks on the eye. Imagine the mesmerizing glow of a bonfire, its flames reaching towards the heavens, crackling and spitting as they consume the offerings tossed into its heart. Smell the intoxicating blend of burning herbs. Cedarwood for purification, rosemary for remembrance, frankincense for, well, let's just say it added a certain je ne sais quoi to the atmosphere. And the scents, oh, the glorious, pungent scents. Forget your carefully curated playlist. These parties had olfactory playlists that would blow your mind. The sweet, heady aroma of wine fermenting in clay jars, the earthy musk of sweat mingling with the fragrant smoke of incense, the sharp tang of pine needles crushed underfoot. Breathe it in, let it transport you. Let's delve into the specifics, shall we? First stop, the Bacchanalia. Imagine yourself preparing for this wild, ecstatic festival dedicated to Bacchus, the Roman god of wine. Are you crafting a garland of ivy and grape leaves? Perhaps you're gathering wild berries and herbs for a potent brew that promises to unleash your inhibitions. Forget your pre-drinks and Uber. You're walking to the gathering, perhaps for miles under a canopy of stars.
Think about it. No traffic, no designated driver, just you in the open road, or more likely a dusty path. Bacchanalia breakdown. 1. The brew. Grape wine, mead made from fermented honey, a concoction of wild berries and herbs. The possibilities are endless, each with its unique flavor profile and potency. Imagine the taste: sweet, tart, earthy, perhaps a hint of something magical. 2. The journey. Walking for miles under the open sky, feeling the earth beneath your feet, connecting with the natural world, sharing stories and songs with your fellow revelers as you anticipate the night ahead. 3. The arrival. The air thickens with the scent of wine, sweat, and burning incense. The rhythmic pounding of drums vibrates in your chest. Figures dance in the firelight, their faces painted with vibrant pigments: ochre, charcoal, crushed berries. This isn't about looking Instagram ready. It's about shedding your inhibitions and embracing the raw energy of the moment. 4. The rituals. Dancing, chanting, feasting, perhaps even a bit of, well, let's just say things could get interesting. The Bacchanalia was known for its ecstatic, uninhibited nature. Think of it as a pressure valve release for a society bound by strict social norms. 5. The aftermath. Waking up the next morning, perhaps with a bit of a headache, but with a renewed sense of connection to yourself, your community, and the divine. Remember, this wasn't just a party, it was a spiritual experience. Now, let's hop over to ancient Greece for a symposium. This isn't a wild frenzy, but a more refined gathering. Imagine reclining on a klein, a low couch, sipping diluted wine from a kylix, a shallow-stemmed cup. A slave pours the wine from a crater, a large mixing vessel. Notice the technology here, the pottery, the metalwork, the architecture. It's all carefully designed to create an atmosphere of intellectual stimulation and social interaction. Symposium submerged. 1. The klein. Low couches arranged to facilitate conversation. Imagine sinking into the plush cushions, feeling the weight of the day melt away. 2. The crater and kylix. These vessels weren't just functional, they were works of art. Imagine the intricate designs painted on the pottery, the gleam of the polished metal. These objects elevated the simple act of drinking to an aesthetic experience. 3. The wine. Diluted with water because the Greeks understood the importance of moderation. Most of the time. Imagine the cool, refreshing taste, the subtle notes of grape and honey. 4. The discourse. Philosophy, politics, poetry. The conversation flowed freely, fueled by wine and the desire for intellectual engagement. Imagine debating the nature of reality with Socrates, or listening to Plato expound on the ideal state. 5. the entertainment. Music, poetry, and sometimes even dancers. Imagine the haunting melody of a lyre, the rhythmic recitation of epic poetry, the graceful movements of dancers enacting mythological scenes. This wasn't just a party, it was a cultural experience. 6. The setting. A private home often decorated with murals and sculptures. Imagine the soft glow of lamplight, the intricate mosaics on the floor, the sense of intimacy and exclusivity. 7. The social dynamics. A chance to network, to build relationships, to solidify your place in society. Imagine the subtle power plays, the witty banter, the carefully cultivated image of sophistication. Fast forward to ancient Egypt. Picture a festival celebrating the annual flooding of the Nile. This isn't just a party, it's a vital cultural and religious event. Imagine elaborate processions featuring priests carrying statues of deities, musicians playing drums and flutes, and dancers performing ritualistic movements. The air is filled with the scent of incense and the chanting of prayers. Egyptian extravaganza. Explored. One. The procession. Imagine the vibrant colors of the costumes, the rhythmic chanting of the priests, the awe-inspiring sight of the god statues being carried through the streets. 2. The music. Drums, flutes, sistrums. The music was both celebratory and sacred. Imagine the hypnotic rhythms, the soaring melodies, the trance-inducing power of the music. 3. The dancing. Ritualistic movements that mimicked the flow of the Nile, the growth of crops, the cycle of life and death. Imagine the graceful movements, the symbolic gestures, the connection to the divine. 4. The offerings. Food, drink, incense. Offerings were made to the gods to ensure continued prosperity. Imagine the fragrant smoke rising towards the heavens, carrying the prayers of the people. 5. The feasting. A communal meal shared by all, celebrating the bounty of the Nile. Imagine the abundance of food, the joyous atmosphere, the sense of community and shared purpose. 6. The games and contests. Chariot races, wrestling matches, other athletic competitions. A way to honor the gods and demonstrate physical prowess. Imagine the roar of the crowd, the thrill of victory, the display of strength and skill. 7. The storytelling. Myths and legends recounted by storytellers, passing down the wisdom of the ancestors. Imagine the captivating tales, the moral lessons, the connection to the past. Let's journey to the Americas. Imagine a Mayan ball game, a ritualistic event that combined sport, spectacle, and religious significance. The game was played with a solid rubber ball, a technological marvel in itself. The players wore elaborate costumes and protective gear. The stadium itself, a massive stone structure, was a testament to Mayan engineering prowess. Mayan mayhem magnified. The ball. Made from the sap of the rubber tree, a remarkable feat of material science. Imagine the bounce, the weight, the feel of the ball in your hand. 2. The court. A massive stone structure often decorated with intricate carvings and murals. Imagine the scale of the court, the echo of the ball against the stone walls, the sense of ritual and ceremony. 3. The players. Highly skilled athletes who trained for years to master the game. Imagine the physical prowess, the strategic thinking, the pressure of performing in front of a large crowd. 4. The costumes. Elaborate and colorful, often incorporating feathers, jade, and other precious materials. Imagine the vibrant colors, the symbolic meaning of the designs, the sense of spectacle and display. 5. The rituals. Before, during, and after the game, rituals were performed to honor the gods and ensure a favorable outcome. Imagine the chanting of the priests, the burning of incense, the offerings of food and drink. 6. The spectators. A mix of nobles, commoners, and even visiting dignitaries. Imagine the roar of the crowd, the excitement of the game, the sense of community and shared identity. 7. The significance. The game wasn't just about sport. It was a symbolic reenactment of cosmic struggles, a way to connect with the gods and ensure the balance of the universe. Imagine the weight of this symbolic meaning, the connection to the divine, the profound impact of the game on Mayan culture. These are just a few glimpses into the vibrant world of ancient revelry. They remind us that the desire to celebrate, to connect, to experience something more is a fundamental part of the human spirit. So the next time you're at a party, take a moment to appreciate the long, rich history of celebration. Raise your glass, or kylix, to our ancient ancestors, and let the good times roll. The desert air, still warm from the day's sun, cools against my skin. The lingering scent of roasted lamb mingles with the heady perfume of myrtle and roses, a fragrant reminder of the symposium that has just ended. The echoes of laughter, of heated debates about the nature of beauty and justice, fade into the stillness of the night. I, Phaedra, Hetaira of Athens, look up at the vast, star-strewn sky, a canvas pricked with celestial fire. But tonight, the usual post-symposium languor is replaced by a restless energy, a yearning that pulls at my soul. You see, my friend, for a woman like me in a world like this, the future is often a hazy, uncertain thing, a mirage shimmering in the desert heat. We, the Hetairai, live on the edge of respectability. We are prized for our wit, our beauty, our ability to entertain and enlighten. We can quote Sappho as easily as we can discuss the merits of democracy. We can dance with grace and argue philosophy with passion. We are, in many ways, the modern-day equivalent of, well, imagine a sophisticated blend of a geisha, a courtesan, and a TED Talk speaker. Intriguing, isn't it? But what happens when the bloom fades, when the silver threads begin to appear amongst the gold, when the patrons find a younger, more alluring face, a fresher voice to sing their praises? What then? These are the questions that haunt the quiet hours, the questions that whisper in the darkness when the music stops, when the wine cups are empty and the masks of revelry are laid aside. And so I dream. I dream of a future different from the one prescribed for me, a future carved not by the desires of men, but by the strength of my own will. Imagine, if you will, a life where my intellect is valued not just for the fleeting amusement it provides, but for its own inherent worth. Imagine a world where I could own property, a small vineyard perhaps, overlooking the Aegean Sea. Imagine me signing contracts, managing accounts, not beholden to a male guardian to handle my affairs. Think of it, a world where I can have a say in the governance of my city, where my voice carries the same weight as a man's. Imagine me at the assembly, debating alongside Pericles, challenging the very foundations of Athenian democracy. It seems almost impossible, a fantasy spun from the fumes of too much wine, a dream as fragile as a butterfly's wing, but still I cling to it, nurture it like a precious seed in barren soil. You might compare it to the modern-day aspiration of financial independence, the burning desire to control one's own destiny. For us, it's not just about drachmas and obols, though those certainly play a part. Can you imagine the freedom that comes with financial security? The power to say no, to choose your own path. It's about agency, about having the power to shape our own lives, to not be beholden to the whims of men, to be the masters of our own fate. Now, let me paint you a picture. I see myself, years from now, running a school for girls. Imagine a place bathed in the golden light of Attica, a courtyard filled with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. Imagine young women, their faces alight with curiosity, their minds sharp as obsidian blades. This isn't just some finishing school where girls learn the arts of pleasing men, though singing, dancing, and eloquent conversation certainly have their place. No, this is a place where they delve into the mysteries of the universe, where they wrestle with the complexities of philosophy, where they master the art of rhetoric, where they unlock the secrets of mathematics. Imagine them debating the merits of democracy with the fire of Aspasia, reciting Homer with the passion of Cassandra, calculating the circumference of the earth with the precision of a master astronomer. Imagine the spark in their eyes as they discover the power of their own minds, the boundless potential within them. Think of the subjects they could study. Literature, of course, from the epic poetry of Homer to the lyrical verses of Sappho. History, to understand the triumphs and tragedies of the past. Mathematics, to unlock the secrets of the universe. Rhetoric, to persuade and inspire. Philosophy, to question everything. Astronomy, to chart the stars and navigate the seas. Medicine, to heal the sick and tend to the wounded. The possibilities are endless. Think of the impact this could have not just on individual lives, but on society as a whole. If women were educated, if they were empowered, wouldn't the world be a better place? Wouldn't our symposia be even more stimulating, our poetry even more profound, our politics even more just? Imagine the conversations we could have, the debates, the discoveries. I know, it sounds like a pipe dream. The historical scrolls, the dusty papyri, they tell a different story. They tell of women confined to the domestic sphere, their lives revolving around the household, bearing and raising children, managing the home. Their participation in public life was severely limited. But doesn't the very fact that these limitations existed suggest a recognition of the potential power that women held? Why else would they be so carefully controlled? Why else would their wings be clipped?
This control, my friends, manifests in every aspect of our lives, from the delicate folds of our chitons to the very language we use. Even our parties, our symposia, those supposed bastions of intellectual freedom, are designed to reinforce the existing power structures. Men recline on couches, draped in fine linen, engaging in intellectual discourse, while we women, adorned in silk and jewels, serve them wine and provide entertainment. We are the muses, inspiring but silent, our voices relegated to the chorus, not the lead. But even within these gilded cages, we find ways to exert our influence. A well-placed comment, a witty retort, a carefully chosen song. These are the weapons we wield in this subtle battle for recognition. A raised eyebrow, a knowing glance, a whispered word, these are the tools of our trade. Imagine now a different kind of symposium. Imagine women reclining alongside men, their voices joining the chorus of debate, their minds contributing to the flow of ideas. Imagine the richness of the conversation, the diversity of perspectives. It would be a revolution, a complete upheaval of the social order, a seismic shift in the very foundations of our world. And yet, I can't help but believe that it would be a revolution for the better. Can you imagine the intellectual fireworks, the clash of brilliant minds, the birth of new ideas? My hopes for the future extend beyond my own personal ambitions. I dream of a world where the excesses of some of our wilder parties, the drunken brawls, the whispers of exploitation, the casual disregard for consent, are replaced by a more refined form of celebration. Imagine a symposium where the focus is not just on fleeting pleasure, but on genuine human connection, on intellectual stimulation, on artistic expression. Think of it as a kind of salon, a gathering of minds where philosophers, poets, artists, and thinkers from all walks of life come together to share ideas, to inspire one another, to challenge the status quo. It wouldn't be a complete rejection of pleasure, Aphrodite forbid, but rather a reimagining of it, a blending of the sensual and the intellectual, a harmonious fusion of mind and body. Think of the possibilities, the conversations, the collaborations, the sheer intellectual energy. Of course, there are practical challenges to overcome, obstacles to navigate, mountains to climb. How would I fund my school? Perhaps a wealthy patron, a forward-thinking individual who sees the value in educating women, could be persuaded to invest in my vision. Perhaps a collective of women, pooling their resources, could create a cooperative learning environment. Perhaps I could sell my jewelry, my finest silks, to raise the initial capital. How would I persuade families to send their daughters? By demonstrating the value of education, by showing them the transformative power of knowledge, by appealing to their hopes and dreams for their daughters' futures, by painting a vivid picture of a world where their daughters are not just wives and mothers, but thinkers, creators, and leaders. How would I protect my students from the prejudices of society? By creating a safe and supportive environment, a sanctuary of learning where they can flourish and grow, by instilling in them a sense of self-worth, a belief in their own abilities, by arming them with the tools of knowledge and the power of rhetoric so that they can defend themselves against the slings and arrows of a patriarchal world.
The surprising fact is there were women in ancient Greece who defied the conventions of their time, women who blazed a trail for others to follow. Aspasia, for example, was known for her intelligence and her influence on prominent Athenian men. She ran a salon of sorts, a gathering place for intellectuals and politicians. While she wasn't exactly a model of female empowerment by modern standards, she does offer a glimpse of what was possible, a flicker of hope in a world that often seemed designed to extinguish it. She is a torch-bearer, lighting the way for future generations. So I look to the future, not with fear or resignation, but with a sense of anticipation, a flicker of hope burning brightly in my heart. The path ahead may be uncertain, the challenges may be great, but the dream remains, and who knows, perhaps one day the echoes of laughter and revelry will be mingled with the voices of women, reciting poetry, debating philosophy, shaping the world with the power of their minds. That, my friends, is the kind of party I truly long to attend. That is the symposium of my dreams, and I believe with all my heart that it is a dream worth fighting for. And so my journey through the echoes of ancient revelry comes to a close. I must confess, I embarked on this exploration with a certain naivete, perhaps. I envisioned bacchanalia and symposia, wine-soaked feasts, and Dionysian abandon. I expected to find the ancient world's equivalent of our modern-day music festivals, a release valve for societal pressures, a temporary escape from the rigors of daily life. And while I certainly encountered those elements, what truly struck me, what truly resonated within my soul, was the surprising complexity of it all. You see, these weren't just parties, they were rituals, social lubricants, political tools, expressions of faith, and crucibles of cultural evolution. The symposium, for example, wasn't simply a drinking party, it was a carefully orchestrated event, a stage for intellectual discourse, artistic performance, and the forging of social bonds. Think of it as a combination of a TED Talk, a poetry slam, and a networking event, all fueled by copious amounts of wine. And while the bacchanalia might seem like pure hedonism, a chaotic explosion of primal urges, even there, we find a complex tapestry of beliefs and practices, a yearning for connection with something larger than oneself, a desperate attempt to transcend the mundane. What has surprised me most, perhaps, is the resilience of the human spirit. Our research revealed the incredible hardships faced by many in the ancient world: famine, disease, war, social inequality. And yet, in the midst of these struggles, they found ways to celebrate, to connect, to find joy. The very act of gathering together, of sharing food and drink, of singing and dancing, became an act of defiance, a testament to the enduring power of hope. It's a stark reminder that even in the darkest of times, the human need for connection, for celebration, persists. This journey has forced me to confront my own assumptions about the past. I realized how often we project our modern sensibilities onto ancient cultures, how we judge their actions through the lens of our own values. We tend to view the past as a simpler time, a more primitive era. But the truth is, human nature hasn't changed all that much. We still grapple with the same fundamental questions. What is the meaning of life? How do we find happiness? How do we connect with others? And the answers, as I've discovered, are often found in the most unexpected places, in the remnants of ancient feasts, in the echoes of forgotten songs, in the fragments of pottery that held the wine of celebration. I've also been struck by the profound impact these gatherings had on the development of civilization. The symposium, for instance, played a crucial role in the flourishing of democracy in ancient Greece. It was a space where ideas could be debated freely, where citizens could engage in open dialogue. It was a training ground for rhetoric and critical thinking, essential skills for participation in public life. And while the Bacchanalia, with its emphasis on ecstatic release and the blurring of social boundaries, was eventually suppressed by the Roman authorities, it speaks to a deep-seated human desire for transcendence, a desire that has found expression in countless religious and spiritual traditions throughout history. As I reflect on these ancient revelries, I find myself drawing parallels to our own time. We too live in a world of uncertainty and change. We too face challenges that can seem overwhelming. And yet, like our ancestors, we find solace in gathering together, in sharing our joys and sorrows, in celebrating life's fleeting moments, whether it's a birthday party, a wedding reception, a holiday gathering, or simply a night out with friends. These moments of connection, of shared experience, are essential to our well-being. They remind us that we are not alone, that we are part of something larger than ourselves. This exploration has changed me. It has deepened my understanding of human nature, of the enduring power of ritual and celebration. It has made me more appreciative of the simple act of gathering together, of sharing a meal, of raising a glass in toast, and it has instilled in me a profound sense of connection to the past, a sense of belonging to a lineage that stretches back millennia. And now, as we prepare to delve into the next chapter of our exploration, I invite you to join me with a renewed sense of curiosity, a willingness to challenge your assumptions, and an open heart. For the past, as we have seen, is not a dusty relic, but a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of human experience, a tapestry that continues to inform and inspire us today. Let us continue to unravel its mysteries, to learn from its wisdom, and to celebrate the enduring human spirit that shines through even the darkest of times. The next speaker awaits, ready to share their own unique perspective on this fascinating journey through the annals of human history. Let us listen with open minds and eager hearts. And so, my friends, fellow time travelers, history buffs, and anyone accidentally stumbling upon this grand narrative, we stand at a precipice. Behind us stretches the path we've trod, littered with the broken pottery of forgotten empires, the rusted swords of bygone battles, the ghostly whispers of forgotten languages. Ahead, the mists of the unknown swirl, enticing us forward with the promise of further discoveries, of more aha moments, of those delicious shivers down the spine that only encountering the past can provide. Before we leap into the unknown, let's take a moment, shall we, to reflect on what we've learned. Because, let's be honest, hurtling through history at breakneck speed can be a bit like drinking from a fire hose, exhilarating, yes, but also potentially overwhelming. Imagine trying to explain the intricacies of ancient Sumerian irrigation systems to a goldfish. That's pretty much what we're doing here, trying to condense millennia of human experience into a digestible format. So, a pause for breath, a moment of contemplation, a quick sip of whatever beverage fuels your historical musings. I personally recommend a strong cup of Earl Grey, very Victorian, very chic, is definitely in order. Consider, for instance, the sheer variety of human experience we've encountered. We've witnessed the meticulous construction of the pyramids, each block a testament to human ingenuity and back-breaking labor. Imagine the conversations of those ancient builders, the jokes they cracked, the songs they sang to ease the monotony of their work. Did they ever grumble about their pharaoh's latest architectural whim, like a modern-day construction worker complaining about the architect's impractical design? Probably. Human nature, my friends, is remarkably consistent across the ages. We've explored the bustling marketplaces of ancient Rome, smelled the spices, heard the cacophony of bartering merchants, felt the jostle of the crowds. Imagine trying to haggle for a decent price on a toga while dodging stray chickens and listening to a philosopher expounding on the virtues of stoicism. Sensory overload doesn't even begin to cover it. And what about the myths and legends we've unearthed? The epic tales of gods and monsters, heroes and villains, woven into the very fabric of human existence. Take the story of Persephone and Hades, for instance. A classic tale of abduction, yes, but also a powerful allegory for the changing seasons, a reminder of the cyclical nature of life and death. Think about how that story resonated with ancient Greeks, who relied on the predictable rhythm of the seasons for their very survival. And then think about how it still resonates with us today in our modern world of climate change and ecological anxiety. The stories we tell ourselves, the myths we create, they speak to something deep within the human psyche, something timeless and universal. Now, I know what you're thinking. Mythical midnights, this is all well and good, but where are the specifics, the dates, the names, the nitty-gritty details? Patience, my dear friends, patience. We'll get to all that, but first I want to impress upon you the importance of context. History isn't just a collection of isolated facts and figures. It's a complex, interconnected web of cause and effect. Think of it like a giant, incredibly intricate tapestry. Each thread, each color, each knot contributes to the overall pattern. Pull on one thread, and you risk unraveling the whole thing. So how do we approach this tapestry of the past? Carefully, my friends, very carefully. We must be mindful of our own biases, our own preconceived notions. We must be willing to challenge our assumptions, to question our own perspectives, and most importantly, we must be willing to listen to the voices of the past, to the stories they tell, to the lessons they have to teach us. For example, let's take the invention of the printing press. Gutenberg, bless his ink-stained soul, revolutionized the spread of information. Imagine a world without readily available books. No libraries, no bookstores, no late-night Wikipedia binges. Terrifying, isn't it? But the printing press didn't just make books more accessible. It also democratized knowledge, empowering ordinary people with the ability to read and learn for themselves. This, in turn, fueled the Reformation, the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, a cascade of historical events that shaped the world we live in today. And that, my friends, is the beauty of history. It's not just about memorizing dates and names. It's about understanding the interconnectedness of all things. about appreciating the long, winding road that has led us to this very moment. So, as we prepare to embark on the next leg of our journey, I urge you to keep your minds open, your senses alert, and your curiosity piqued. The past is waiting to be discovered, to be explored, to be understood. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, we'll even learn a thing or two along the way. Now let's hear from our next speaker, who promises to delve even deeper into the fascinating intricacies of, well, you'll just have to wait and see. Don't touch that dial. Or, close that browser tab. The journey continues. So we've journeyed through the Bacchanalia with its frenzied dancers, tasted the spiced wine at a Roman convivium, and witnessed the elaborate rituals of the Egyptian Hebsed festival. But how do these legendary celebrations stack up against each other? How did the experiences of our revelers, the Roman patrician, the Greek Maenad, and the Egyptian priest, truly compare? Let's start with the sheer scale. Imagine yourself for a moment at the Hebsed. You're surrounded by thousands, witnessing a pharaoh, a living god, reaffirming his divine right to rule. The air crackles with ritualistic energy. It's a grand spectacle, a public display of power and piety, a far cry from the intimate, exclusive atmosphere of a Roman convivium. Now picture yourself reclining on a plush couch in a Roman villa. The party is smaller, more controlled, focused on intellectual discourse, poetry, and of course, indulgence. It's the ancient equivalent of an exclusive VIP party. Think a Met Gala in togas. The Bacchanalia, on the other hand, throws all sense of decorum out the window. Think a massive, uninhibited rave in the wilderness, fueled by wine and ecstatic dancing, where social barriers crumble and primal instincts take over. Can you feel the shift in energy? Now consider the role of alcohol. While wine flowed freely in both Roman and Greek festivities, its purpose differed dramatically. At the convivium, wine fueled witty conversation and philosophical debates. Imagine a sophisticated wine tasting with a side of Socrates. In the Bacchanalia, wine was a catalyst for ecstatic frenzy, blurring the lines between reality and the divine, more akin to a modern music festival where inhibitions are shed and the collective energy takes over. The Egyptians, while certainly not averse to beer, approached intoxication with more restraint during their religious festivals. Their focus was on ritual purity and reaffirming cosmic order, not on achieving an altered state of consciousness. It's the difference between a celebratory toast and a spiritual experience. Then there's the social aspect. The Roman convivium reinforced social hierarchies. Your place at the table, the quality of your wine, even the entertainment provided, all spoke volumes about your status. Imagine being relegated to the kids' table at Thanksgiving, but with significantly higher stakes. The Bacchanalia, at least in theory, offered a temporary escape from these rigid structures. Everyone, from slaves to nobles, could participate in the ecstatic frenzy, creating a fleeting sense of equality, a bit like the anonymity and freedom you might experience in a masked ball. The Hebsed, while a public spectacle, also served to reinforce the existing social order, with the pharaoh at its apex. Think of it as a massive, orchestrated political rally, designed to inspire awe and reaffirm the divine mandate of the ruler. The entertainment also varied dramatically. At a Roman convivium, you might be treated to poetry recitations, musical performances, or even acrobatic displays. Think of a private concert featuring the hottest musicians of the day. The Bacchanalia offered a different kind of spectacle: wild dancing, frenzied drumming, and rituals involving symbolic sacrifices. Imagine a tribal gathering with pulsating rhythms and ecstatic movements. The Hebsed, meanwhile, featured elaborate processions, ritual reenactments, and offerings to the gods, a grand theatrical performance designed to showcase the pharaoh's power and piety. Finally, consider the aftermath. The Roman convivium might leave you with a slight hangover and a few philosophical musings. The Bacchanalia, on the other hand, could leave you with fragmented memories, a sense of disorientation, and perhaps a touch of regret. The Hebsed, if successful, left the participants with a renewed sense of order and stability, reassured that their pharaoh remained divinely favored. It's the difference between waking up after a wild night out and experiencing a spiritual epiphany. So, while each of these celebrations offered a unique form of escapism and social interaction, their underlying purposes, their rituals, and their impacts on the participants differed dramatically. They offer us a fascinating glimpse into the diverse ways ancient civilizations celebrated, worshipped, and expressed themselves. They remind us that the human desire to connect, to celebrate, and to transcend the mundane is a timeless one, taking on different forms across cultures and throughout history. Now, imagine yourself transported back to these ancient revelries. But your experience wouldn't be universal. Just like today, your social standing dramatically shaped your party experience. Let's explore how. Take the Roman convivium, for example. If you were a patrician, a member of the Roman elite, you'd be reclining on plush cushions, enjoying fine wines, and engaging in intellectual debates. Think of it as an exclusive dinner party in a luxurious villa, catered by the best chefs in Rome. Entertainment might include poetry readings, musical performances, or even philosophical discussions. Your experience would be one of refined pleasure and intellectual stimulation. However, if you were a slave at that same convivium, your experience would be drastically different. You wouldn't be reclining and enjoying the feast, you'd be serving it. You'd be on your feet, attending to the needs of the guests, ensuring their cups were full and their plates replenished. Your focus wouldn't be on philosophical debates, but on ensuring the smooth running of the event. It's the difference between being a VIP guest at a concert and being part of the stage crew. Similarly, the Egyptian Hebsed festival wasn't a homogeneous experience. If you were pharaoh, the festival was all about you. It was a grand affirmation of your divine right to rule, a spectacle of power and ritual designed to demonstrate your continued vigor and connection to the gods. Imagine a coronation ceremony combined with a marathon, culminating in a nationwide celebration. But if you were a peasant farmer in ancient Egypt, the Hebsed festival would have been a very different experience. You might have witnessed parts of the grand procession, perhaps even participated in some of the public rituals. But your primary concern wouldn't be the pharaoh's divine connection. It would be the harvest, the flooding of the Nile, and the daily struggles of survival. It's akin to the difference between attending a presidential inauguration and watching it on TV from your living room. Both are part of the same event, but the level of involvement and the emotional resonance are vastly different. The Bacchanalia, while shrouded in mystery and often exaggerated, also offered varying experiences depending on social standing. For the wealthy Roman elite participating in a more private version, it might have been a chance to shed societal constraints and indulge in forbidden pleasures, a sort of secretive, exclusive masquerade ball. However, for those on the fringes of society, the Bacchanalia could have been a much more chaotic and dangerous affair, potentially involving genuine frenzy and even violence. It's the difference between attending a themed party and finding yourself in the middle of an uncontrolled rave. These ancient parties, while vastly different in their rituals and purposes, all reflect the social hierarchies of their respective civilizations. Just like today, your access to resources, your social connections, and your place within the power structure shaped your experiences. Think about modern festivals. A VIP ticket to a music festival grants you access to exclusive areas, gourmet food, and comfortable seating, while a general admission ticket might involve crowded spaces, long lines, and exposure to the elements. The same principle applies to exclusive nightclubs versus local bars, or even private galas versus public celebrations. The similarities are striking. Whether you're a Roman patrician enjoying a lavish convivium or a modern-day celebrity at a red carpet event, the privileges of wealth and status offer a distinct experience. And whether you're a slave serving wine at a Roman feast or a bartender working a busy night shift, the realities of working-class life often mean facilitating the enjoyment of others. So, while these ancient parties might seem like relics of a distant past, they offer a powerful reflection of the enduring influence of social class on human experience. They remind us that the pursuit of pleasure, the expression of faith, and the desire for connection are all filtered through the lens of social hierarchy, shaping our experiences in profound ways, then and now. They highlight the timeless truth that where you stand in society often determines where you sit at the party and how much you truly get to enjoy it. Now imagine yourself stepping back in time, not just as an observer but as a participant in these ancient revelries. Your experience, however, would be dramatically shaped by who you were, man or woman, free citizen or slave, ruler or ruled. The differences in experience weren't just subtle nuances, they were chasms of privilege and restriction, joy and obligation. Let's start with the most obvious divide: gender. For men in many ancient societies, particularly the Greco-Roman world, parties were often arenas for showcasing status, forging alliances, and, let's be honest, indulging in excess. Picture a Roman convivium, men reclining on couches, engaging in philosophical debates, or drunken arguments, enjoying music, poetry, and the attentions of dancing girls. This was their domain, a space where they could relax, network, and reinforce their social standing. Women, on the other hand, were largely excluded from these male-dominated gatherings. Their social sphere revolved around the home, and their celebrations often centered on religious rituals or family events. Think of the Thesmophoria in ancient Greece, a women-only festival celebrating fertility and agricultural bounty. While these gatherings offered women a sense of community and spiritual connection, they lacked the political and social clout of the male-dominated symposia. Does this resonate with anyone today? Think of the boys' club atmosphere that can still pervade certain industries or social circles. While thankfully outright exclusion is less common, the dynamics of power and access often reflect these ancient patterns. But gender wasn't the only dividing line. Social status played an equally crucial role in shaping the party experience. If you were a wealthy Roman patrician hosting a lavish banquet, you'd be the life of the party, dictating the entertainment, enjoying the finest food and wine, and basking in the admiration of your guests. Imagine yourself draped in fine silks, raising a toast to your success, while slaves catered to your every whim. Now, shift your perspective. Imagine you are one of those slaves, working tirelessly behind the scenes, preparing the food, pouring the wine, and cleaning up the mess. Your experience of the party is one of labor, not leisure. You might catch glimpses of the revelry, hear snippets of conversation, but you are fundamentally outside the circle of enjoyment. This stark contrast echoes through history. Think of the elaborate balls held by European aristocracy, where the nobility danced the night away while servants toiled in the kitchens and hallways. Even today, the experience of a catered event is vastly different for the guests and the staff. The roles individuals played within these celebrations also contributed to the diversity of experiences. At a Greek symposium, for example, the symposiarch, or master of ceremonies, held a position of authority, deciding the ratio of wine to water, crucial for maintaining a balance between lively discussion and drunken chaos, directing the entertainment, and setting the overall tone. His experience would be vastly different from that of a musician hired to perform or a poet reciting his latest composition. Similarly, in many ancient cultures, religious figures played key roles in festivals and ceremonies. Imagine yourself as a priestess leading a ritual procession, your movements imbued with sacred significance, your voice carrying the prayers and invocations of your community. Your experience would be far removed from that of a commoner participating in the ritual, seeking blessings, or simply enjoying the spectacle. Even within the same social group, individual experiences could vary dramatically. Imagine two women attending the Thesmophoria. One, a young unmarried woman eager to participate in the rituals and connect with other women. The other, an older woman, perhaps grieving the loss of a child, finding solace and community in the shared experience of mourning. Their emotional landscapes, while shaped by the same event, would be distinctly different. This nuance of individual experience holds true today. Think of a wedding. The joy and excitement of the bride and groom contrast with the perhaps more bittersweet emotions of a parent watching their child embark on a new chapter. These ancient parties, while separated from us by vast stretches of time, offer a surprisingly clear reflection of human nature and the enduring influence of social structures. They remind us that the pursuit of pleasure, the expression of faith, and the desire for connection are all filtered through the lens of social hierarchy. They also highlight the resilience of the human spirit, the ability to find joy and meaning even in the face of hardship and inequality. So the next time you find yourself at a party, take a moment to consider the experiences of everyone present. You might just find echoes of these ancient revelries, reminding you that where you stand in society often determines where you sit at the party and how much you truly get to enjoy it. Now imagine stepping back from the vibrant chaos of a Roman Saturnalia and finding yourself amidst the hushed reverence of an ancient Egyptian funerary feast. The contrast is stark, isn't it? Where the Saturnalia explodes with unrestrained revelry, the Egyptian feast carries a weight of ritual and spiritual significance. One celebrates the present, the other honors the past and prepares for the future. But look closer, and you'll find surprising threads connecting these seemingly disparate celebrations. Both are deeply rooted in the prevailing beliefs and values of their respective cultures. For the Romans, the Saturnalia was a temporary inversion of social order, a sanctioned release valve for the pressures of a hierarchical society. Slaves could dine with their masters, gambling was encouraged, and the usual rules of decorum were tossed aside. This temporary freedom reflected the Roman value of order, ironically, by demonstrating its fragility and the need for periodic release. Think of it like a modern-day office holiday party, a chance to let loose with colleagues, albeit within certain boundaries, before returning to the usual hierarchy on Monday morning. The Egyptians, on the other hand, viewed death not as an ending, but as a transition. Their funerary feasts, elaborate affairs with food, drink, and music, were meant to sustain the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. These gatherings demonstrated their deep belief in the interconnectedness of the living and the dead, and the importance of honoring ancestors. The lavishness of the feast, much like the elaborate tombs built for pharaohs and nobles, reflected the Egyptian worldview that material possessions could accompany one into the next life. This reverence for the afterlife contrasts sharply with the Roman focus on earthly pleasures, yet both cultures used feasting as a means of expressing their core beliefs. Consider the symposium, the ancient Greek drinking party. Here, the emphasis was on intellectual discourse and philosophical debate, fueled by copious amounts of wine. While seemingly different from the boisterous Roman Saturnalia or the solemn Egyptian funerary feasts, the symposium too reveals a culture's values. For the Greeks, intellectual pursuit and the art of rhetoric were highly prized. The symposium provided a platform for men, and it was almost exclusively men, to showcase their wit and wisdom, to engage in lively discussions about everything from love and beauty to politics and the nature of reality. It's a far cry from a modern-day fraternity kegger. But the underlying desire for social connection and the expression of identity remains remarkably similar. Now, think about the Dionysian festivals of ancient Greece. These wild celebrations, dedicated to the god of wine and ecstasy, involved music, dance, and theatrical performances, often culminating in states of trance and altered consciousness. Here, the emphasis was on emotional release, a temporary escape from the constraints of everyday life. While seemingly more akin to the Roman Saturnalia in their embrace of excess, the Dionysian festivals held a deeper spiritual significance. They were a way to connect with the divine, to experience the raw power of nature and the primal forces that governed human existence. In some ways, they resemble modern music festivals where individuals gather to lose themselves in the collective energy of music and dance, albeit often without the explicit religious context. Comparing these ancient parties reveals not only the diversity of human experience, but also the underlying similarities that connect us across time and cultures. Whether it's the Roman pursuit of fleeting pleasure, the Egyptian reverence for the afterlife, the Greek celebration of intellect, or the ecstatic abandon of the Dionysian festivals, each reveals a fundamental human need to connect with others, to express oneself, and to find meaning in the world around us. These ancient parties also offer a window into the social structures of their time. Just as in modern society, access to and experience of these events were often determined by social standing. The lavish banquets of Roman emperors were a world away from the simple celebrations of the common people. Similarly, the elite symposia of the Greeks excluded women and slaves, reflecting the patriarchal nature of their society. These disparities remind us that the party in all its forms is not merely a space for celebration, but also a reflection of the power dynamics and social hierarchies that shape human societies. So the next time you find yourself at a gathering, whether it's a wedding, a birthday party, or a simple get-together with friends, take a moment to consider the rich tapestry of human experience that has shaped the very idea of celebration. You might just find echoes of these ancient revelries, reminding you that while the specifics may change, the underlying human desires for connection, expression, and meaning remain timeless. Now, let's step back and consider the ripple effects of these ancient revelries. Imagine yourself for a moment as a guest at one of Nero's infamous feasts. You might emerge with a belly full of exotic delicacies and a head swimming with wine, but also perhaps with a nagging sense of unease. The sheer excess, the blatant disregard for societal norms, the whispers of cruelty and debauchery, these things might leave a lingering stain on your conscience, a stark contrast to the simple joy of a harvest festival celebrated in a rural village. The impacts of these celebrations varied dramatically depending on who you were. For a Roman emperor like Nero, these extravagant displays were a tool to reinforce his power and awe his subjects. Think of it like a modern-day rock star throwing a lavish party. It's a statement, a projection of an image. But for the slaves who toiled tirelessly to make these spectacles possible, the experience was likely one of exhaustion and resentment. The contrast couldn't be more stark. One man's pleasure is another man's burden, a timeless truth that resonated even in ancient times. Just as today, the behind-the-scenes story of a party can often tell a different tale than the glamorous facade. Consider the symposia of ancient Greece. For the elite men who participated, these gatherings offered an opportunity for intellectual discourse, philosophical debate, and the forging of political alliances. It was a social lubricant, a space where the wheels of power were greased with wine and witty conversation. But for the women excluded from these gatherings, the symposia represented a reinforcement of patriarchal norms, a stark reminder of their limited role in public life. Imagine yourself as a woman in ancient Greece, hearing the muffled laughter and animated discussions emanating from the men's quarters. The sense of exclusion, the feeling of being shut out from the intellectual and political life of your community would have been a heavy burden to bear. This disparity in experience is a recurring theme throughout history. Think about the masked balls of 18th century Venice. For the aristocracy, these events offered a chance to escape the rigid social constraints of everyday life, to indulge in anonymity and flirtation. But for the servants who facilitated these lavish affairs, the experience was likely one of hard work and long hours, a far cry from the carefree revelry of their employers. Just as today, the experiences of those who host and those who serve can be worlds apart. The outcomes of these ancient parties could also be far-reaching and sometimes unexpected. A chance encounter at a Roman banquet could lead to a political alliance or a deadly rivalry. A drunken brawl at a Greek symposium could spark a feud that lasted for generations. The very act of celebration, intended to bring people together, could sometimes sow the seeds of discord and conflict. This reminds us that even seemingly private acts of celebration can have public consequences, a ripple effect that extends far beyond the immediate participants. Compare this to the modern-day phenomenon of social media. A seemingly harmless photo posted from a party can go viral, leading to unexpected consequences, both positive and negative. Just as in ancient times, the echoes of a celebration can reverberate far beyond the initial event, the similarities and differences between these ancient celebrations offer a fascinating glimpse into the human condition. Whether it's a Roman banquet, a Greek symposium, or a modern-day music festival, the desire to gather, to celebrate, to connect with others is a fundamental human impulse. But the ways in which we express this desire, the social structures that shape our celebrations, and the outcomes of these gatherings can vary dramatically, depending on the time, the place, and the individuals involved. By examining these ancient revelries, we gain a deeper understanding not only of the past, but also of ourselves and the enduring human need for connection and celebration. So, as the embers of our exploration fade into the twilight of history, what have we learned together about the wildest parties of the ancient world? We've journeyed through time, haven't we? From the wine-soaked revelries of ancient Greece to the lavish banquets of Rome, from the mysterious rituals of the Celts to the vibrant festivals of ancient Egypt, we've uncovered a world where celebration wasn't just an event, but a way of life, a connection to the divine, and a reflection of the human spirit in its most unrestrained form. Remember the Anthesteria, where the Greeks honored Dionysus with copious amounts of wine, theatrical performances, and a touch of playful mischief. We saw how the Romans, with their Saturnalia, flipped social norms upside down, allowing slaves to feast alongside their masters in a temporary reversal of fortune. We delved into the secrets of Celtic celebrations, where bonfires blazed under the moonlit sky, and rituals connected the living with the spirit world. And we explored the vibrant festivals of Egypt, where music, dance, and feasting honored the gods and celebrated the cycles of life and death. These weren't just parties in the way we might think of them today. They were woven into the fabric of ancient societies, embodying their beliefs, their values, and their relationship with the world around them. They were expressions of joy, gratitude, and a deep connection to the rhythms of nature. We've seen how these ancient cultures used celebration to navigate the complexities of life, from honoring the gods to marking the changing seasons, from commemorating victories to simply enjoying the fleeting moments of joy in a sometimes harsh and unpredictable world. And what a journey it has been. I hope you've been as captivated as I have by these glimpses into the past. It's truly remarkable how these ancient echoes can still resonate with us today, reminding us of the enduring human need for connection, celebration, and a touch of wild abandon. If you've enjoyed this journey through the ancient world's most exhilarating celebrations, be sure to let me know. Click that like button below. It really helps the channel grow and allows me to keep bringing these stories to life. And if you want to explore more fascinating corners of history with me, subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on future adventures. We've covered so much ground tonight, exploring the vibrant tapestry of ancient revelry. Now, as the whispers of history lull us into a peaceful state, let your mind wander back to those ancient celebrations. Imagine the flickering firelight, the rhythmic chanting, the intoxicating aromas, the sheer joy of being alive in those ancient times. Let these images drift in and out of your thoughts as you slowly drift off to sleep. As you close your eyes, think about the connections we've made, the stories we've shared, and the ancient echoes that still resonate within us. Let the peace of history settle over you, knowing that even across millennia, we share a common thread of humanity, a desire to celebrate, to connect, and to experience the fullness of life. The night has grown late, the stories have been told, and the time has come for rest. Let the tranquility of the past lull you into a deep and peaceful sleep. May your dreams be filled with the vibrant colors and enchanting sounds of ancient celebrations. Good night, my friends. Sleep well, and may your slumber be as sweet as the honeyed wine of ancient feasts. But before you drift off entirely, let's take a moment to reflect on what these stories, these glimpses into the past, truly reveal about us, about the human experience. We've journeyed together through time, exploring the raucous revelries of ancient Rome, the mystical ceremonies of the Greeks, the vibrant festivals of ancient Egypt. What have we learned? What threads connect us to those who celebrated under different stars so many lifetimes ago? Perhaps the most striking realization is the enduring power of human connection. Whether it's a Roman Saturnalia, a Greek Dionysia, or a modern-day birthday party, the fundamental desire to come together, to share joy, to celebrate life's milestones remains unchanged. We see it echoed in the archaeological remnants of ancient feasts, in the poetry and songs that have survived the centuries, and in the stories we've just shared. It's a testament to our shared humanity, a reminder that, despite the vast expanse of time, some things remain constant. Think about it. The need to unwind, to escape the everyday, to find moments of pure joy and release. It's a universal human experience. The ancients understood this. They knew the importance of ritual, of celebration, of letting loose and embracing the moment. And in many ways, they were far more in tune with the natural rhythms of life, the cycles of the seasons, the ebb and flow of energy, than we are today. Their celebrations were often tied to these natural rhythms, a way of honoring the earth, the gods, and the very essence of existence. We've explored the wild abandon of the Bacchanalia, the elaborate rituals of the Eleusinian mysteries, the sheer extravagance of Roman banquets. And while the specifics of these celebrations may seem foreign to us, the underlying emotions, the desire for connection, for joy, for transcendence are deeply familiar. We all seek those moments of escape, those times when we can shed our everyday worries and embrace the simple pleasure of being alive. So, as you prepare for slumber, let these echoes of the past resonate within you. Let them remind you of the enduring power of human connection, the importance of celebration, and the timeless search for joy. We've traveled through time together tonight, exploring the vibrant tapestry of ancient celebrations. And I hope that this journey has not only entertained you, but also sparked a sense of wonder and connection to our shared human heritage. And if you enjoyed this exploration into the past, if you found these stories as captivating as I do, please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit that like button and let me know in the comments which ancient celebration you found most intriguing. I love hearing your thoughts and engaging with this incredible community of history enthusiasts. And if you have any suggestions for future videos, please share them. I'm always on the lookout for new historical mysteries to unravel, new stories to bring to life. Together we can continue to explore the fascinating world of history, uncovering the hidden stories, the forgotten rituals, the echoes of ancient celebrations that still resonate within us today. It's a journey of discovery, and I'm so grateful to have you along for the ride. Now, as the night draws to a close, let the whispers of history lull you into a peaceful sleep. Imagine yourself drifting on a gentle river, carried by the currents of time, back to those ancient shores. Feel the warmth of the firelight on your skin, hear the distant echoes of laughter and music, and breathe in the sweet fragrance of ancient incense. Let the tranquility of the past wash over you, easing away the stresses of the day. Allow yourself to drift into a deep and restful slumber, knowing that you are connected to a long and vibrant lineage of human experience. The stories have been told, the journey has ended, and the time has come for rest. Good night, my friends. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the magic and mystery of the ancient world. Until we meet again, may your days be filled with joy and your nights with peaceful slumber. Sweet dreams. But before we fully drift off to sleep, let's consider something truly fascinating. These ancient revelries, as wild and different as they might seem, whisper something fundamental about us as humans. Think about it. The desire to celebrate, to connect, to escape, even just for a night, from the mundane realities of life. Doesn't that resonate with you today? We still gather with friends, we still seek out music and laughter, we still yearn for moments of joy and connection. The forms may have changed, the rituals evolved, but the underlying human need remains. We haven't changed so much after all. We are, in many ways, reflections of those who danced and feasted under the moon thousands of years ago. The ancient Egyptians, with their elaborate festivals honoring Osiris, understood the power of collective mourning and remembrance. We see echoes of that in our own modern-day memorials and commemorations. The Greeks, with their Dionysian revelries, sought release and catharsis through ecstatic dance and music. We find parallels in modern music festivals and concerts, spaces where we can lose ourselves in the rhythm and energy of the crowd. The Romans, with their lavish banquets and theatrical spectacles, craved entertainment and spectacle. Doesn't that sound familiar in our world of blockbuster movies and elaborate stage productions? It's a thread that binds us across millennia, a shared human experience that transcends time and culture. And it's something to ponder as we drift off to sleep tonight. Imagine those ancient revelers, their faces lit by firelight, their voices raised in song, their bodies swaying to the music. Imagine the shared joy, the sense of belonging, the pure, unadulterated fun. Perhaps, in our own ways, we're not so different. Now, as the embers of our journey begin to fade, let's prepare for a restful night. This exploration of ancient parties, from the boisterous symposia to the mystical rites, has hopefully sparked your curiosity and ignited your imagination. If it has, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel so you can join us for more historical adventures. And don't forget to share this video with your friends. Let's spread the love of history together. We can even discuss what modern celebrations might look like to future historians in the comments below. What elements of our parties do you think will stand the test of time? As you settle into bed, let the images of these ancient celebrations fade into the background, replaced by the gentle rhythm of your breath. Let the weight of the day lift from your shoulders, the worries and anxieties drift away like smoke on the night air. Imagine yourself wrapped in a soft blanket of stars, the moon casting a gentle glow upon your face. Feel the peace and tranquility of the night enveloping you, lulling you into a deep and restorative sleep. Visualize yourself walking along the banks of the Nile, the cool night air brushing against your skin, or perhaps reclining on a Roman couch, surrounded by the soft murmur of conversation and the gentle strumming of a lyre. Let the echoes of ancient laughter and music lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Breathe in, breathe out. Let go of the day and embrace the stillness of the night. The stories have been shared, the journey has come to a close, and now it's time to rest. Together we've explored the vibrant tapestry of ancient celebrations, uncovering the echoes of our own human experience in the revelries of the past. It's a connection that stretches across time, a reminder that we are part of something larger than ourselves. So, as the night descends and the stars begin to twinkle, let's bid each other good night. May your dreams be filled with the magic and mystery of the ancient world, and may you wake refreshed and ready to embrace the joys of a new day. Sleep well, my friends. Sweet dreams. Until our next adventure, may your days be filled with wonder and your nights with peaceful slumber. Good night. Close your eyes and imagine yourself drifting off in a cool, dark Roman triclinium, surrounded by the soft murmur of conversation and the gentle strumming of a lyre. Let the echoes of ancient laughter and music lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Breathe in, breathe out. Let go of the day's worries and embrace the stillness of the night. Together we've journeyed through the vibrant tapestry of ancient celebrations, from the Dionysian revelries to the opulent feasts of Rome. It's a journey that connects us across millennia, a reminder that the human need to celebrate, to connect, and to revel is timeless. Before you drift off, if you enjoyed this exploration into the past, be sure to subscribe and give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments which ancient party you'd most like to attend. As the stars begin to twinkle, let's bid each other good night. May your dreams be filled with the magic and mystery of the ancient world, and may you awaken refreshed and ready to embrace the joys of a new day. Sleep well, my friends. Sweet dreams. Until our next adventure together, may your days be filled with wonder and your nights with peaceful slumber. Good night.